gains that confidence, plays a few good events, stops looking inwards into his own insecurities.
I like the no expectation part, so like that's something that has gotten better because sure, it's like not my full-time job.
It's definitely good for chess in India, and now there is Olympiad also, so there'll be more people following and taking up chess as professional sport.
Yeah.
And it's surprisingly concrete still, no? Like e takes d4, good move. This d takes d4, this d takes d5.
This line was essential and forced, but also not rocket science to map out.
Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses. Time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the endgame with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Welcome everybody.
My name is Jan Pomnishi, former world chess champion.
We're starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Bolger.
You know what? I learned a lot.
He played the Berlin, which I sort of expected, but I didn't really know what to do against, because in reality very few people do.
When we are playing an even game against someone of similar strength to us, usually we need to give something in order to obtain the initiative.
Just how shrewd and cunning Alireza can be, even with very little time.
I want to show you a game just to prove that I play these lines that I played against former world number 2 and a bit of a superstar, Gata Kamsky.
I'm ahead of the game. Well, the phone is always ringing, I'm caught up on the line. Got a string around my finger, remember who am I? I'm a boss and I'm honestly off my rocker, but follow me, I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Well, I'm only ever slinging, I'm working overtime. Got a song and I'm the singer, the melody, the vibe. I'm a prodigy, logically, I'm impossibly wanted, and they'll remember my name. They'll remember my name. Well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game.
first of all, I think white goes queen f4. Here the move is still queen f5, right?
You are following my games, you will see I play a lot of games.
Finally, guys, so much work for just one pawn. It's so much happiness.
Hello and welcome to round 3 of the Tata Steel Masters tournament 2023. Plenty of action awaits us. The first 2 days were stunning, and today we also have a change of personnel as announced yesterday. I'm still Peter Svidler, but with me is David Howell, somebody who most of you know as the by this point, I think the voice of this channel has been very much David's for the past couple of years. I'm very happy to finally get an opportunity to work with you, and good to know that I think Chad is in good hands for the rest of the tournament.
Wow. Peter, thank you for the kind words. It's good to be here, and you're right. Actually, I mean, despite everything, we've never commentated before, right? So
yeah, we've done some things over the years, but not this.
No, I'm excited. I was kind of watching after the games had happened, the first 2 days. I was busy playing in the Norwegian league myself, but yeah, it looks like some incredible chess, and I'm hoping it continues. It's going to be a fun day.
Yeah, there's some slightly alarming mentions of echo in chat, but I think it should have been gone by now. It may have been on my side while I was opening Chess24 chat, but I hope it's gone. Sorry if you had a slight doubling of the sound there. Very obvious game of the day for us to pick if we had to pick one, but as usual, the pairings are extremely exciting, and all 7 games deserve a lot of attention. But the obvious pick, of course, is the game between the world number 1 and the world number 2, who are also in the co-lead in the tournament. Magnus won a very nice game against Vincent Keymer yesterday, and Ding, arguably, he's on a point and a half out of 2, and arguably can be a bit disappointed with that, because he was, at certain moments, just straight up winning yesterday. It was a very interesting, very hard-fought game against Parham Maksudlu, which generally was kind of equal more than it was winning for Wijk, but it was definitely winning at a couple of points.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I saw the final stages of that game only, and I guess the wins weren't straightforward, so we can't be too hard on Ding,
not at all, no.
But he'll be annoyed that he didn't finish that one off. And yeah, I mean, it's intriguing, the storyline with the World Championship. I'm not sure where, I'm not sure when, but coming up, he looks good, he looks sharp.
Oh yeah, he definitely, it's very enjoyable so far. We only have 2 games to watch, but so far, very good signs coming from both of these players. Honestly, I think Magnus played an interesting game in round 1, but Livon held firm and defended a position, I think, which some people could have been in trouble with, against Magnus in particular, and then won that game yesterday against the young Vincent Keymer, where I think his sort of overall much wider experience with different structures was a kind of a very telling factor there, because he played something in the Grundfeld which was very clearly aimed at avoiding mainline theory, not letting Vincent play positions he was clearly aiming to play. And then once some kind of a unbalanced, sharp Grundfeld type structure appeared on the board, Magnus just knew how to handle it a lot better. And I think he may be the purist that he is, and he is, I think, generally his own sharpest critic. He maybe will be slightly disappointed with how long the game took and the amount of sort of problems in conversion that he created for himself. I think the game could have been won faster and cleaner, but the result is what matters. Like, there's still a full point in the cross table, so I don't think he will be very, very disappointed. It's just that I think he does like to, and sort of prides himself on being very, very good at converting without giving us a single sniff. And maybe there were some easier ways yesterday.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but Magnus, I mean, I guess early on in the tournament, he prefers to have those longer games just to help him warm up, and it's better to get it out the way early. You don't want those long 7-hour games later on in the tournament against these young guys. And meanwhile, Peter, it looks like they have perhaps started the game, so I don't see any moves coming through yet.
Not just yet. Like the moves are, I think they will start coming in very soon. Yeah, I haven't. Let me see if this helps, but no, hang on a second.
Yeah, and I mean, Ding, we mentioned World Championship match coming up. I guess it's going to be a dilemma. Does he hide his opening preparation? I mean, from the 2 games so far, it's hard to tell, really.
Yeah.
He's been playing main lines.
It was a very interesting topic in particular in round 1, because what he did yesterday, I think, is... no, both games. Very much both games, because he played the Queen's Indian in round 1 against Gukesh, which is not an opening he played a ton previously. I'm sure he dabbled with it at some point, but not a lot. And yesterday, even more kind of in a marked departure from his normal stuff. He actually played on a very kind of a classical Spanish against Parham, and he is generally just a 1d4 player or c4, but just not open games in more general terms. So yeah, I think it's very difficult from the outside to judge whether this is like a hint of what we will see in the match, or whether this is something that he is doing to kind of scare Team Nepo a little bit. Well, I mean, scare is not the right word, but like give Team Nepo additional things to think about with 3 months left before the match starts. It's impossible to judge. We don't really know what the thinking is. But both are extremely legitimate. Both of those ideas are very good. Both widening your repertoire and also just kind of sending up some flares, which might be fake. But
exactly. Good strategy in general. And meanwhile, we'll wait for those moves to come in.
Hang on a second.
Looks like
a
London
so
system.
we appear to have some. Let me just briefly restart the LCD, and I think we'll be fine. Just give me a brief moment.
Okay.
And I think we'll be fine afterwards. A slight. Yeah, there we have it. Magnus playing the London against Ding. Let me just reshare it, and we'll be good to go. There we are.
Perfect.
And yeah, I mean, while I still was, whoa. The whoa is not about the Magnus game, but there is definitely a whoa further below on our boards. But like when I was still streaming semi-actively, I kind of dabbled with I keep using the word dabble and then using it incorrectly. But like I definitely toyed with the idea of banning anyone who plays the London against me on stream. So I'm sort of on the record as not a fan of this opening, but the way Magnus plays it is, I mean, he definitely plays it to get something. He's not doing it to play a kind of a boring save game and make a draw. So we'll see. It still isn't my favorite. Not gonna lie, it still isn't something that I very much enjoy covering, but in Magnus's hands, it often does get very, very interesting and quite sharp. And while we're waiting for Ding to decide what to do in this position, which is obviously a very well-established, very well-known position, the wow I went with was this, which looks unbelievably weird. I don't really know what I can even say about this position. This is obviously a very, very classical Petrov, where White played the very normal d4, d5, bishop d3, and in reply, Jordan blitzes out bishop e6, which is already an incredibly rare move, I think. I mean, I'm sure people have played it over the years, because people over the years have played everything. It's very, very difficult to find moves on move 6 which haven't been tried at least once. But bishop e6, specifically in connection with the idea of playing f5 here, is just, very, very 2023. I don't know what to say about this. Like, it's the way to try and explain what Jordan is doing here would be to draw parallels with a line I think we briefly discussed. I think it was yesterday, because we heard Rapport played the old main line against Jordan himself, where there is this very, very old line which is more or less entirely out of fashion, and you pretty much never see it anymore these days, where black kind of goes all in on securing the knight on e4. It does generally cost you the b7 pawn, because after queen b3 you do have to give it up. You can't really spend any time protecting it, so white gets to take on b7 later. But this idea of kind of banking and honestly just going all in on the idea of having this very, very nice knight on e4, it does exist. But people generally don't do it this early and this, quote unquote, unprovoked, the way Jordan is doing it here, where it seems like black is just sort of completely abandoning any semblance of control over the e5 square. And I'm very, very curious about this.
Yeah, sorry, Peter. I just had a technical problem for a second. I come back and I see f5s on the board, and
I gave a bit of a speech about how unusual this is and how, this is sort of modern chess in a way, because you would get laughed out of your, I don't want to overuse the term pioneer's house, but you would get disqualified and expelled, and this is not how you were supposed to play this opening, because white really hasn't, if we try to use very simple common sense terms, white hasn't done anything wrong to sort of deserve this type of treatment. And in more on a very, very surface level, I will play knight e5, I will play f3. This entire setup is sort of very, very based on the idea of keeping this knight on e4, but I can just try and drive it away straight away. And if black does, if black ignores it for a couple of moves, I'm sure this is not what's going to happen. But if you get some kind of a position like this, once again, these days you understand it's not actually lost. But I don't know, knight c3 and c6, queen d2. I'm making some random moves. You're going to be defending something which is going to be incredibly passive and incredibly unpleasant for the rest of the game. Why are you doing this to yourself? But obviously, I think it's quite clear that the idea will be to fight against this with some kind of tactical means. I assume the knight on e5 gets challenged straight away. Maybe some kind of a move like bishop d6 gets played, and f3. Maybe you take and play knight c5, which also looks a bit weird, but this is at least closer to the classical examples, because you have a nice blockading square on e6. You want to play, I guess, I don't know, knight c6, queen e7, maybe even castle long, and then start something on the king side. But still, it's a very kind of a stunning departure from what normally is being done in these types of positions.
Yeah, I'm highly skeptical, but we do know Jordan, and he does come up with some crazy ideas. Often the opponent's most obvious replies, like knight e5, I agree, looks very tempting. He'll have something, some deep line worked out. So knight e5, I'm struggling to even see what the idea is against queen h5 check threats. But
that's actually I completely forgot I'm creating more threats. Like bishop d6. Queen h5 check might be forcing you to move the king somewhere, and then it really looks completely unfeasible.
Unless g6.
Unless you can make this work. Yeah, maybe. Maybe using the pin. Extremely, extremely interesting. And obviously, this is not a pure bluff. This is never a pure bluff when Jordan does it. It's some kind of a semi-bluff. I would be shocked if this actually equalized, even though, the engine we have on board running here, which I haven't started, so I shouldn't be quoting it. Okay, now it's no longer showing equality. I was really worried that it would just show 0, 0, 0 here, because that would be refuting absolutely everything I thought I knew about chess. But he will have worked out decent ways to reply to the most obvious tries here. And what it also does is it wins you a tremendous amount of time, I think, against most people, including, I think, Fabi, because it looks so outlandish that the temptation to really dive in and try to just straight up refute it, not get a pleasant position, but get a position where you're much better, where your advantage is massive. It has to be very strong here for white, because You are not supposed to be doing this in an opening. You really aren't.
Yeah, especially against a Petrov expert like Fabi himself. I mean, I do know that Jordan worked on a lot of E4, E5 stuff as part of the training camp last year with the World Championship coming up. But I mean, to come up with something this creative this early is highly impressive. Either way,
it's very, very unusual what he's doing. Let's do a bit of a roundup of other boards while Magnus is now thinking in his London in a position which I'm sure he has seen hundreds of times, both in practice and in analysis. We have a game between Gukesh and Nordibek Abdusatorov. Gukesh so far 0 points out of 2. Very difficult start for him, but you have to say it's. It's never through no fault of his own. Obviously, he had to make some mistakes to have lost 2 games, but he ran up against 2 people who played really, really well against him. He lost this kind of a slow maneuvering game against Dingliren in round 1, which, I mean, it started slow and then kind of exploded into tactical flourishes towards the first time control. He had at one point, he had a chance to equalize by force, didn't take it, and then was never really led back into the game. And I don't know if you had a chance to take a closer look at what Anish did against him yesterday, but that was mightily impressive. Both the homework and the way Anish converted once Gukesh made a couple of inaccuracies. For our viewers, I can maybe actually refresh that for a sec, because that is a very, very stunning game. This is the final position of that game between Anish and Gukesh, where basically in this very, very quiet Ragozin, which for years and years was supposed to be, not very much, I think is even putting it slightly more optimistically than it deserves for white. Anish came up with this very interesting concept of taking with the pawn instead of the knight, and then spending 2 tempi on rook c2, rook e2, and as we will see later in the game, getting both rooks to the e file generated a lot of threats on the king side. Bishop b6 arguably was already slightly inaccurate, and king h8 is basically a losing mistake, and Anish pounced here by sacrificing first the knight and then the rook on e6. And won in really brilliant style, including a very, very striking final move, bishop f5 c2, which not only stops rook d1 mate, but also creates space for the queen to create unstoppable threats. Yeah, hey Hub Dinosaur, I remember your contributions to the stream yesterday. You will get all the credit you deserve. So yeah, very, very nice game by Anish. So Gukesh on 0 out of 2, but that of course does not really mean he suddenly forgot how to play chess or anything. It's just, this is a very strong tournament, and it's difficult to sometimes, when things don't really align properly for you in the beginning, you could have starts like this. Today he is playing white against Nordibek, and they're playing this kind of a quiet mix of, I guess, the Bogo, which switched into a very Catalan type structure. A position which I think Magnus plays quite a bit, and many other people have also been toying with this. And a move queen e3 here, which I personally have not seen before. But the idea is very simple. Black does want very often to go like d takes c4 and d6 c5. Or arguably maybe even the 65 straight away, because the one big problem Black generally has to solve in these types of structures is what to do with the bishop on c8. You can, of course, play some kind of a slow setup with b6, bishop b7, but if you can play c6, c5 and just, develop it along this diagonal, that's just always a simpler solution if you can get it. So queen e3 fights against that, and it also gives you a square to develop your knight to d2. Which could be useful. It's not always your favorite square in the world, but it makes sure you never really have to, even worry about giving up the pawn on c4 even temporarily. So clearly something that Gukesh has prepared at home. I don't think you make this move this quickly without some home prep. But it's a quiet line. But the bishop on g2 generally is better than the bishop on c8, so maybe a slight plus for white. A somewhat topical Italian in a game between Parham Maghsoodloo and Anish Giri, where Anish started with knight f6 and then played bishop c5, castles d6, c3, a5. And my understanding really was that in this move order, discussions very heavily were moving in the direction of positions after bishop g5, h6, bishop h4. And black, for instance, can play in some order, like bishop a7, and then eventually g5. And then sometimes they even try castling queenside. I think there was a very, very beautiful game then. I think Magnus won against Arjun Erigaisi in one of the online tournaments last year, where both sides were trying to give mate, and in the end Magnus actually broke through on the king side and in the center and delivered a very, very study-like conclusion there. I can sort of reconstruct the final position, but there's no way I can reconstruct how they got there, so we will ignore it for a moment. But instead of that, Parham goes with rook e1, which of course is a quieter approach. And this I thought was supposed to be completely fine for black, but of course you can still play lines like this. And white obviously would like to at some point play d3, d4, get the nice wide center, block off the bishop on a7 a little bit, and play from there. Black generally wants to go knight e7, knight g6, c6, and then maybe d6, d5 if allowed. So a kind of a long maneuvering game is, I think, very much likely here. We have a game between Arjun Erigaisi and Levon Aronian here, which started off as a queen c2 Nimzo-Indian, not the only one in this round, by the way. And Levon played c5, dc castles, a3, bishop takes c5, knight f3, g5, which is, I think, a topical line against queen c2 these days. Bishop f4. Now, knight c6, e3 actually transposes into very, very topical, or at least they used to be topical at some point, QGD lines where black, white can castle or play rook d1. This has been discussed in some Anand Carlsen matches in the past, so it's a very well-known position. But instead, Levon goes d takes c4, going for kind of a simpler approach, just trading d5 for c4. It gets recaptured very quickly, but black wants to play bishop e7, knight bd7, queen e7, and be completely fine. So this is, I think, very heavily tempo-dependent type of position, because white, I think, generally goes to d3, let's say bishop b7, and you do have to slightly worry about some kind of knight g5, knight e4 tactics or something like that, which might give white something. But if you give black enough time to play knight bd7, rook c8, queen e7, I think black will be completely fine. So very much will depend on how the next couple of moves will pan out. We also have a game between Richard Rapport and Wesley So, which is progressing very slowly. I've been sort of talking nonstop because we are having some slight audio issues. I get the feeling that it might not be on my end for a change. Normally on this stream, it always is on my end. This will be a very, very novel experience for me, because whenever something breaks on Chess24 streams, it's normally obviously my fault, but might not be my fault today, which is I don't know how to react to that, but hopefully this will become a mutual stream at some point.
Yeah, sorry about this, Peter. I think it's definitely on my side. Anyone who's seen me attempt to stream or anything knows that I'm a tech noob, and something's gone wrong on my end. So I'm hoping to sort that out, and I'll be with you properly shortly. But
yeah, I can definitely continue going. I just wanted to kind of give an update to our viewers, because they've been worrying. Because I think nobody really wants me to solo cast. People want you here, very, very clearly want you here. So I've seen some questions in chat as to why am I not shutting up, and where's David? So I wanted to address that. This is a kind of a weird line, because c4, I actually get this position with black quite a bit by move 2, but why a different move order? I've been playing g6 quite a bit with black against 1c4, because I think it's a clever move order which kind of limits white's options a little bit. If d4 we get the Grunfeld, or at least attempt to get the Grunfeld, I think we have a decent reply to e4, and if knight c3, we can play c5, and we've actually eliminated some lines from white's options here. And they somehow got there via c4, c5, knight c3, g6, e3. And I think Wesley is doing the right thing here by playing a knight f6, d4, cd4, ed4, and I assume he will play d5. And yeah, and there it is on the board. And this is actually kind of very curious for me from Richard's side, because I think I cover this in the course. At least I definitely cover this position in the course. And I really couldn't figure out any reason why this would be any good for white. I think black gets a very comfortable game very easily. So I'll be watching this with great interest, because if people are finding new ways to ask questions against Grunfeld, I would like to know. Yeah, I still feel somewhat, emotionally invested in the well-being of the opening.
This is also a transposition from the Caruana, right, Peter, the Panov Botvinnik. So,
but there you don't let's show that as well. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So if you do it via the Panov move order, like whichever way you want to choose it, right? I think in this position people don't generally play knight f3, right? They play queen b3.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't really get it that easily, because if bishop g7 they take, and the knight very often actually goes to e2, right?
Yeah, I think this is
there's knight e2, g3, bishop g2 setups, or because the knight might be very useful later on in the game on the f4 square. So it actually is, I think, better positioned on e2 than it is on f3. And
I think this is what we've got in the game, actually, after queen b3 and take on d5. There had to be an idea, like you say, unless you want to transpose into some Grunfeld lines. And bishop b2 rather than g3 is
bishop b2. I'm trying to figure out how. Yeah, it's just not from here. I'm slightly losing my mind. Yeah, black generally, I think these days, whenever you analyze these types of positions with engines do tend to solve whatever issues black might have here by force, very often simply by abandoning all pretense of trying to win this pawn back, and just by offering this this trade, saying that I value tempo and development advantage much higher than I value the prospect of actually winning the central pawn back for nothing. In this particular case, you do have to wonder if white can be very greedy, because looks like you might have to make the move knight bd7, which is not the move you want to make. This knight really wants to be developed to c6 in these types of positions, because it attacks d4, rook b8, knight b4 often is a very important source of counterplay, but you can't do that because the queen on b7 is kind of getting in the way. And if you have to play knight e7, it gives white a very, very important tempo to develop the knight to f3 and castle short, and you are 2 down. There's still going to be some compensation, I assume, but you are, after all, 2 pawns down, and it's not that clear. If you don't play e6, white, I think, by playing bishop b2, white has more or less openly declared they want to play bishop f3 and then knight g2, and then perhaps knight goes to f4. So if you play the usual stuff like knight e7, bishop f3, knight b6, knight e2, it's not going to be that easy for black to get to the d5 pawn. It gets very, very well protected.
Yeah, I remember analyzing something like this a while ago, and bishop g4 here, I remember, was the move. And it goes on, but there's also
some position like this, and then you want to return to f6, and I think I've looked at like some lines like this, maybe even g6, g5 somewhere.
Yeah, exactly.
It looks risky, but you do actually need at some point to win this pawn back, and driving the knight away from f4 makes sense. Yeah, we'll see how this develops. And one final game that we haven't touched yet is a game between 2 very, very young men. Another Quincy Nimzo in a game between Praggnanandhaa and Vincent Keymer. Prag has had 2 very, very solid games so far. Drew with white against Arjun Erigaisi in a very theoretical Grunfeld round 1, and drew quite comfortably against Levon Aronian in an open Spanish yesterday. Maybe could have even played for more, but at some point decided to go for kind of a conservative safe option and just equalized very, very nicely. And today he's gone for Queen C2, and Vincent in reply is basically saying, I don't really want to equalize, I just want to play chess, right? Because d6, in particular d6 followed by b6, is, I think, just a declaration that objective equality is of no interest to us. You can't really claim that you'll be completely fine with black if you do things like that, because you've given up sort of the entire control of the center to white. White can knight h3 f2 is sometimes useful in these types of structures. Even the very simple bishop d3 followed by knight e2 is, I think, entirely healthy. And if white finishes development, like even just sort of very, very easily, like eye test, I think it should be pretty obvious that you can never really claim full equality here with black. But it remains a very complicated, kind of very strategically rich position where you can go knight bd7, you can try for some c5 breaks in some cases. You can go for the closure of the position with e6, e5. Although, if you wanted to play lines with e6, e5, I guess you would play queen e7 here, because in positions like, let's say, queen e7, e4, e5, whenever white plays d5, which white very well could, your bishop really should be on c8. There is really no call to put it on b7. On b7, it does nothing. On c8, it supports the f7, f5 break. So I think b6 followed by bishop b7 is at least in part an indication that Keymer is not planning to play for e5 structures. He's either going to go c5, or maybe against some of white's options, you can imagine scenarios where you can maybe play like knight h5 and then f5 here. But I think it's unlikely. I think white will pretty much always have good ways of meeting that. I don't really like what Vincent is doing, if I'm entirely honest with you, but he's doing it quickly and confidently, and Vincent is one of the hardest working young players on the circuit, so he obviously does this with some kind of an idea.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with you, Peter. I've played queen c2 quite a lot myself as white, and this is kind of the dream scenario.
Oh yeah,
it does feel like a mix a mix of setups for black. It feels like something's gone wrong, but yeah, we've got to believe in Vincent somehow. I do know that after f3, e5 is already one of the critical moves, pawn sacrifice.
Yeah, you don't even have to prepare it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, but it is slightly strange
and
to see.
I assume you were just ignoring it here, right? And like we do, and then yeah, you can go e4, queen d4, knight c6, and then perhaps try to prepare the f5 push.
Exactly.
That would be my guess. Some kind of a position like I assume I go back to c3, and now maybe knight d7, knight c5, f5 is something that could be attempted. Yeah, I'm not really a Nimzo player myself. One potential guess as to what's going on here is maybe Vincent did not really expect queen c2 all that much, because I'm not sure if it forms, you know, a vast part of Prague's repertoire. I'm not very well versed with the like, they all play everything. Like in my mind, all of these young guys, they just play everything. So whenever, you know, I'm forced to speak about the opening repertoire of somebody who is, you know, 19 and rated 2700, my immediate reaction is this person probably plays like 3 first moves and everything afterwards, because that's how it feels. These guys just work on chess nonstop. In particular, the young Indian players, they all seem to be extremely diligent and have very, very good work ethic. So
they always seem to know up to move 30, up to move 40 in every variation, every forcing line as well, which is the scary part. Yeah, you were saying, Peter, that we've now done a recap, I guess, of the openings in the Masters section.
Yeah, I think we've covered all 7 games in the Masters. So we can either take a brief look at the challengers or perhaps return to the Petrov, because that is really the one that kind of is the most unusual of the positions we have so far. And Fabi does go for something similar to what we're discussing, but not 95 immediately, which is already kind of interesting, that you play 95, but you don't play 95 immediately. You go queen e2. I guess maybe his idea was that if black plays something like knight g7, we have knight g5 as well. This may have been the reason, trying to use the skewer, which is maybe what provokes bishop e7, just to stop knight g5 from happening altogether. And now Fabi has gone knight e5, knight g7, and knight takes d7. Also sort of confirming what I was saying about this structure. That this structure is actually, I think, these days supposed to be completely playable for black. And we don't want it. We want more. So he's gone knight takes d7. I assume black takes with the queen, because everything else looks like extremely outlandish. I guess we go f3. And this is where it becomes interesting, because there is obviously the move knight f6, which I think is not horrible. But you can also, like, at least for us, you know, for the two of us, it's not our pieces. We can sort of entertain the idea of just leaving it there and asking white, just how happy will you be taking on e4 and then spending all these tempi to keep the bishop on d3 alive?
Yeah, it's fascinating. I mean, maybe we have to go a bit deeper here. Castles, if white doesn't take, then...
Exactly. My issue with this is that, like, some move like c2, c3, just to prepare the c2 square for the bishop, because I really, really dislike putting it on a4. Because if you are forced to put it on a4, it really is not participating in anything on the king side at all. I don't know if this is enough, but I would be somewhat interested in analyzing, like, bishop g4 here. Then eventually I'll take, like, some kind of a sample line would be something like this, right? With take, rook f8, queen e1, and maybe I can play, I don't know, something like bishop f3 here, just to open up some space for the queen jumps.
Yeah.
And I mean, maybe the machine just laughs in my face, goes 92 and wins. I wouldn't be shocked, but this is like more than a queen parked on starting positions here. In terms of material, doing absolutely nothing. And all of my pieces, with the bishop coming to d6 at any point, all of my pieces are extremely active, and it might work for all we know. But we have no threats here, so something like c3, perhaps with the bishop on c2, all of those positions will be easier to handle. And we still don't, like, I guess I play bishop d6. Yeah?
And you're still not scared of me taking the piece, at least on c2 this time.
I think this is maybe even more relevant. I'm going to be doing pretty much the same thing. Bishop g4. You can take on f8, or you can go queen e1, and I think it gets to the same position pretty much. And yeah, here, like bishop f3, bishop h3, all of these things. Bishop h3, queen h4 probably is a bit... No, queen f5 might be strong. But even this, like, I don't know if this is bad. Yeah. It might be playable, because like gf rook f3, I do have very, very legitimate threats here. Like queen h4, I'll play queen f5, for instance. This is only one check, I'm not worried about it. Rook f1 is a mating threat, so let's say 92, rook f4. Like, if this turns out to be completely fine for black, or even more than completely fine for black, I will also not be shocked.
I'd be terrified, I've got to say, as white already.
Yeah, I think you are incredibly scared with white. It might work or it might not. And we've already gotten this far. And this is kind of an interesting moment, because Jordan so far is gaining time on the clock. He hasn't stopped for a second so far. Everything has been being played a tempo. If he just castles here and still has like 140 and 20 seconds on the clock, how happy are you taking on e4 as Fabi? You know, like, just how happy are you?
Yeah, he can't be happy at all, especially against someone like Jordan. I mean, maybe white just plays bishop f4, kind of just leaves it as long as possible.
Yeah, sure. I can definitely imagine that. But one of the reasons I like castles here for black is that like we definitely can play knight f6, but then after rook e1, we will probably have to play king f7. I mean, definitely we'll have to play king f7 because
otherwise f5 is hanging.
Moving the bishop away just loses the bishop. Bishop takes f5 on the spot. So, and it's not that horrible because there is no clear path for this knight to land on e5. Like we can go knight d2, but then we might have to play f3, f4 for that, and that will allow the knight back into e4. So I don't know if this is horrible, but I would prefer to be doing sort of like, if I can castle, play rook a e8 next move, and then go knight f6, then this will never be a problem. I will have my king on a proper square. I will protect my e-file by putting the rook on e8. And then if I have to, I will play knight f6. Why not? But I would like to prepare it a little bit first.
Yeah, I mean, we are still awaiting Jordan's move, but I wouldn't be surprised. Castle's kingside, it looks a great move. I don't know what else he could be considering. Knight f6, knight d6, I'm not sure.
Yeah, knight d6 or knight, like,
generally speaking, long,
maybe f7 is not such a horrible square for this knight, but like both knight d6 and knight g5 look awkward.
Yeah, rook e1 is actually a direct problem after knight d6, perhaps. So, yeah.
Well, we still have king f7. We always have king f7, but...
that's true.
I just don't like it. I would prefer to somehow do without having to play king f7. Yeah, we'll see. It's an definitely interesting turning point because Castles kind of throws down the gauntlet there for White a little bit, saying refute this or have nothing. Sort of. I'm not sure if it's true. I'm like as you correctly pointed out. In particular, a move like bishop f4, and then perhaps we play c3. We maybe spend a tempo on bishop e5, and then we sort of play as if this knight doesn't exist for a while, and then reassess.
But it feels like black shouldn't be worse. Maybe
not very much. Yeah, definitely.
Bishop f6, knight d6, rook a8, and black's very quick with development. Yeah, interesting idea either way. Very impressive opening preparation from Jordan. And Peter, maybe we could take a very short technical break just to try and sort stuff out. I think it's on my end, so apologies everyone at home watching. I'll try and get myself sorted.
Of course, yeah.
Very shortly.
We'll be back in a moment. Yeah. And we're back, hopefully with no more issues. We've done sort of the roundup of the Masters group. There are some interesting positions, but generally I would have to say that compared to some of the previous rounds, this has been a quieter rounds so far in terms of openings. Jordan, by the way, does castle, which is something that I very much like to see. He did not manage to do it with time still being added. Like he did dip below the 140 that he started with, which is a bit regrettable. It would be very cool if he just like stayed above 140 until move 23 or something. But Fabi, I'm pretty sure Fabi still understands this is not being ad-libbed at him. So will be interesting to see how he deals with it. And before we move on and maybe take a look at the challenges, I do want to ask you one thing. And this is a structure which appears in Petrov's quite a bit, but not obviously in this line. If we discuss, and I will just make moves which are not going to be made, but what's your personal feeling about this structure? Do you think White has realistic winning chances, or do you think Black just sort of plays around the eventual rook on e5 and it's fine?
That's a very good question. I mean, it would depend on the player playing Black. I think I've seen Magnus defend positions like this kind of in his sleep, and he seems to not even face any long-term problems. But certain players maybe would struggle. I don't think.
Yeah. So, but what I'm talking about is I don't think you can get all 4 rooks off before one of them lands on e5. So you end up having to defend some kind of a position like this.
Yeah.
And it looks beautiful for White. Of course, the bishop on d3 is much better than the bishop on d7 and blah, blah. And the rook on e5 is dominating over the entire board and blah, blah. I will be using and blah, blah quite a lot in describing this position. But how do you win it? I think the problem is then at some point you have to ask yourself, how am I going to win it? I guess the answer is generally connected with the idea of pushing c4 and opening something in the center. But yeah, I think people who are reasonably well versed in playing these types of structures, they know what they can allow and what they can't allow, and they kind of navigate it quite confidently. Maybe the bishop goes to f7 very quickly, and then king g7, and you chill forever. And you're just claiming that nothing will ever get past this setup.
Yeah, I guess this is also very cooperative from Black. Often Black will have time to stop f4.
That was exactly
stuff, maybe.
That was going to be my next point. That I was very, very helpful there. In particular, I think nobody trades knights here. I think you just drop it back to f6, and you say your only realistic way of planting your knight on e5 is to play f3, f4, and then I will have a very similar strength of knight on the e4 square. And otherwise, I will go rook a8. In some cases, maybe f5, f4 will become actually a very useful strategic idea / threat for Black. So, yeah, you don't get this very often, but I just wanted to discuss it with you for a second because it's not entirely unreasonable. Let's take a look at the challengers for a second. So, in the challengers today, we have a game between Mishra, who is famously the youngest grandmaster in the world, the current record holder, playing White against Velimir Ivic, who I think most of us went on the same kind of a journey of discovery. I personally, for instance, did not know this player existed before the 2021 World Cup in Sochi. And then I very much learned this player existed because he played unbelievably exciting chess there. Beat some very, very strong players, and it was just a pleasure to watch what he was doing. He played because of his rating, and I think he was rated very similarly to this. I think he was maybe 2570 or thereabouts. And the player was 2570 in a World Cup. Starting from round 2, you are being sort of down floated to, so to speak, and you are playing very, very strong players for the rest of the tournament. I think he beat Andreikin in a rapid playoff. He drew him in classical, and then actually beat Andreikin in a rapid playoff, which is something that sort of immediately raises eyebrows because Dmitry Andreikin is one of the absolute powerhouses of any short time control. I have the utmost respect for his fast game, and he's done so well there. A position which I don't know I generally like bishops, but here knight comes to e4, queen maybe comes to h4. This is kind of difficult for me to assess. Which one would you take here if you had to choose?
I think if you'd asked me a few years ago, Peter, I would have taken the bishops just because I was so biased towards them. But these days, Black has the solid structure, very easy kind of play of the next few moves. Just like you said, Parker knight on e4. You can even play f5 at some point. Put the other knight on f6, and it's really not clear what White is doing. I mean, does White castle queenside, I guess, at some point, and just
I think
shuffle the king to b1 and then decide?
Yeah, it's either there or maybe in some extremely favorable cases I could but also how do we get there? But
on g2,
some sort of a setup like this. Yeah, play f3 if you have time, drive the knight away from e4, or perhaps not even let it land on e4 at all, and then get it to g2 and claim that there's never going to be an attack on the king side. But I think b1 is the likelier destination. So yeah, very sharp, interesting position. Much to look forward to. There's a Kalashnikov. This actually wasn't a Kalashnikov. I was so sure this is a Kalashnikov, but it's not. This was an English.
Wow.
This was an English somehow, which then in this position, instead of sort of the normal replies to the Maratsi, Adiban went with queen b6, knight b5, queen a5 check, which I'm sure I've looked at some point, but I can't remember anything at all. And now we are starting to see the kind of the outlines of the Kalashnikov, but still, the decision to very, very voluntarily play 75 here is interesting but understandable. We do have a kind of a nice knight on d4. Why not support it?
Yeah, Adiban's another player who blitzes his opening very confidently, and you never know whether he's bluffing or whether it's computer preparation. Here, it looks like maybe a bit mix of both, but I mean, these pawn structures, Peter, I always really struggle with, having not really played too many open Sicilians in my life, and I never know whether White should ever take on d5 on d4 or park a knight on d5 instead. Just ignore Black's piece there.
I think you would very much like to force Black to trade, but I think this knight never really gets traded. I think we are very committed to, unless you decide to take, let's say, on c2 and play knight c6, knight d4 and park another one there. But I think mainly it just goes to c6, and then we have this kind of a standoff where Black is probably not committing to anything, and White also obviously does not really want to take on d4 all that much. Really feels like maybe Black is just fine. You can try this, but it doesn't really look like this particular version of it doesn't really look like it should be too bad for Black. cd5, I can castle and maybe start for some f5 counterplay straight away. I also feel like somewhat unqualified to provide an expert opinion on this, having not played very many Kalashnikovs in my life. A very interesting position by move 10-ish in the game between Amin Tabatabai and Luis Palos Shupi, where we had a Najdorf, which by move 12 really does not look like a Najdorf very much anymore. And this is definitely 2023. Moves like queen d3 being sort of, important part of the discussion of the Najdorf theory these days is
and queen
quite gone.
Oh yeah, I was going to say queen d3 was the move in Wijk just 2 years ago that won Jordan the tournament, right? He used it against Nils in the last round, I think, to win, and later won the playoff. So queen d3, and that game was very deeply prepared. You're right. I mean, moves like this are beyond me. I played queen f3 quite a lot when I was young, but queen d3 is it just looks so clumsy.
I think queen f3 feels like it's sort of more on point than Sicilians, but these days, I think if we have to try and explain it in human terms, g3 is actually a very good square for this queen in pretty much every single Sicilian. And if you start with queen d3, you're giving yourself a little bit more in a way of options of how you will put your pieces later. Because as we see, let's say in the game, after knight bd7, you just play bishop b2. And I think this setup would feel a lot weirder if your queen was on f3. So White is not really committing to any one plan for now. And then after b6, bishop b7, Amin just says, looks like what you're doing here, sir, is pointing out to me that my pawn on e4 is vulnerable. I sort of fart in your general direction. And I assume
I get the quote.
You know the quote. Yeah, so it's a Svidler family favorite. we did watch it like with the entire family at some point, and it became an instant classic, which gets used in all situations in our family life. So yeah, like e4, you can have it. You can have it in pretty much any which way. I assume after knight c5 we're also not playing f3. Like, it would be very, very shocking to me if white were at any point intending to actually defend this pawn. And Shupi decides that, sure, yeah, let's go. Rook e1. And now you get to these types of positions where it doesn't look very threatening, but if you look at it a bit closer, I have a feeling knight e6 followed by bishop h5 is already potentially a winning threat. Like, if black does something stupid here, I think this just wins on the spot, right? Or at least that's how it looks to me.
Looks terrifying at minimum.
I mean, g6, rook takes e4, and maybe you can continue here. But yeah, it looks absolutely terrifying.
Take on h5, rook e6, king f7, and
yeah, but like you just get mated, right? You just pretty much always get mated in positions like this. I don't believe in it.
Yeah.
So he goes knight f6, stopping that threat, and now he gets hit from the other flank as well, which is an interesting choice. I assume the point is, if you play b5, you are probably getting something like this, yeah. And then I don't know what the follow-up is.
Yeah, this isn't obvious, right? Because
no,
black still has a move or two to try and consolidate, and I mean, unless you're knocking me out immediately, rook takes a5 is coming.
Yeah, I don't know what else could be like c4 feels a bit slow because after all, I mean, the pawn on e4, I've been very kind of blasé about the whole thing, but it is a very, very healthy central pawn. If black gets out of, like, if black gets to play bishop b7 and castles, black is pretty much winning strategically, because it's not really something you can give up and not have immediate follow-up, which is why I feel like c4 probably is a little bit too slow, but who knows. What happens if we just go bishop b7, by the way?
Yeah.
Can we just completely ignore a5, pretend it's not happening? g7 isn't really hanging all that much, obviously. So white has to have some sort of a forcing follow-up.
I don't see it, I must admit. I mean, we can play a bishop move, bishop f1 or bishop f3. Or,
yeah, I was looking at
c4,
this.
maybe.
It feels very weird to, sacrifice the pawn and then start offering peace trades. But knight c6 is going to be quite annoying here as a kind of a long-term threat. And yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, it's so strange to me, just giving up
there?
the central pawn and just playing for long-term threats. But yeah, bishop f3.
Yeah, we're being told b5, c4 is actually very strong. But
wow,
okay. I mean, chat never lies to me on those topics, so
maybe we can investigate why, because I don't see it immediately. b5, c4.
Yeah, I guess, like, if you take, I guess, the threats against your center just become more pronounced.
Oh, maybe just d5, just bishop b3, just
yeah, and just get it over to a4.
Wow,
and
really long-term compensation.
Yeah, I can imagine this being good. Yeah,
like,
once again, you kind of need to calculate all of this.
Yeah,
but I guess bishop a4 is just because we have knight c6. Yeah?
Yes. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on this. I think it's potentially a very exciting game, but there is plenty of things black can try here. I still feel that maybe the most important one for white to have a good reply to is bishop b7, because you absolutely have to be very, very quick against the idea of just getting the king out of the center. But just to round out the action, there is a bogo in the game between Max Farnham and Elena Roberts, who yesterday won a very, very nice kind of a classical closed Spanish against Erwin Lamy. And do you know something about this pawn sacrifice? Because I don't think I've seen it accepted before. I think I've seen this from black, but I don't think I've ever seen white actually take it.
Yeah, I must admit, Peter, I've seen it a lot lately. E5. I mean, Magnus has been playing this quite a lot, E5 himself, and nobody ever takes it. And just out of curiosity, I did some clicking a while ago, and the computer does say it's equal, but I don't remember all the details. I do remember rook e8 was the main move, and eventually you just bring pieces out, and white often gives back the pawn.
Yeah, I think the point here is that, once again, trying to kind of explain it in simpler terms, white seems like white is like a healthy pawn up, but the pawn on e4 is very vulnerable, and also you have these guys kind of stuck on the queen side, and they will be very difficult to develop because knight on g2 is very, very tied up to the protection of the e4 pawn. You also constantly have to worry about the knight landing on d4. And black, I think, can just play sort of quietly. You can play bishop g4 here. If it gets chased away, it actually would very nicely land on g6, piling additional pressure on the e4 pawn. Even a move like queen e7 eventually is maybe not that stupid because white does not have really nice ways of protecting that. And black is just quite active, but still.
Maybe bishop f5 in the current position is interesting as well.
Bishop d3, bishop g6 simply, yeah.
Yeah, something like this. And
then
white
queen
feels a bit
d7,
tied
rook
up.
d8, yeah. Just sort of further hampering any potential development for white. Yeah, I like this, yeah. Bishop f5 seems like a nice move. We also have a very, very sharp Sicilian here between Erwin and Mustafa Yilmaz, which is, it's kind of curious because I don't know if you have seen the game Elin Roberts won against Erwin yesterday.
I have, yeah. And the
yeah,
Spanish...
but basically what I wanted to say is yesterday Erwin sort of assumed as passive a position for the entire game as possible, like very, very early on. Like, I don't know, 18 moves were theory, and by move 20 he said, I will never have a single slightest bit of counterplay in this game. Show me if you can win this. And today he does this, you know. Today he goes f4, e5, knight f3, knight bd7, a4, queen c7, g4. Like the change between yesterday and today is just like unbelievable. It's somehow it feels very amusing to me.
He learned his lessons.
Yeah, I think maybe the experience was so chastising yesterday that he just doesn't want to do it anymore.
Enough of solid openings.
Have you ever played 6f4?
I've never played it, I must say. I've looked at it very briefly.
It was my main weapon against the Najdorf when I was a kid.
Okay.
Like between the ages of, I don't know, 14 and maybe 18 or thereabouts, I think I played only this against the Najdorf.
With success, I guess?
Well, I mean, I was playing in junior tournaments and I was a promising junior. So kind of yes, but not because of the opening.
I mean, we should mention that Yilmaz as well, he's super predictable, always Najdorf, always the same lines within the Najdorf. So this feels like it must be home cooked. Or at least Erwin must have gone very deep on this. Otherwise, I mean, I've never seen Erwin play something this aggressive, this direct. Ever.
I think queen c7 is a kind of a rare move here. People generally just play bishop e7. I mean, stopping bishop c4 does feel like it's something that you might want to do, but generally, after bishop e7, the issue for white is that bishop c4, I think if I remember correctly, there's a problem with the move queen a5 here, attacking the pawn on e4, and you would like to castle, but you just cannot castle at all because queen c5 check wins the piece. And play becomes very, very forcing. If you play something normal like queen e2, you can already go in with b5. This is obviously me remembering, you know, quote unquote theory from 25 years ago. So like probably none of this is relevant, but this is what I remember. But the main line after bishop c7 is definitely not bishop c4. And if it's not bishop c4, then probably somebody returned home or left home or something. He is guarding our safety. Hang on a second. I think he needs to be let out. One second.
Okay. Priority calls. So I'm just hearing today that Peter has a dog. I'm looking forward to meeting him. I hope everyone else is too. Maybe we'll get an introduction in a moment. Okay, Peter's back already. Wow, that was quick. I was going to say in the meantime, bishop d3.
So I don't know what I missed, but the point I was trying to make is that if bishop c4 is not the main move, why are we spending a tempo protecting against it? And queen c7 does provoke the type of stuff that Erwin is doing a little bit.
Yeah.
But I still am a bit surprised by how energetically Erwin is playing here.
Yeah, Erwin does work a lot with computers. Maybe he'd seen that Yilmaz has played this queen c7 move before, or maybe he'd realized that maybe his defense against f4 lines were a bit shaky. But this position, despite black losing 2 tempi, it's still...
Yeah, it's still very unclear. Yeah, it's still very unclear. I sort of like it for white, but you still have to prove you have much. I mean, you can, if you want, just win the pawn back straight away, and it's not even that stupid because it probably forces black to recapture, and then, I mean, you can definitely imagine this being quite good for white if you give white a few more tempi to develop like freely. If I get to put the bishop on c4, play queen e2, castle queenside, maybe even. You always feel a little bit iffy castling queenside when your pawn is on a4 because black will have a very, very easy way to start opening up files with b5. But
I guess
white
already
has a lot of freedom.
Queen d6 and black has to be energetic somehow.
Yeah. And we often just completely ignore the fact that this is hanging, I think, in these lines. I don't know exactly how, though. Like, I would like to play bishop c4, but once again, queen b4 check bothers me a little bit, even though we do have 92. But let's not get too carried away. We still have some positions to look at. And in particular, I'm very attracted to this because, yeah, this was very, very recognizably just as this looks like an Evans gambit, and it was an Evans gambit. And this is going to be like, I'm not going to enjoy talking about this game as much as I thought I would because I just realized who the players are, and you just feel for Jerguš Pechac by this point because. In round 1, he lost a very, very publishable game against Max Farmadam, where he was okay, but he had to play very precisely, and he made one miscalculation, and basically not only just lost basically the game in one move, but also he lost it in one move in such a way that this will kind of follow him for the rest of his career. This diagram will be published and republished, and it will become a little bit associated with him, I think, because of just how, maybe some of our viewers haven't seen this. I will just briefly show what happened there. I'm talking specifically about the position where after bishop c3, he did not find the move g7, g6 here, played queen h6 a little bit naively and got hit with rook e7. And yeah, when something like this happens, you can more or less bank on this being a reasonably well publicized diagram.
Ouch.
So this is his first round, and then in round 2, I think many people who were here yesterday they probably know what I will be talking about. But yeah, round 2 in a way was even more painful because in round 2 this was his position by move 8.
Yeah, this one's been doing the rounds on Twitter, Peter.
Yeah, and
it's heartbreaking.
Yeah, and if you end up losing a game like this and you start a 0 out of 2 and those are your first 2 games, this is going to be already quite painful. This is a very long tournament. You really don't want to start poorly, and you don't want to start poorly in this fashion in particular. And now in round 3, by move 20, not actually 20, move 16 here, this is his position against Thomas Bertsen, and it looks, I mean, risky is understating it a great deal. So he accepted the sacrifice. He played c3, bishop a5, d4, d6, queen b3, queen d7, which I believe is the main line these days. Castles, bishop b6. All of this is extremely logical. Trying to play knight a5 and just solve your problems this way. Knight bd2, knight a5, still all extremely logical. Queen c2. And I'm not honestly entirely sure how you're supposed to deal with this with black. But he started by playing f6. I have a feeling you're supposed to just start returning stuff.
I think he'd taken queen c6 or something.
Yeah, like takes queen c6 and then go knight e7. And if the pawn on e5 falls, it falls. We don't really care all that much. I think that this has to be the way to go. So he's gone f6, which is already a little bit greedy. And now the problem is you get hit by a2, a4. And now if you take on c4, you're faced with a very uncomfortable decision potentially because a5 is a massive threat, and you don't really want to be playing some kind of position like this because this is just kind of ruined queenside straight away. So he just continued developing, allowing the bishop to survive. But if the bishop survives, how are you going to get out of the center? And now by move 16, this kind of looks like a position from a book of historical games between, I don't know, Chigorin and Steinitz.
Yeah.
And not only that, but this is, this is from that part of the book where Chigorin was sober and was kind of doing well against Steinitz. Because there's like some very, very distinct differences between the games where he was playing sober and when he wasn't. And this looks like a game where he was sober.
Yeah, I just already struggle to see black surviving after knight f3. And
yeah, I think the only way to not resign immediately is to play bishop b5. And then take with the f pawn, and then after f4, you kind of hope you're still alive after knight c6. And maybe you are, but like the engine says you're dead. Like we can see that the engine really, really hates it for black. I've been trying to, armed with that knowledge, I've been trying to refute bishop b5 for the last 3 minutes, and I didn't really find anything that was immediately convincing. But it looks horrific. It looks like you should not be doing well there at all. And maybe there is something even stronger than knight f3. Knight f3 does feel like the most obvious move, but
yeah, bishop b5 is tenacious. And I mean, we've been talking about Jurgis. I don't know too much about him, but I do know he kind of courts chaos. So despite the difficult start, at least he's kind of got a position where, I don't know, it'll be fun. He enjoys those.
I think that clearly is true from the first couple of games he played here, that he really does like having messy, very sharp positions on the board. And in that sense, he is getting exactly what he wants today.
Yeah,
but
I
just feel like he probably get mated. Yeah. And one final game is the game between Zhao Hirsindarov and Vaishali, where this is the bishop b5 e6 Rossolimo, where this is a very old school line. I used to take on d5 here myself, and I think she did this in round 1 as well. I think she had this position in round 1, which continued like this. And
this is
I think she was in trouble but drew in that game. But her opponent today decides to avoid all of this altogether and just goes d2, d3, which looks like it's not really very ambitious. But I guess White is claiming that this is a good reduction or a good addition of some kind of King's Indian attack, I suppose, right? Like we want to play knight bg2, I guess, I don't know, g3, bishop g2, h4.
Feels like White's lost a lot of time with the bishop, but
yeah,
maybe.
But black, yeah, like if you compare this to, this is no longer very relevant because I have seen what happened in the game. But if you try to compare this with like the normal King's Indian attack, just play g6, bishop g7. a6 is obviously a wasted tempo, but White also wasted so much time with bishop b5, bishop f1 back.
Maybe there's some concrete problems with bishop g5 and then. Yeah, who knows?
Who knows? She played d4. Obviously, if black gets to play 6 e5, she'll be completely fine. So e5, and this is a very interesting concept because the pawn gets placed on e5, and then it just gets sacrificed, as you will see in a moment. Black just attacks it twice, and White says once again, "You can have it."
Wow.
And she did take, and the quite forced variation followed with queen h5. Attacking this knight on e5 and preventing f6, so you have to go away. And now knight e2 and knight e4 is coming in, so the pawn on c5 will get picked up. And the current position is this one. What do we think about it?
I mean, first of all, it's got to be preparation from Sindarov, just looking at his clock time. So I would be inclined to say White should be better, but I don't see any way to immediately round up the d4 pawn. I don't see a way to get the white pawn to a5.
Yeah, exactly. Like if we could play a2, a5 here, we would basically just claim we're winning. But that would be illegal. Unfortunately for us, that would be illegal.
Maybe one idea is to just kind of play f4 and just kind of sit, and black's kind of tied down long term to the d4 pawn.
So let's say b6 and then rook d8.
Rook e4.
This starts looking. I do have rook a7, luckily for me, just in time to protect it. But then I have my own ideas, right?
Yeah, if you're in time, then suddenly it's not so clear. Maybe f4 is a bit slow.
Yeah, I wanted to start with rook e4, but I don't really see even the immediate e5 maybe. But I also like provoking, let's say, knight b3 first and only playing e5 then.
Yeah, makes sense. How about, instead of rook e4, I mean, if just going by kind of association with the Benoni, how about a move like c3 or c4, maybe even c4?
Let's really force the trade. Yeah, I agree. So I don't think black can ignore it. So we get this structure. We go, I guess, b6. Even knight a4 and then back to c5 is not stupid, right?
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
Just to kill off the bishop, just to make sure it doesn't get to b7.
a4 is coming, d4 is coming.
Yeah, I like this actually. I like your c3. I don't know which one I like best, but they probably lead to the same position, very likely.
Yeah. Maybe
it feels like white should be a bit better.
Yeah, white should. b4 is coming, everything's coming. Okay, shall we? I mean, we've taken a look at all of the games in the
challenges.
Now,
let's go back to the Masters. In our central game of the day, things have progressed quite a bit. So let's update people on how our London is doing. People, I think, used to just autopilot bishop g3 in these types of positions, and then I think people realized you can leave it on f4. And there was, I think, at a certain point, there was a lot of discussion of this specific structure, like, I don't know, knight bd2, bishop f4, ef, and then eventually white, like some kind of a structure like this, right? I will bungle the move order horribly, but I think there was a bunch of high-level games starting from these types of positions. I think Magnus had it against Vichy in one of the World Rapid and Blitzes. And some other games.
He had it against Caruana once as well from another move order. He's definitely the champion of this pawn structure for white. So bishop b5 check.
Today he does something else. He gives a check on b5, takes on c6, takes on d6, and queen a4, where I guess queen a3 is a kind of an annoying little idea, but he doesn't actually do it immediately. After castles, looks like queen a3 is playable, but he just castles himself, allowing black seemingly to sort of escape the cage a little bit with cd4, cd4, c5, rook c1.
Yeah. What was black's answer to queen a3 either earlier or here? I don't really see it. I've played Kamsky a few times online, and he always plays this kind of queen a3 trick against me.
I guess we go knight e4, and we've re-established the idea of c takes d4, right?
Okay.
We adjust in time, I suppose. Yeah, because like knight bd2, we just go cd4. And it looks like we don't lose material.
Yeah.
And so Magnus just goes rook c1. This is an interesting strategic turning point because c4 is what Ding chose, and it's, I mean, perfectly playable, of course, but I'm also not sure how I feel about this structure. Like, if this was a bishop which is on d6, I think you pick black every single time, right? But because the bishop is on c8, and it's going to be very difficult to find good squares for it.
Yeah, it feels like the white knight is very far from c5, though.
Yeah,
feels like
this is why I wasn't sure. Exactly the point that you're bringing up is that e5 is a nice square, but e5 we can move the knight away from f6 and play f7, f6 ourselves. So eventually we should hope to be able to smoke it out. And c5 would be a permanent square for the knight. But getting the knight there will take a long time. But they both, I guess, agreed that white is at least a little bit better here because Magnus was inviting this and Ding didn't go for it. He played c4, b3, bishop d7, queen a5, takes, and now rook fb8, knight bd2, and rook b5 came in. What do we think about this?
I would certainly take white, but that's not because I think white's objectively better. I just feel it's kind of, you're risking more as black long term. You might get stuck in a good knight versus bad bishop scenario. I mean, again, the knight is so far from c5, but I mean,
maybe eventually,
yeah, maybe eventually. I'd still be confident kind of defending this as black against anyone other than Magnus. That might be a bit of an issue. I don't know whether white should be trading the queens off yet. That's the thing. Do you keep the tension and kind of tease that idea, or do you just rush with queen a3, queen a6?
I mean, queen c7 is specifically the
queen c7.
I think if we're trading queens, we're probably trading on the c7 square. And I've been thinking about this. Like, it looks very, very attractive for white, but then again, like takes. My guess is that black goes a5, knight e5, black goes bishop e8, And then what you try to do is maybe you have to invest in some kind of a move like King of 8, but then you just want to play Rook B4 and A4.
And Rook B4 always gets hit by Knight D3 round to C5.
Yeah. So how easy will it be here for Ding to actually get rid of the remainder of the queen side?
Yeah. I mean, White can play a move like F3 just to control that F6 knight, and it's unless you can play A4 immediately, perhaps, then, or over either now or after securing the king, then.
Yeah, King of 8 also, like, some ideas like this might not be too stupid.
I'm wondering, Peter, if Black could try and exchange the queens in a more favorable way, so Queen C7, Knight E8, maybe?
Yeah.
Although I don't know if the knight's better on D6. It feels like it should be better than it was on F6.
Well, it might be forcing us to play Rook B7, but that might not be such a big problem, actually, yeah. Once again. And yeah, I want to... Unless we lose the C file.
Yeah, it gets quite concrete, right? Bishop B5, Rook C1. And,
yeah, exactly. It actually becomes...
F6.
Very, very tempo dependent.
But maybe Black's okay here, Rook C7, Knight E6, and just feels like everything's just about holding.
Yeah, no, this is just completely fine now, yeah. Because we still have back rank issues. Yeah, I think I agree with you entirely. The margins are very, very small here. And yeah, you definitely would like for the white player to be somebody else, but that's not really on offer.
I do wonder whether keeping the queens on, I'm not sure Queen C3 or Queen A2, what Black does over the next few moves. I mean, you can put a pawn on A5, sure, but Knight E5 is still coming. Maybe White just keeps the tension for as long as possible.
Yeah.
Kind of reroute the knights around to C5 before deciding whether to trade off those queens.
He's played Queen C7, though. He did give it some thought, but he's just played Queen C7. Will be interesting to see how Ding treats it. But I do like your Knight E8 move quite a bit, because I think in the lines we were showing around these types of positions, the issue of how to ever find any squares for that piece, I think, was very likely to be the biggest issue you're facing with Black. So just solving it straight away, solving it right this moment, does feel very, very logical to me. In other news, we're kind of on point today in this game, I think.
I guess by process of elimination.
Well, yeah, we're doing well. So after 3 castles, let me just take a look at the timings, because I'm curious as to how long it was taking Fabi. Fabi's actually doing this quite quickly. He spent, after bishop b6, castles f5, he did spend 18 minutes on the move Queen e2. But once he played Queen e2, everything else he is doing within like 5-7 minutes.
Yeah, I guess if you're afraid of taking this knight on e4, you're afraid of getting mated immediately, there's not too many other options. So bishop f4, these other moves make some sense.
And the reaction by Jordan, and Jordan at least is finally thinking, like the one sort of positive here for Fabi is that he did force Jordan to actually play a game of chess by some of these decisions. I don't know which one was finally Jordan out of book, but bishop f4 was met by bishop f6, which I think is very logical, just gaining a tempo, attacking the pawn on d4 and stopping bishop b5. Not stopping bishop b5, but making, contesting the e5 square, c3. And now he just goes g5, once again saying to Fabi, define what you're doing here. Fe4 still doesn't really look very attractive. Bishop takes e4. Actually, maybe this is somewhat playable, but it's also very risky despite slightly improved circumstances.
What are you doing if I take on e4, I guess?
I just wanted to set up this kind of a blockade, and then go knight g2 and claim that now that the f file has been closed long enough for me to, retain control over it. E4 is, if I want to be optimistic here with white, I will claim that this is a target. This is not a passer. This is a target for me to play against. But yeah, first of all, this, and secondly, honestly, I'm not even sure about GF.
Yeah.
Because you have to wonder where this bishop is going. If it goes back along this diagonal, I want to try to maybe, launch some kind of a hack attack straight away with like f3 coming in. And things of that nature. And if you stop all of that, then we have no pressure against the f4 pawn whatsoever, and black can play something like rook a8, bishop f5, rook e3.
Yeah, that rook's going to land.
Yeah. So bishop e5 is the choice by Fabi. Now I'm pretty sure Jordan will take. This doesn't look right, so Fabi will take, and the knight will go to c5. This looks very, very decent for black.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like a good version of some positions you get from the Petrov or from the Open Spanish. Yeah.
In particular, if you get to play d5, d4, which is making me wonder if we're actually supposed to play b4 just to potentially force the trade and immediately assume some sort of control over this square. Like takes, and, if I get knight d2, knight b3, and maybe I will start feeling quietly optimistic.
Yeah, I guess black has some moves, a5 or f4 or something, but at least Fabi has got a playable position. Meanwhile, Ding did play knight e8 against Magnus. And
very quickly as well,
Yeah, feels like that was at least the most principled defense. Yeah, and this one, I have to say I still like black's position somehow, even if we get a position like this, but it's definitely not as concrete as... might like.
I mean, we at least established some sort of control for white, because my worry here would be like if I make some kind of a non-committal move like knight d2 and I get hit by d5, d4, we're so far behind in development that I would be like legitimately very, very worried, I think, with the white pieces in a position like this. And my choice of before was very, very connected with those worries. Like if I play queen e3 here, once again, like I have to wonder if this is playable maybe for black.
Yeah.
Rook d1, c5, something like this. Although I guess after g5 we can't really be doing all that poorly, but...
Yeah, I guess that... Could we have taken on g5 in that line?
I'm blocking. Sorry.
King h8. I mean, it's still interesting. It's still King h8, and I don't know what white plays here, to be honest.
Yeah, but I did completely blunder the pawn with check there, so I just want to own up to being an idiot. Yeah.
No, but I mean, this looks like great activity for black, great compensation.
Yeah, it honestly does look very playable. Yeah, despite being a one-move blunder by me. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, this is what awaits Jordan. I guess he's just trying to evaluate whether he takes on e5. I don't really see any way for him to keep the knight on e4.
Yeah, I don't think you can continue punting the knight here, because now white really does look like you're ready to take if it continues being there, and knight d6 is just not a move.
Yeah,
suddenly white is just very happy about things. Maybe you're not much better, but you're back to being zero risk, and like takes knight d2, rook a1. You're quite happy about things.
Yeah.
So yeah, curious that he hasn't played bishop b5 yet, but I'm pretty sure he will. What else do we have? We were sort of right about this game, but not exactly in the fashion that we expected, I think. After bishop e2, Wesley played knight a6. Bishop f3 is still more or less the only move you can make, because we've declared this is where the bishop is going. And now Wesley played queen b6. And I guess the threat of knight b4 in these types of positions is so annoying that Richard had to allow, further spoliation, if that's the word, of his
sounds like it should everywhere. Be a word, at least. It sounds like it should be a word.
Yeah. If it's not, it should be. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And now finally, after rook d8, rook a5, the idea that you were mentioning all those moves ago has finally come in. The bishop pawn f3 does feel like it needs to be traded away. Honestly, it looks like black should be fine, but maybe we're missing something.
Yeah, it's a pity there were no tactics on the last move instead of rook a5, like d6. It wasn't quite working, and all these things.
d6, I guess we take, right? And after bishop f4, there will be some square for the rook. Yeah,
b6 probably. Yeah,
rook b6, and if you have to play knight a4, you actually break connection with the tactic. Just for our viewers, the tactic that we're trying to make work is this, of course. But the rook probably has enough squares on this rank to survive. And in general, like if if by playing d6 we don't win by force, we probably don't want to be playing d6.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then the move is weirdly still playable even now. But it leads to, I wanna overuse the word spoliation again. Like, this is just such a horribly ugly structure.
You're only 1 pawn up. I thought two maybe.
Yeah, with two maybe it would be something you could consider. Yeah, but
not worth.
And this actually reminds me quite a bit, weirdly. Like, it feels like you should never see a structure like this, and then you remember that in the previous round, we had this.
It's like a mirror image. Wow.
Which really does does look very similar, right?
Wow. Okay, that's great.
Fabi wasn't even a pawn up, though. Like, the thing about this, Fabi wasn't even a pawn up, and he held this reasonably comfortably.
I'm impressed, Peter. Great pattern recognition there.
Yeah. So what do we do? If we take on g4, black wants to put it back on f6 and then go either knight c7 or knight b4 and then probably b7, b6.
Still takes 3 moves, though.
It does take a longish while.
How about b4? Just to control c7 forever, and knight b4.
I'm choosing between knight b4 and knight f6. Yeah, knight b4 because I have these knight d3 check ideas, which
is
may or may not be relevant.
I kind of wanted to put one rook on a4, one bishop on f4, and just stop all knight jumps, but never in time.
But let's see if I can just go knight f6. I was looking at rook b5 ideas, which is it leads to some kind of really weird standoffs because it forces b6, and now this is a very actually maybe I like this with white because I'm threatening rook a1.
But rook a c8 and knight c7.
But you're in time. Yeah, you're just in time to play knight c7. And then then this rook is a bit off.
It's either very good or it's very bad.
And
probably knight d6 is coming. Yeah,
this is a very good square for the knight. Yeah, you're right.
It does feel like a Wesley type of position as well, where unless white is kind of tempo by tempo doing it, then he should be fine. Okay, interesting structure, interesting position.
Yeah, it's very unusual to have to kind of navigate these types of positions because you don't see these structures outside of these like somewhat weird pawn-offs. You don't really see this very often, and you don't like apart from like the very, very basic things such as we would very much like not to lose the pawn on d5 for nothing. It's not immediately obvious like which pieces you would like to come off and where do your pieces belong and so on. We'll leave them be for a second. A game that is developing somewhat quietly, but I think can blow up at any moment, is a game between Pragg and Vincent Keymer, where after bishop b7, Pragg chose to play knight e2 straight away, which, I mean, it's a very natural move, but I'm still... You have to wonder why we did not have time to develop everything.
Yeah, I mean, c5, we do the same as the game, I guess, just d5.
Yeah, first of all, we can do the same, but also I think in the structures, and I actually have looked at the structure a little bit, but that was 20 years ago, and my memory is kind of fuzzy. But like these positions, yes, you do generate some counterplay with rook c8 and maybe knight e5 in some positions, but if it doesn't come in immediately, if there's no like immediate payoff by move 15, if we just continue the line for a little bit here, like knight d7, I go, I don't know, castles, rook c8, just b3, for instance. Yeah, some position like this. And okay, maybe d5 equalizes. But even these positions, like it's extremely tempo heavy because if I manage not to lose my bishop pair, you're just not going to equalize, even if the entire center disappears. Here, maybe you probably do because you have knight e5 and this bishop is gone. But if in this position my queen is already on d2 and I just drop it back to e2, black is in tremendous amounts of trouble.
Even a position like this, knight f5 does feel slightly scary.
That as well. Yeah.
Knockout,
you could get mated. Yeah, you could get mated. But Pragg goes knight e2, c5, d5, which is also a very principled reaction. Takes. rook e8. Interesting that a kind of a very interesting interplay here where black doesn't actually play b6, b5 here. And white decides he needs to protect against it anyway.
Yeah, maybe
which is not obvious to me, because what I would like to do here as a matter of urgency is in some order. I think king f2, and then I think specifically g4, knight g3. This, I think, is the setup which prevents the most counterplay. And if we get all of that, eventually I think black just gets kind of wiped off the board. Yeah. And the point about b5 is that I think we can quite happily meet it with b3 in every single position. And just ask, okay, so you played b5, what next?
I don't see it for black, I've got to say. It just feels so slow. Knight e7, knight e5.
Oh, knight e5, yeah. But like, I would like to already start getting my pieces to good squares. But Pragg decides to play a4 first. I guess we don't really have to worry about knight a6, knight b4, because yes, it's a nice looking square, but the knight is going to be doing absolutely nothing there. Like it's a very empty gesture. And now we can go with, I think this really is like the best setup, because what we want to do here is to actually just give mate on the king side eventually. And playing g4 also stops knight h5 counterplay and so on. So Vincent played knight bd7 and king f2 is on the board. I'm guessing knight e5 is the follow-up.
But what next?
Yeah.
Even if white doesn't play g4, I mean, g4 here feels very risky. Knight takes. Okay,
this doesn't work. Yeah,
yeah. But just knight g3 and
so
b2, rook e1.
Yeah, white wants bishop b2, rook e1, b3, bishop b2. Maybe at some point, but most certainly would be a kind of a dream scenario, getting the bishop to b2, connecting the rooks, and yeah, if you don't do something very quick here as black, I think you run very, very large strategic risks. Your bishop, like it's going to be better placed on d7 than it is on b7, but it's still not going to be an oil painting. And if white stabilizes, eventually white starts making progress on the king side, and once white starts making progress on the king side, it basically never stops. So yeah, I'd be quite scared.
Yeah, I think it goes back to that opening with b6, d6. It just feels super provocative, super risky, and unless you are able to land a tactic, then it does feel like it's gone a bit wrong. I mean, the evaluation blood doesn't react too much, but
it doesn't hate it all that much. Yeah, somewhat surprisingly, I really expected more here, because I think the engines these days, they continue valuing space advantage very, very highly.
And bishop pair and
the bishop
many
pair.
Things.
So yeah, well, white has a lot of things here which the engines generally quite enjoy. But yeah,
I was wondering whether h5 is playable, but maybe white plays knight g3 anyway, and just black is in time to kind of put a pawn on h4. And
yeah, first of all this, and second, okay, I do seem to be blundering one move tactics, because I was about to suggest this.
Yeah, this was
and
my
then
trick.
And then I realized really this should not be played.
Yeah. I mean, just to try and prevent your setup, but knight g3, h4, knight f5 looks again just completely fine and struggling.
Yeah, this looks like you're only kind of speeding up whatever I'm trying to do here.
Yeah. Oof. Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't envy
and
Vincent right now.
We get completely refuted by Jordan.
Wow.
I am honestly a little bit shocked about this.
I agree, Peter. I mean, I just didn't see any reason not to take on e5. It didn't feel like black was risking too much anyway. And now it's maybe you're fine still, but it's definitely white who's getting hopeful. I quite like f4 from Fabi as well, just before black puts a pawn on that square and cramps you on the king side. Yeah, now it's going back to that question actually you asked me near the beginning of the show when if white puts a piece on e5, do you ever take? How are you feeling? What do you do in return? In that case, it was a rook on e5. This case, it happens to be a bishop. But I don't like it.
Black is probably not doing that horribly because, you know, in order to get here with white, we did have to give up the e4 square for the knight on d6. So Black will have his own trumps in the center. But honestly, I am very, very surprised by this choice because not only did I honestly like bishop takes e5 a lot more than I like this, I also felt that it kind of suited Jordan as a chess player much more than this does. Because what he is basically, in particular the move he's played now, he's saying that he can lock Fabi out. G4 is actually a curious move here because what he's saying is you would very much like the piece on e5 to be a knight, not a bishop. And I'm just going to deny you the f3 square forever. And if you don't have access to the f3 square, getting the knight from b1 to e5 is going to take an absolute eternity. I'm guessing the best route is something like this, which is now 5 moves instead of 3. And Black will probably have something to say about it.
Yeah, I quite like planting the knight on e3. Maybe you need to prepare that somehow, but I'm just trying to look ahead for when Black's knight lands on e4. And I don't think we want to rush to take it, but if we ever do take
having
it,
the
then,
option, So something like this, and if Black continues waiting here, we definitely will at some point consider taking on e4.
And then the knight is perfect.
And whichever pawn takes back, we will have a very, very nice blockading knight on e3. I like this. Yeah, I like this quite a bit.
I mean, again, I'm not sure what Black needs to do here, but just it feels like White has all the ideas, put a knight on e3, rook e1. Black is kind of waiting for the exchanges to happen.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm curious because it always felt to me that, you know, Jordan, as are really most players at this age, is a, you know, very interesting, sharp, dynamic player, and there's not very many, you know, sharp or dynamic things going on in this position. And there won't be for any kind of a foreseeable future. So,
yeah,
curious choice. Let's briefly take a look at some other games. The game between Parham and Anish Giri. Actually, Parham didn't play bishop g5 on move 7, but he did play it here. After bishop a7, he played d4, bishop d7, and now he went in with bishop g5, bishop h4, and bishop g3. Rook e8, and in this position, I guess the pressure against the e4 pawn is so annoying that Parham felt he needed to take d takes e5, which is really, like, on very simple general grounds, is something you badly would like not to do, because the bishop on a7, you would very much like to keep it locked out. But the pawn is hanging. And if you play knight bg2, you run into e takes d4. And this is a legitimate pawn sacrifice because after bishop takes e6, Black will take with the bishop. And the pawn is hanging again. And if you take on d4, of course, you just lose this pawn too. Black simply having more attacks on it. This is not a tactic. It's just a number of attacks on the d4 square. So he's gone d5, knight e5, bishop d7, takes, knight d7. And yes, Black had to play g5, but Black is somewhat better developed. The pawn on e4 is a bit of a target. The bishop on g3, I think, is quite clearly worse than the bishop on a7, at least for now. And I want to say I would be very certain Black is completely fine if this pawn was on a6. Because it's on a5, White now has a very clear way to create at least some uncertainty and discomfort for Black if the knight lands on b5. And the game continued, queen f6, takes, knight b5. And now Anish is thinking.
What's he thinking about? Bishop b6 looks
I think
automatic.
it just landed on the board. I don't think he's been thinking for very long. I think it just got here. Should be very close to complete equality, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's already pretty forcing, right? After bishop b6, White can't defend e4, so has to play e5. And
now kind of an interesting point, because at first I thought d takes e5 was absolutely forced, but you do actually have this option.
Yeah. Do you have to do some calculation here? E takes d6.
Yeah, you absolutely do, but I
Knight
couldn't
takes
quite
c-
make it work. Knight c7, bishop c7. Maybe it does, yeah, because I will have rook d1 in the end.
I mean, it feels like black should be able to defend somehow, but...
Knight f5, you go takes, rook d1, and black goes king f8, rook d8, knight e7. And black is probably maybe even better. Yeah, I don't know.
Knight
Definitely
c8,
not
king
worse,
e7 is coming.
Yeah, so maybe you make some kind of a draw in a position like this, but you're not playing for a win here with white, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And if you have to play bishop h2, there is maybe some argument for d6, d5. This is what I was going to bring up, because I want to play knight g7, knight e6, and then I want to kind of reevaluate my options. Like rook a d8, put the knight on e6.
Yeah.
If I could play c6 and drive the knight back, it would be excellent. But unfortunately, c6 always runs into knight d6.
Yeah, I guess you don't have to rush with c6 ever.
Also, this maybe is not bad, yeah.
Okay. Knight f4.
Actually, I think this is completely fine for black.
I think I'd still take black, actually. Just
yeah.
Feels like queenside majority long term is more useful than white's.
This one I like for black, actually, yeah. So e5 is on the board, and as a kind of a counter argument to everything we've been saying for the last 5 minutes, you can, I think, just very simply take on e5. Rook takes e5 looks like you're maybe inviting some trouble, because this you might not like all that much, potentially.
Rook e8, knight c7.
Yeah, this I thought was extremely dangerous for white, because
Yeah,
I think if you want to do it, you actually have to take with the bishop and allow bishop f2 and play something like king h2 and claim this is not too bad. But once again, like, I don't know, f5, f4, bishop g3 check, I don't know. Well, do you want to subject yourself to all of this stuff? If it doesn't work out for you, it might not work out in a very, very dramatic fashion. You know, like it's risky. So I think it's bishop takes, just to deny black the square on e4. And now we just go, and here he just blitzes knight h5.
Okay.
Nicely done by Nish. Yeah. Which I think signifies d5 next move, because I think this is a worse version. c7 is hanging, you don't really want to play c6, knight d6. And rook e7, something like, you know, bishop d4, maybe you're a little bit worse even, and you kind of have to prove equality with zero winning chances. Whereas after bishop h2, d5, I think it's very double-edged, like rook a d1, rook a d8.
Who would you pick here, Peter? Who would you choose in this position?
I'm kind of leaning black. I don't know if it's I don't know if it's right. I feel like maybe I'm a little bit biased, because I really like those types of positions with the knight on e6.
Yeah.
But maybe there's a way to attack the pawn on d5 quickly enough so that it forces c6 and then we land knight d6. But the problem with that plan is that if I go, let's say, rook d2 here, suddenly c6 just forces the knight back, because this loses a piece, because we left the rook on d1 on e1 unprotected. So I don't know how to get that even.
Yeah, and Anish is going to be feeling confident after yesterday as well.
Yeah,
I like this decision if he does play d5 to play on and imbalance it slightly.
Yeah, yesterday really is like such a shot in the arm for, you know, anyone. Winning a game like this against a very, very strong player. And Gukesh is, like, make no mistake, despite 0 out of 2, Gukesh is very, very good.
Yeah.
Beating a player like this in this style just gives you such a boost. Bishop h2 on the board, yeah, we'll see. But I'm betting d5, and I think black is at least fine. I don't know if black is already better, but definitely playable for black. So I'm looking through the positions. It feels like not much is really demanding our immediate attention. Let's take a look at the Evans. Yeah, the Evans was the one game where things could have happened. And Thomas Bertson actually didn't do what we were expecting him to do. He didn't play knight f3. He went with a version of it which sort of opens more files straight away. He's gone e4, e5. It's also, I think, I don't know if players necessarily keep count, but like you get more style points for the move like e5 than you get for the move like knight f3.
Players definitely keep count of the style points.
So fe, knight f3, it's a very similar idea where just as in the knight f3 lines, you cannot go knight b6 because you immediately resign after knight takes c5. I'm very sure this is just completely unplayable. Although, having said all that, I am now wondering if after bishop b6 the game doesn't actually continue.
What about knight g6 here?
Yeah, and then rook.
Oh, and take on e6 maybe just.
Just take on e6, yeah, to stop long castles. Yeah.
If you can't castle, then feels like checkmate.
Yeah, doesn't feel like you should be surviving this at all. Yeah, which is why Petrov played knight c6, bishop d5 followed up, and yeah, it's always it feels like it's a kind of a one tempo game here, because if you could play bishop d7 and then castle long, your position wouldn't be safe by any stretch, but you would at least feel like maybe you're getting away with it a little bit, but you're just losing a piece to the very simple takes on knight d4 because you cannot take. So you have to do something else.
But what? Bishop g4? I can't calculate this, it's too complicated. Bishop g4.
Bishop g4. Yeah. So we take, and now we consider our options carefully.
I mean, yeah. Knight d4 you can play, and then take on c6 or d1 or somewhere, but oof.
Yeah, I have no idea what I'm doing, but once again, not my pieces. Yeah,
looks horrible for black, I've got to say.
Yeah, but honestly, it looks like it might collapse, right? Because you have no good squares. Like, in order not to lose the c7 pawn with check, you have to play queen d8, and this position you know isn't good. So, like, you probably sort of close your eyes and go queen f6, queen c7, king g6. But like, your expectation of survival here is probably not very high.
Yeah. Also knight e7 on the last
also
move.
Very simply knight e7 check. Yeah. Even stronger. Yeah, much
keep
stronger.
the knight, then take the bishop. Yeah.
Yep. Very, very dangerous for black.
Maybe bishop e6 here just to block the e file. But
yeah, that's a much better option. And also, very importantly, it connects the rooks so that you don't lose the a8 rook here.
But even here, after knight takes d4, even rook takes d4 slightly.
Yeah, I'm very tempted to try to calculate this, right? King f6, queen f3, bishop f5, and I have somehow run dry. But I don't know, rook e1.
Wow.
Some kind of speculative crap like this. I don't know what I'm doing. But I'm having a lot of fun doing it. But whatever this is, I'm really enjoying it.
Bring back the Evans Gambit.
Evans Gambit is, in particular, if black meets it like this. Yeah, Evans Gambit is a good opening. And yeah, talking about gambits, the gambit Tabatabai played seems to have completely kind of blown up for him, because black actually just stabilized and are just a healthy pawn up. Seems like
even without the a6 pawn, it feels like black should be better.
So a5, he just played ba5, and Amin did not find anything stronger than just playing bishop d2, bishop takes a5. And queen g7 continues never being a threat, which means that black just castled. And yeah, Amin is now engaged in like very, very heavy damage control mode, trying to, line up the pawn on a6. Black played knight d5, allowing this little tactic with knight f5, but all it does is get some more stuff off the board. Important not to blunder this, I suppose. Even though, you're probably a little bit better even here, but
I was about to say rook fc8, queen b7, just
that's how I got. I just got there for you. Yeah, I also just assumed I will play this, and then I will think. First you play rook fc8, then you consider your options. But it is a bit of maybe a tactical miscalculation. But you can start with queen b7.
Yeah, start with queen b7, rook f8, put a pawn on d5.
You don't always win this with black. But you're just a pawn up. Like you will get rook c8, rook c6. The pawn on a6 probably never falls. But you will get like some kind of a normal, I don't know, let's say b3, rook fc8, queen d3, d5, rook e1, and I don't know, h3. And then like you're somewhat tied up to the protection of the a6 pawn. Like you go rook c8, white goes, well, not rook a3, of course, rook a2. And you still have to figure out a way to make progress. But I don't know, eventually rook c3 will become a threat or something.
Yeah.
It's just never any fun for white at all.
Yeah, just queen b4 start coming in at some point.
Yeah.
Yeah, this one feels like it
looks very, very scary. And Petrov, whoa. Whoa.
If you give me 5 guesses, I wouldn't have guessed that one, Peter.
Yeah, whoa. I think this is somebody who has been kind of badly wounded by the events of the first 2 rounds.
Tilt.
Yeah, a bit tilted, a bit just kind of general unhappiness might be playing a part here.
Yeah, you're just never safe on d8. That's the problem, right? Like even if there's nothing immediate now.
You are now sort of committed to staying on d8 for the rest of the game, and you're banking on it being a safe square, which I don't think is a safe bet at all.
Rook on a8.
I don't see the immediate refutation, but like I'm looking at rook fe1, but I guess you play queen f6. And once again, sort of close your eyes and hope. But it looks like you're already kind of borderline lost in all of these lines, like takes, rook b8, and then knight d4, e4, some kind of rook c1, and you're somehow still alive after rook b7. Somehow.
But black can barely move. There must be a way to amp up.
I don't know. Yeah, exactly. I don't know what the next move is, like a5 with the idea of a6 or something like it. Something very sadistic like that. I don't know. Looks extremely dodgy, and also the engine.
Effective.
Yeah, we can see the engine really dislikes it, but I haven't really figured out exactly how to break this open. But it feels like there should be a way.
Yeah, I mean, I like the simple approach, rook e1, or
maybe
rook e1 queen f6, bishop c6.
Rook e1 queen f6 looks like a good start, and now we think,
bishop c1, just h6. It looks like
I think it forces h6, but also I don't think h6 is such a horrible concession.
I was thinking something h5, knight g5, but it's too slow. No, but I like your approach. Just take the material back, and
but on the other hand, it does like take a lot of stuff off the board. This position looks like it might be winning, but we also give black some very concrete hopes. I mean, if we get here, I'm pretty sure we are supposed to play rook c1, because otherwise bishop d7 will happen, and I don't like allowing bishop d7. So we go rook c1, queen f7, bishop d6, I assume is just resigns. So rook b7 is strictly the only move. But now sort of d3 is a bit annoying as a kind of a slight source of counterplay, rook f8.
But a5, I mean, d3, just a6 anyway, I guess.
Yeah, a5, a6 is my problem. Yeah.
Okay, and if I take it, slow and steady, rook somewhere. Oh wait, okay, that's a threat.
Well, you can play queen f1. You might still be doing very well. I mean, I don't know if that does anything, but I wanted to at least make one active move in this game for black before I resign.
Okay, that's more active than I thought it would be. Maybe queen c6 anyway here.
Yeah, actually, queen 6 back might be winning. Yeah, because this is very empty. And then a6 will land, and he will resign.
Blundered rook b2, but it's still very dangerous.
We're just completely winning here.
Yeah.
Huh. Okay. Maybe. We're being told that our top billing game is maybe about to disappear. So let's head back there. Yeah. I mean, this is sadly a bit of a non-event. Like we were I think at least I was very much looking forward to this game, but Ding just defended really well today. So we saw this, and in this position Magnus went knight e5, bishop e8, knight d3, which is very logical. But Ding found a way to just prepare and play for very quickly. Just a5, rook b7, rook a7, using the fact that white, I mean, has a very beautiful square on c5, but not very much else. And now a very clean move, knight c8, unpinning the a4 pawn. And yeah. White is I guess, has the slightly better light pieces. But you're not really pressing too hard here in a very symmetrical 5 against 5 with no weaknesses.
How much longer do you think he'll play on, Peter?
Not very long.
Not very long.
Not very long.
Yeah, maybe we should stay here then.
Mm-hmm.
Just until they shake hands, until it's confirmed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Black can play pretty much anything. Just nicely after take. I don't know.
Honestly, I don't even think you lose if you play g6, but you never play g6. Knight c7 f6 is just much more
defend
correct.
Everything.
Yeah, I mean, White actually created one threat here which needs to be addressed, but once you've addressed it, there's really not very much else to discuss.
Yeah, as you say as well, g6, you probably get away with it. As Black, you probably just still hold. But
yeah, well, of course you play knight c7.
He's played knight c7.
You play knight c7, and now you want to play f6, and as long as you don't completely abandon control over the dark squares, you never lose. Yeah, Magnus goes knight h5, and I guess after knight h5 you can just play king f8, and now f6 is a threat. So you go knight f4 back, king e7, and you even find a very cute threefold to not have to.
Actually, on that note, is there a rule, Peter, on draws?
No, I think they're free to do what they please in Wijk in general. At least in yesteryear, in the days of yore, you could do whatever you pleased. But
King
of Fate played.
Yeah, you've played Wijk many times, I guess.
I played, I think 5 or 6. Yeah.
Okay. What kind of results? What experience?
I was once on +3 with 2 rounds to go.
Okay.
I will give you one guess as to how many points I had by the end of the tournament.
I won't ask. We've all been there.
It was kind of tragic because that was the only year where I was actually, I thought I was playing well and I was doing quite well, and then I got mated in like 25 moves by Luki in some Grunfeld.
Okay, I think I've seen that game actually. Yeah.
And then or maybe in the other way around, and I also got out prepared in some very, very sharp Najdorf by the young Sergei Karekin and got mated as well with white pieces, so yeah, did not end well.
Yeah, lots of everyone's strong in Wijk. That's the problem.
Yeah,
and I think we'll see that handshake any second now.
Very, very close.
Yeah, repetition of moves, and I'm surprised Magnus didn't take on Ding in some main lines just to at least ask the question how much Ding is willing to reveal. But it looks like a decent antidote to the London system.
Well, unless you actually, some years ago I would feel like I'm joking here, like, very droll, haha. But, London does feel like it's a bit of a main line for Magnus as well. Like I think he plays it very seriously. It's not like it's a give up. It's
no, true. And there we do see the handshake. It is a draw. I must say I was expecting him to at least play something that Nepo could potentially try in the World Championship match, just to ask the question. At least that's what my thinking would be. But,
some kind of a tag team or
exactly, or just just like a psychological warfare thing. Yeah, but London system.
That would imply he kind of lands firmly on Jan's side in that match, which I don't think is necessarily true.
No, fair enough. But
a bit of a dry game there. I mean, Magnus. Neither of us were joking, I think, when we were describing this position as very close to equality, but probably not very much fun to play specifically against Magnus. But Ding, when he's playing well, seems kind of unconcerned by those types of thoughts, and has just defended it very, very comfortably.
Yeah, in hindsight, maybe Magnus could have kept the queens on a bit longer. I'm not sure whether that would have changed anything too much objectively, but it feels like maybe it would have asked more questions. Okay,
it's possible, but result. It is what it is now. The dreaded "it is what it is" makes its first appearance. I think 2 hours into the show, it's a good time for, I think, both of us to take a bit of a breather and come back in a little while with the continuation of the action in round 3.
Yep, I agree. See you soon, everyone.
Think about it later.
Welcome back. This is still round 3 of the Tata Steel 2023 Wijk tournament. And we're bringing you back with the game between Jordan van Foreest and Fabiano Caruana, where Jordan sort of continues to be marching to the beat of his own drummer, I want to say a little bit, because we left it somewhere here, which I thought was a kind of a passive but extremely solid direction for Jordan to choose. And then knight a3, knight c2, we guessed correctly. Bishop d8, rook a d1, c6, knight e3, all kind of fine and well. And now Jordan goes b5, a4, b takes a4. Thoughts?
A bit shocked, a bit speechless. I mean, it's so anti-positional that I don't really know what to say about this move, especially b takes a4. The other moves were passive and a bit sad, but some logic behind them. But taking on a4, that pawn is going to drop at some point. Black's got weaknesses all over the shop.
Yeah, I'm not
being too
quite
harsh,
sure.
Peter?
I'm not quite sure what's going on. I want to agree with every word. Like I can sort of understand, but like you do this if you think your position is very bad. Like the way for me to describe it would be, these are moves of somebody who does not believe his position is any good, and he is trying kind of desperately to disbalance it at whichever cost.
Yeah.
But if you don't like this so much, why did you play knight d6? Like, what was wrong with this?
Exactly.
Why not this? This is a very fun, kind of unclear, sharp position with counterplay. And then you very, very voluntarily go for this. And then like 5 moves later, you feel that you're obliged to do this. I guess his point is, if I play rook a1, which I thought was the most obvious reply, I guess he wants bishop b6, and if rook takes a4, he wants c5. Which is at least doing something. I don't know if it's doing good things, but it's doing something.
I thought his whole idea was to line up knight f7 and then take on e5 with a knight at some point, but maybe especially before b5 or at some point around here. But maybe he was scared of c4. I don't think white needs to rush here. I don't think taking on e5 is actually a real threat, but maybe just g3.
It's an idea, yeah. It's an idea, definitely, because like in particular, if we make a waiting move, what are we recapturing with?
Because I wanted f pawn, but f4.
Yeah, but then f4 is very annoying, right?
Maybe g3 then instead of a3 would be a clever move.
Just to stop that idea. Yeah.
And also after knight takes e5, fe5, bishop g5 to give the white knight a square on f4, knight g2.
Yeah, that is a very, very good point. Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe he kind of set up for this and then kind of backtracked and changed his mind. b5. Okay, now he's playing on the other side of the board. So in the game position, queen c2 was played rather than
queen c2 was played, which I guess is a very smart choice, because if you continue in the same fashion, c5 is just completely unplayable, because the queen on a4 introduces the idea of queen d7, knight d5, and black resign. I mean, d6 is even maybe more painful, but this is good enough. And now, yeah, he's gone h5, but yeah, I don't know. I don't think you can be, this all over the place in this position and not pay for it, because I just don't know what this does. Like yes, you got the pawn to h4, but yes, if as white I have to allow h3, g3, I will have to keep half an eye on eventually queen landing on this long diagonal and some mayhem ensuing. But this is so far away. Like envisaging this scenario is just very, very difficult. Like, how is that ever going to happen?
And you've go on, Peter. I was going to say, he must be hoping for putting on bishop on b6 and just sitting and praying that it's not going to fall apart. But that's not really how chess works, unfortunately. It's just
it's
just sit and wait.
It's going to be somewhat difficult for white to find where to open this tin can, because let's put something on the board. Yeah, some kind of a position like this, where, I mean, we know white is much better, but you still have to find a direction from which to come at it. and I don't immediately see anything that screams this will be the solution. But yeah, I'm fully in agreement with you. I think this should not work normally. I wonder if maybe h5 was. Yeah, I keep on trying to find a way to make knight takes g4 work. So I thought maybe it's actually a defensive move because there was some threat. But I don't think there was any threat.
Maybe if, say, bishop b6 is probably a clever move. But yeah, knight takes g4 doesn't quite work.
I mean, we could maybe consider this, right? This is an important pawn.
Oh, wait. Is that not available in the game position as well?
Hang on, yeah.
Sorry, we were looking at the queen side so much that we didn't look at a simple pawn grab.
Yeah, we can also do this here.
Okay, and yeah, take queen f6. Oof.
Queen g6 maybe.
But knight e7.
Oh, knight e7. So yeah,
now the pawn wants to be back on h7.
Yeah, we've actually kind of ruined it for ourselves with h5. So queen f6 forces my knight to maybe some poor squares. Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm happy with this with white, to be honest, because it feels like giving up this absolute monster on e5. We kind of need to be winning if we do that, and I'm not sure if we're winning here because we have to play knight g3, I suppose. Black goes h4. We have to play knight e2, and this is now a very, very stupid piece. Like rook e4, rook fe8, even endgames after queen f5. I'm not sure how clear they are because I guess it goes to c1 and d3 eventually.
Yeah, at least momentum has turned, and it's no longer just a kind of white building up. I don't know if we can prepare that somehow. Rook de1. I don't know if that helps prepare taking on d6 somehow.
I think it does, yeah. Because if you ignore it for one more move, I think at least if you do the same. I mean, rook e8, but also rook e5. I mean, here actually I've blundered into
knight h6. Yeah,
who knows? But in general, having access to rook e5 in all of these lines should be helpful. Does black have a good way of preventing it? I mean, I'm assuming he doesn't want to play knight e4 because if he was okay with the idea of playing knight e4, the knight would have been on e4 a long time ago. But this is a kind of a, deductive reasoning which might have nothing to do with the actual situation on the board. Fabi played king h1.
That's deep.
I think what he's saying here is, please continue pretending you have an attack on the king side, and I will play h3, and I will have an attack on the king side. Because GH, I am the first one to occupy the g file, so I probably actually give mate. And if you play g3, I play queen e2 maybe, and like get it to h5, and you cry.
That does look potentially very painful.
That would be one explanation. I don't know if it's the explanation, but that would be one explanation.
Yeah, I guess he envisages a bishop ending up on b6, and there might be tactics long term. So
yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think that's a much better way of looking at things. Yeah, because we keep on coming back to those types of ideas and just sidestepping them for now, and not having to think about it is a useful addition.
It looks very pleasant, I've got to say, for white.
Of course it does. Yeah, of course it does. Do we ever consider going a3?
Okay, interesting. And if I try and bypass, then you b4, you have a5. And,
yeah, at least I understand that, maybe the center is just about to collapse and this is completely irrelevant. But I wanted to bring up this topic as a kind of a general discussion, because if white is postponing to take on a4, maybe we can do something like this and either make white work to pick it up. If you play, let's say, b3 or b4, as you mentioned before, maybe gives black some additional counterplay with a5, and at least you get rid of your weakness on a7. And if you have to play b3, then you have to invest some time in actually winning this pawn, which gives us maybe additional leeway to try and consolidate. And if you force ba, then at least you don't have to worry about weaknesses on the a file. You still have to worry about the f5 pawn hanging, though, which is maybe a larger problem.
At least endgames will be slightly less troublesome, potentially.
Yeah, I don't know if it's relevant, though. It's a move.
It's a move.
It's a move. And actually, thinking about moves in this position made me wonder if, I mean, in the current position, it's a little bit too ugly, but in this particular position, is there any merit in trying to play knight c4?
That's interesting. I mean, I don't really want to part with my knight, so let's say I take with the bishop and a move like queen a4, I don't know, but...
Yeah, this is a problem. It feels like I will probably have to give up this pawn eventually, but then maybe with the having access to the d5 square, now I can sort of reignite the dreams of...
Suddenly maybe the best move is king g1 and coming back.
Yeah, could be. But I think we've sort of covered this for long enough while ignoring other games. So let's take a look at some of our other stuff. The endgame between Parham and Anish. After knight h5, bishop h2, Anish did indeed play d5, rook d1, rook d8. I very much like the move king f1. I think it's just kind of a very all-purpose useful move, unpinning the pawn on f4, which actually has been immediately useful to Parham in the game. Also protecting the rook on e1 for all those lines, like the line I was discussing earlier. Like this tactic will never be available if the king is on f1. So yeah, I very much like king f1. Anish played knight g7, which is actually something that maybe is worth discussing. Would you say there's any merit in going towards the same square via the f4 square?
Yeah, it did cross my mind. I mean, I guess the acid test would be taking on f4, but that is risky for both sides. I guess something like knight d4 here, maybe. Yeah, I mean, the whole idea would be to eventually go after the f-pawn, or maybe rook d3, rook f3, or maybe even on the last move instead of knight d4. But I guess Giri just decided it's not worth the risk, worth the calculation required.
Yeah, I think he decided it's impractical to just do this. But after knight g7, the reason one of the reasons at least why I'm bringing it up is that he's gone knight g7, which allows f4. And now...
structurally, this, I guess, would favor white if just getting rid of the f-pawn.
I'm not so sure. Like, what's the plan here if I just pretend I don't understand anything?
Yeah, I mean, also a very good question. There are also direct attempts with knight f5. I guess we can cover in a minute.
I think this is what he's hoping for. I'm pretty sure if knight f5, he just instantly goes g4, takes, knight takes c7. I'm pretty sure this is exactly the plan. And then we want to take on d5. We also want to play f4, f5.
Yeah, this looks like fantastic.
This looks very, very promising for white all of a sudden. So I think this is the absolute dream.
Yeah, sorry, I was going to say unless rook e7, but that doesn't work at all. Yeah, so f4. I mean, maybe the variation you mentioned, taking on f4, then it's the most logical.
Yeah, and I feel like h6 is a little bit too important not to protect. So we go king h7, and we want to play knight e6, and then kind of reevaluate.
Yeah, long-term black can hope for some play on the g file, maybe.
Yeah, I thought maybe bishop e3 just to try and kind of provoke c6. But once again, the rook is hanging again.
Yeah, same tactic. Knight e4 is not the end of the world for white.
And unfortunately for us, this is not a queen. Just in time, but this is not a queen.
All works out like a dream.
You can, of course, go knight e4, but if we stop knight e6, I feel like there's no way this is too problematic for black. Like, I double on the e-file, and although, like, some position like this...
Yeah, it's a bit of a standoff, right? Black's a bit stuck. You don't really want to move your knight, allow knight f5.
Yeah, and maybe actually white has more ways to make progress, like a4, b4. Just start pushing on the queen side, because you pretty much never want to allow this. You don't really have king g6 because rook g3 check at the very least pushes us back. You don't have f6 tactics because I specifically played king f2 to overprotect the rook in advance. Yeah, maybe white is a bit better. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, he has taken on f4, but specifically to avoid this line, I was wondering whether you even leave the g and f pawns, just king h7 first. But okay, he released the tension. Yeah, I agree with you here. It looks at least easier to play with white.
GF bishop before on the board in the meantime. Yeah, I assume king h7 happens because no other move really comes to mind.
You could play knight h5 and hope for bishop takes h6.
Oh yeah, like it does force. I probably does force bishop h2, but I don't know why you would want to place your knight back on h5. Yeah, king h7 played. Yeah, and we'll see what Parham feels about this.
Yeah, bishop b3. I guess you could also be greedy and take on e5. I'm not sure whether you really want to.
Yeah, that was blundered, but I'm not sure it's such a bad blunder.
I'm not thrilled about this. Gotta say.
This was legitimately just blundered by me when I was suggesting bishop b3, but it seems to work out. Yeah, complicated endgame. It's still quite difficult to form an opinion I would be happy to stick with for more than 3 seconds. Let's take a look at some other positions in the game between Gukesh and Abdusatorov. I guess this is very close to equality. White has maybe the slightly better light pieces, but even let's say after king takes d1, even if I have to play h6 and then f6 or f5, forcing this trade, I think it's just going to be, there are so few pieces left that whatever small structural advantage you can claim here with white, I don't think is pretty much ever enough to win you the game. That would be my guess, at least.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. I mean, rather than h6, I don't know if black has anything more ambitious.
Well, we can discuss if we want this trade, but I suspect we will discuss it and come to the conclusion that we don't, right? It forces bishop takes g6, but this is not the endgame where you want to have the bishop against the knight, I think.
Although, yeah, g4 might be forced, right, just to stop king f5.
Yeah, even this maybe is not unplayable, right?
Yeah.
To be honest, I don't think even this is that horrible. Yeah, there might be choices available to Nodebek after the eventual king takes d1. In fact, and yeah, this is once again, I don't really know if I'm about to just shut up. I wanted to say the length that Gukesh spent on king takes d1 was kind of giving me he's thinking about the draw for vibes. But I guess maybe he didn't like knight d5 or something.
Yeah, I was going to suggest knight d5. At least asks a big question to white, which way you take, or just ignore. Because king d2, black can immediately just take on c3, force a draw if you want. Either by taking on e2
you're maybe a little bit worse there, but you can play c5 and you're definitely not worse here, right? Because it's a very I think maybe knight d5 was specifically what was worrying him a little bit, but after knight takes d1, there's really no way this can be much of anything at all. Expect this to end in a draw. In the meantime, we got some things correct on other boards, which is quite gratifying. Bishop b3 chosen by Parham against Anish, and also Jordan, after some thought, did play a3 ba knight c4.
Wow, that's a very good spot then for you, because that wasn't obvious at all.
I don't know if it's good, but I guess he just didn't like his position enough to decide that he needs to employ somewhat extreme measures.
There was one question I guess we didn't ask ourselves here, and I was mostly thinking about taking on c4, but what if white just ignores and rook d e1 maybe? I
don't think a3 is hanging. I don't think this really matters at all.
Yeah, that feels kind of complacent to even consider taking that pawn. And does black really want to take on e5 or e3?
Maybe this.
Yeah. It gets very concrete now, right? F takes c5, f4.
Yeah, if we had a good square for this knight, I wouldn't be doing this with black, but because it forces knight d1, at least optically, it seems like it's forcing knight d1. I immediately feel a lot better about things, because I don't know, we kind of need not to blunder this, but there has to be a way not to blunder it, right? I don't know, rook e7, g7 or something.
Yeah, or even starting with h4 is slightly tempting. I don't know.
As well. I think the critical line is the one you immediately spotted, which is like takes, queen a4. Not only trying to pick this one up, but also I'm sure in some positions we can be considering playing d4, d5 just to A, simplify, and B, open up files for our heavy pieces. But this no longer really feels all that one-sided, frankly.
Yeah, that's true. At least Black has something to hope for, some imbalance where he isn't suffering. Yeah, h4. I don't think d5 is a threat necessarily.
I don't think it's that great.
Right? Yeah. Black could just play cd, and actually endgames, White has to be a bit careful with the king, potentially.
Yeah. This comes out, and yeah, those could be legitimately risky for White if Black gets a good version of it with like h3 thrown in somewhere and the bishop's coming out and having operational freedom. I don't know about bishop c6. You would obviously very much like it on e4, but I don't like allowing rook d6 and rook d6 check. Otherwise, I would very much like, of course, to put it on the long diagonal. Briefly to update our viewers on the Erigaisi Aronian game, where Levon is actually making some progress, weirdly. I don't think it's much, but we left it somewhere here, and Arjun is playing a very, very subdued game, somewhat to my surprise. I didn't really expect that, to be entirely honest. He played bishop b2 instead of bishop d3.
Feels like he got caught out slightly in the opening Arjun and just wanted to shut things down.
So bishop b2, bishop knight bd7, bishop b7, rook fd1, rook c8. And this is exactly the kind of development that Black wants here. Everything comes out very, very naturally. The queen has a very important square on b6, which is very comfortable. And yeah, now Black is completely prepared to start assuming some sort of control. Kind of a nice tactic there by Levon, using the fact that the pawn is not on h3 yet, so you can still play knight c4, even though White seemingly has more attacks on this square. Takes. And you would assume this is still like heavily draw favored, of course, but
yeah,
Black for now has control-ish over the c file. But I don't see how we make use of it. Like you would like to play something like queen c5, queen c2, but this looks like it's never enough.
Yeah, maybe you don't swap queens yet. The white queen's so passive. Queen c5, knight d3, and I don't know, queen f5 or queen. Actually, there's no natural
there's no particularly attractive square. I think f5 is the best one, which is not along the c file, but
we kind of want a couple more moves: bishop f6, a5, maybe a4, and then you start to talk. But
and the game that sort of came to my mind when I was looking at this position was there is this. I used to probably when I was a kid I would be even capable of naming which number game that was. There's a very, very famous Black victory for Alekhine in the Alekhine-Capablanca match in 27, where he wins basically this exact structure by fixing the pawns on a3 and b2 and eventually picking them up. But and because of that, I think this is exactly the light pieces and the heavy pieces which were on the board in that game. I think in general he would very much like to keep the knight on the board and not trade away this bishop. It's not a very good bishop. But I don't think there's any good way to keep the knight on the board. There's just no attractive squares for it. And you can't really play queen b7 because rook d7 comes in.
I've got to say that's a pretty impressive flex, Peter. Capablanca, Alekhine. We need to know what game number it is now.
Honestly, there is very, very little left of what I was sort of taught about it as a kid. But that game kind of stuck around.
Made an impression. And he has taken on g3 and queen c7.
I guess knight d3, right? Because knight f3, you can't fight for the c file anymore. Like these types of positions, you can actually start feeling it a little bit with White.
Yeah, I had a game just yesterday where my bishop on f6 dominated the opponent's knight on f3. The knight on f3 is not well placed. Knight d3, at least according to classical wisdom, is always the...
Yeah, and it's a square. Yeah, knight d3 is already played. Yeah, it feels like it shouldn't be all that bad yet, but
how about
it's not much fun. Yeah, it's not much.
How
fun
about if the rooks and queens come off, Peter? What do you think? Is White definitely drawing there, or
I think
Black hope?
Probably yes, but like if you get a lot, like if we imagine this type of a setup, right, and then I don't know, I get the pawn to a4 and the king to g5 very quickly.
Yeah,
then it becomes an open question. But I don't think we get there. I think White probably will be able to, play b3, a4 himself, and
put a pawn on e4. That's pretty much a fortress.
That as well. Yeah. I think those you probably don't win.
Mm-hmm.
In the meantime, this was actually quite interesting. Richard treated it in a way that we didn't really anticipate. He just castled and just very quietly played bishop f4 here. It's similar to what we were doing, but we were always sort of trying to stop both knight b4 and knight c7. He just allowed knight b4 and played d6, which is a very cute little idea, just trying to provoke e6 and then pick up the pawn on b7, which is of course a lot healthier. But Wesley says no, goes e6, rook b5, knight d5. And now we have this kind of a weird situation where White has an extra pawn on d6, but it probably gets picked up eventually.
I guess is the idea knight e8, knight takes d6, knight e8, knight e4, I guess is the question. And then an f pawn push, I'm not sure where, f6, f5. F6,
yeah, I was trying to calculate exactly the same thing. Yeah. So which one are we choosing?
I would like to start with f6 just because the bishop on e5 looks quite strong visually. If we leave it there, but yeah, f5, knight g5, knight takes d6.
This looks fine.
It looks fine. I didn't see any tactics here.
Well, I mean, weirdly, we can't actually protect this pawn, but
do we need to?
Yeah, I think we're still going to be fine even if we lose it. We just need to find a good way to do that.
It's not
maybe
easy,
not.
actually.
Maybe not. Yeah, such a strange position, and we could have actually done exactly the same with the bishop on e5. I think we could have played a5 here, which most likely leads to more or less exactly the same position. And once again, we have to solve the issue of the e6 pawn hanging.
But maybe here at least Black gets a bit more activity. So yeah, knight f7 you've got to calculate after taking on e5.
Yeah, those words you have to calculate. They are very scary. Yeah. But I don't want to, Mom. Yeah, don't make me calculate.
Richard will calculate. It's fine. Wesley will calculate.
Yeah, that's for sure. Like if I had to guess without actually being forced to calculate, I would say Black should be okay, but it's tricky. And there's also something that I only noticed in a very specific line. I thought, why aren't we just playing bishop f8 here? And then I realized I don't know if it's the only thing that can happen.
Yeah, d7.
But this definitely can happen. Which means, I guess, that you at least have to consider d7 even here.
Okay, that's clever.
Knight f6, and then, I don't know, I can probably even force it if I want to.
Wow.
And then put it on c5.
Yeah, everything just holds somehow. It's all defending. For White, the rook on b5 is just about holding. It's held by the knight. Wow. Okay, so it's less simple than we thought. Maybe.
No. Yeah. The more we look at this, the more it feels like Wesley still needs to be very careful. Right? It's just not trivial at all.
Yeah. And meanwhile, Peter, it looks like we've had a result in another game. One of the ones we were following quite closely, Magzulu against Anish Giri.
That disappeared, yeah.
It did disappear. It was a draw in the end. And it looks like they agreed to draw. I'm not sure whether there was about to be a repetition. It looks like Giri offered the draw, which was accepted in this position.
No, I don't think. He just went knight f5 here, which is a clever move because you would, of course, like to play rook f3, but that allows rook takes e5. So the rook had to go back, and for this one small moment, you can play c6 without allowing knight d6. So knight d4, check, king g1, knight e4, and draw agreed somehow. And the reason I'm wondering about this a little bit is I'm trying to figure out how we equalize with white.
Yeah, rook f1 perhaps.
King g6. Because if you have to play knight f3, I know it's not much, but I would legitimately prefer the black's position. I will probably drop back to stop knight h4 check, and then I want to play 5 a4, kind of hint at a4 a3. If you have to play, let's make some moves, like something like this, yeah. Maybe not b5 to weaken the c6 pawn. But even, let's say, some endgame like this. Why don't you continue here with black?
It's a very good question.
Yeah.
I don't see any forcing lines in the final position either for white too.
It's not that I think black is much better, but I would have thought it's pretty risk-free.
Yeah.
The engine disagrees. The engine just doesn't give anybody any advantage here. So maybe
after knight f3, knight d2 can be played, and just to try and hoover everything off. But again, it's white forcing the draw. Or
all of these lines do seem like the only player with any kind of legitimate winning chances has to be black. Although, as I said, like the engine says, no, this is all completely unrealistic. Hang on a second. Is this a blunder?
h4? Oof. Ouch. Looks like a pawn to me.
Looks like a very healthy pawn, yeah. And then we go knight f2, knight h3, knight g5 or something. Yeah, it looks like an important pawn as well. I'm sort of on the record not liking using the word blunder very often, but this looks like a massive oversight, because you really, for a second there, I thought maybe he just he wants to give the pawn up to have access to the g file, but really it does feel like he just missed this.
Yeah, I mean, you're not getting any joy in the g file anyway. King h7, worst comes to worst, knight e3 controls everything in the turn.
Yeah, if anybody is going to get mated on the king side here, it feels like it's not going to be white.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's a very, very large oversight, seemingly by Jordan there. People are saying our Evans is blowing up, so let's briefly go back to that and see what's happening there.
Yeah, meanwhile, it looks like Jordan's keeping a poker face, but whoa, okay, Peter. Stuff is happening, but
things have disappeared off the board quite a bit. So rook f1 did happen. Queen f6 we agreed was the only move. White took on c6.
By the way, I did see in the chat during our break a moment ago, bishop takes d6 instead of queen takes c6, Peter, was apparently winning.
Oh.
And I mean, we can't blame him for not finding this. It's just crazy.
Whoa. Okay. Even after people tell me, okay, now I understand. Okay, this is very clever. So the point, I guess, is that, I mean, queen d6, knight e5 being bad, I think you can work out.
Yeah.
This, I think you can work out.
Bishop takes e5, rook takes e5 is
key. And this might be the best chance, but it's not a very good chance. Like you lose this. The king is never safe. You lose this. So I guess c takes d6. And what is possible to me is from some way away is that after queen takes c6, maybe even start with knight d4 actually.
Yeah.
e4, queen c6. We had this position, but basically we have, by being very clever and doing bishop d6 with knight on f3 still alive, we forced c takes, and now we go rook c1, and there is nobody here on this board who can stop queen c7 mate properly, because rook b7, queen takes c8 is made.
It's truly beautiful.
It is very beautiful and very, very missable. I don't think it's very fair to blame this on Thomas Bertsen for not seeing this. He played queen c6 immediately, rook b8, and here he chose not knight takes d4, which is what we were playing. He played rook c1 first.
Yeah, I think knight takes d4, maybe bishop d7. I was wondering about earlier.
Yeah. No,
Maybe
I mean, if we wanted to do it, we could do it here, right? When there's no intermediates.
Okay.
Yeah, there was a way to get the position we were discussing. Like here, black will not have any intermediate moves. So he took on c6 and played rook c1. allowing the move bishop b6, but playing knight takes e5. Yeah, this is a very, very interesting game because like he's giving up f2 with check to 2 different pieces, and black instead goes rook e8 and says, no, not interested. A very fair point because, of course, trading major pieces is much more important than winning a somewhat irrelevant pawn with check. Bishop takes d6 came in.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm just going to show the current position because I think we can get stuck almost on any move here and discuss it for like 15 minutes. But we have the current position, and it feels like black probably weathered much of the storm here. You will lose the rook on b8, but you will not get mated, which is the important bit.
Yeah.
So what we're choosing between, maybe it's actually the same position. So I think maybe the cleaner way to do it is to start with this, then this, and then this, which I think forces king d8.
Yeah.
But then I don't know what the follow-up is. I don't know if we have a follow-up.
Who's better, Peter?
Yeah, I don't know.
No idea.
I don't know. And the other way of doing it would be to start with rook e8, queen e8.
Would we get the same? Queen d7, queen.
And now we have a draw. But if we take on b8, it's just a full tempo down compared to the position we were just discussing.
Yeah. So he's gone for the other way, the more ambitious move order.
Yeah.
And king d8 looks.
Is bishop f2 playable? Before we start with king d8, I don't know. Looks like it's a bit, chutzpah e. I don't know. It's
very greedy.
It is very greedy. Yeah. No, I think we go king d8.
I guess it does force king h1 though. Bishop takes f2.
Yeah, I thought I can play king f1, but you
D3
can't at all because queen d3 forces you to take, and then we win the rook. So it forces king h1, and then we go king g8, and we play the same position. We play the same position.
Although white might have queen f4 here, threatening queen f8, and queen takes f2. Wow.
I don't know. Like, and game continues. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sort of game continues. Who knows what this is? Yeah. I'm very ready to give up.
Black is the one who has to be more careful though, right? Otherwise, one move and
probably.
With white, you might drop a pawn. You might still give a perpetual check. It's kind of bigger margin for error.
I think so. Yeah. But yeah, it's a huge miss from Thomas Bertson's viewpoint. But yeah, if you find bishop d6, you will be sort of glowing for days.
You'll also be searched by the anti-cheating team, but
yeah, it's just such a pleasant thing to contemplate, even like just to look at this position.
Yeah, wow.
Bishop d6. And in the meantime, chat is very, very eager to discuss the game of Elina Roberts because she is much better against Max Warmerdam. And I think this setup is sort of exactly why we were saying all of those things about the white setup earlier, because white still has the extra pawn on e4. And that's the only good thing you can say about his position. So bishop f5, bishop d3, bishop g6, rook e1, queen d6, queen c3, a5. I think an important detail here is that very, very early on, black played a5 to secure the c5 square for the knight. And sort of shuffling continued. Bishop e7 is a very cool move as well. Spending a couple of tempi to bring it out to f6. Just a very nicely played game. And queen takes d2, by the way. You have to have very, very good awareness of what's going on the board to just simplify into a pawn down ending, knowing you're doing well in it. She really is playing very well.
Yeah.
White is basically completely stalemated.
I guess
the only idea you have is some sort of h4, h5, but it doesn't really do very much. And also you can probably just stop it at any point by playing h5 yourself.
But the most difficult question is always what to do next. You can build up a beautiful position. You always have to worsen it somehow or kind of loosen it somehow to go for the kill. What could black's plan be? Ideally, you want to get some knight into d3 or knight into f4, but if you move one of your knights, you free up white slightly.
I like 93. I don't like 94 because I think white, one of the largest problems white has here is this knight pair, which is completely hamstrung, has no squares. But getting rid of that bishop, I think, weakens white position quite a bit. So I do like that. And also, it feels like maybe we're even forcing bishop takes d3 because we are threatening to... hang on, a4 is hanging.
Yeah, I mean,
a4 is hanging.
You can give a4 sometimes, but I'm not sure whether you want to right now. Which one's more important? It feels like maybe a4 was more important.
Feels like it gives white some hope for the future, right? Like king g3. I'm pretty sure black is still completely fine, but maybe we're selling ourselves a little bit short. So what else do we have?
I mean, I'd be reluctant to touch either knight. It just looks... I mean, you could play knight a5 in some lines, I guess, just to completely tie down white's knight on d2. And maybe head for b3.
Yeah, what do you do even against this? My one concern would be, now I think white is more incentivized to play even maybe the immediate g5, but also like this. Because I think in the current position, let's say we play just a passive move. Like if this happens, we have a pretty comfortable square on d4, where this bishop cannot be touched at all, because obviously you cannot afford to allow this knight to land. But if we move our knight away from c6, in the same position, after bishop d4, white will very, very happily just do this and hope to, buy their freedom by, getting rid of the c4 pawn, and then finally things will start coming out. Yeah, very, very strange position where, like, optically it looks like it should be, I don't know, borderline winning for black, but how?
Yeah, I guess you could make an argument for doubling on the d file. I'm not sure if that helps. You could make an argument for just sitting h6, b6, just make all the useful moves.
h6, h5, all of these moves. The h6 probably more kind of.
I kind of like the idea of putting the pawn in h6, because if white ever plays h4, g5, black's bishop has the h5 square. The pawn on g5 is always loose.
Very much in agreement with that.
But yeah, I mean, it still doesn't find the knockout blow. It still doesn't find.
Yeah, and white, I don't know, continues passing. Some kind of a passing move, protect h3, while also not stepping into the reason I chose this square and not this square is I don't want to step into the fork on f4.
Yeah.
I mean, looks wonderful. And if you, like, I'm pretty sure you play king h8 here, white is still not better. You can pretty much, I'm pretty sure you can just go king h8, king g8 for the rest of the game and you'll
triangulate
be
h7, g8.
You can be fine, but you want to find progress. And yeah, I'm not sure what it is. I really am not.
Maybe you maneuver the king round to a5, protect a4, and then d3. Knight d3 comes in and it's fine forever.
The king walk to a5 here is like, if you do that and it works, you can quit chess there and then, because your immortality is absolutely assured.
Who needs Nigel Short when you've got Alina Lopez? Okay, this looks good though. She's played.
Yeah, that's look very good, but we probably have to wait for her to come up with something. A relevant thing to say about this position is it's move 23 and they're both down to like 20 and a bit minutes. So this might be a kind of an interesting time trouble to watch, because it's a difficult position to play. It's like remarkable just how non-obvious every single decision here is. Like you sort of know what the evaluation is, but it doesn't really help you navigate it very much.
Yeah, I mean, both players will be aware, right, that black is hugely better, but
maybe double on the e file and just take on e4, like rook e6, rook d8, take on e4. I don't think white has much to say about this.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
Yeah, I really don't think white has much to say about this at all. Yeah, but then white will get to offload a lot of really, really crappy pieces.
White is still left with c4 weakness, b2 weakness. Oof. Yeah, g5, bishop d4 is still just park it and say what next.
Yeah, we'll see. Briefly, just to update you on the other positions in the challengers, Mishra against Ivic. The king did eventually end up on g2, but yeah, I don't think black has too many hopes of ever sort of landing rook b8 before. And that is really the only pawn break available to black. But I also don't believe white will ever be free enough to go for some kind of a, hack attack with rook h1, h4, h5, because you constantly have to pay attention to the pawn on e3. Feels like a kind of a weird position of the dreaded dynamic balance.
Weird stalemate.
Kind of exactly like a really strange stalemate where, this construction is completely untouchable, but it also doesn't really lead to very much, because I don't think black can very easily open anything on the queen side.
Yeah.
Donchenko is a bit better against Adibana, I suppose, because there's this very alluring c7 square you can try to aim your rook at. In particular, and this is why he played a4 just now, if you land the pawn on a5 so that b6 is never hanging, then eventually knight d6, rook d6, rook c7 will be a very strong threat. But the engine doesn't think it's very much, which makes me think there has to be a way to deal with it right this moment. Yeah, because I think you're on a very short clock here with black. I think white's threats could become borderline decisive if you do nothing for a move or two, but right now it's maybe not as much. Looks like, we'll just save this game against... in fact, they've already been repeating. It looks like this will be a draw in a moment.
Yeah.
And we left it here, and Luis Paulo kind of... I don't know if he didn't believe he could get more, but I really don't like such sort of ready acceptance of the idea that the most he can get is this 4 against 3. It feels a bit timid. It feels like you should be trying to get more.
He had a lot of time on the clock. It doesn't feel like there's any rush. Like white's ultimate dream is to kind of swap off all those pawns to at least make him work for it. Yeah.
And then you can, if we want to be extremely boring and lose even more of our audience, you can discuss whether this is an actual legitimate winning attempt because we've stopped h4. Haha. Still a draw, of course, and maybe a very easy draw even because I can actually do this and just force it. Yeah, and instead he played the same position with all the heavy pieces and never really looked remotely close to making it into a full point. Elina actually played knight a5, a move we mentioned, which the engine likes, but I still have to wonder what the response to g5 is. Maybe we just go bishop b7, and as you said, the additional h5 square might be, more trouble than it's worth for white. Erwin is worse.
He's a pawn down, right?
Yeah, just a pawn down. So this he did play knight f4, bishop takes f4, knight c5 was chosen by Mustafa here. Knight c5 is a very good move because I think, as we were saying, the aggressive setup here very much involves putting the bishop on c4, but now it will always be, maybe even immediately, but at least at some point, it will be met by placing the bishop on e6 and diffusing it completely. So something like this did happen in the game, and Erwin tried some tactical solutions here, but yeah, if you get somewhere here with white, you're just sort of in trouble in general because it looks like black will be able to castle, and then in particular, if you can't get this king to b1, which it seems like you cannot because the d-file is constantly controlled, your king is just going to be less safe. And Erwin even had to... This is a very brave move, but quite nicely calculated by Mustafa. It looks like you're opening up the e-file for some trouble, but you can't actually play rook e1 at all because of knight takes f3. Also knight e6, but knight takes f3. And now he is trying to hold this kind of a position, which is not going to be fun to play at all.
Yeah, I guess a takes b5 here. Black can't take on b5 with the queen, I was going to say, because of rook f takes.
Yeah, that's very, very beautiful. Yeah, that's a way to instantly, maybe not immediately lose the game. Maybe after king h8 I can still fight, but
you don't want to allow this as well.
Yeah, we don't want to allow this at all. Yeah. So a b, and then we have to choose a good square for the queen. I don't know. Maybe our best shot is actually, if that's the case, it's a very sad indictment of where we are. But maybe we have to play queen d5. I don't know. Because it really doesn't feel to me like we have much of an attack on the king side. And if we don't have any attack on the king side, it feels to me that eventually black will have an attack on the king side, and that one we really will hate.
What about queen b3? Can black hold everything together? Queen g6, I guess.
Queen g6.
Taking on b5, you take on c2.
At the very least, yeah, I can take on c2, and doesn't feel like an improvement.
Unless queen d5, and I'm just trying to hold things
also
concretely.
Like check, and do I have anything like check and rook b8 or something?
Yeah, I was.
Have I blundered rook df7 or not? Maybe I blundered rook df7, which is
okay,
relevant.
You always have a draw, at least as black.
We always have a perpetual. Yeah, we're not risking anything, but yeah, Erwin came up with a move we did not really discuss because it relinquishes all pressure against the f7 pawn. I guess he tries to play rook g1 next, but
doesn't look too scary. Just queen h6.
Yeah, I don't know why this was the choice. Yeah, like rook e8, rook g1, queen h6. You can play rook d6, but I will quite happily play g7, g6. And yeah, once the pendulum swings in the other direction, I think the game becomes very, very difficult for white in all of these positions.
Yeah. There was also queen e5 there just to get pieces off the board a couple of minutes ago. Yeah.
And Sindarov versus Vaishali. Sindarov is much, much better in this rook ending. Something has gone badly wrong here for Vaishali. I guess you just go rook d7, rook e7. This looks lost.
Yeah, one passive rook is enough.
Yeah, it's just the difference between those rooks and the rook on a7 is just massive. Yeah, something has gone wrong here. So he played knight b3 and knight a5, which is a very clever little thing, trying to prevent black from including the rook on a7 in the game. Knight e7, a4. I guess indicating that b6, knight c4 is very annoying, which it probably is.
Wins a pawn, right?
Yeah. And then after 95, he took, and yeah, things have just not. I can't even like the point is, I don't see anything in what she has done in this game that I can comfortably call a bad mistake. So I'm very tempted to just say this knight b3, knight a5 idea is just a very, very impressive little piece of footwork there by Java here, because really none of the moves I've shown by black, they look like maybe some of them aren't the best, but they don't look like blunders at all. And we thought this was sort of reasonably balanced, and 10 moves later it's resignable. He played rook d7, rook e2, rook e7. Like you know these positions never hold.
Yeah,
because you just collect everything while continually creating mating threats. It's just this never holds. So very, very nicely done by Sindarov. In the meantime, here after king d8, queen f4, queen f5, queen g3, g6, and a5 happened. Bishop a5, queen d6 check. Still looks like a perpetual. I don't like the bishop on a5 seems a bit loose, but after bishop d7, I don't see how we use it. We can pick up the a7 pawn, but we're still not really playing for a win all that much. So I assume this is a draw. And in chat, I saw mention of Levon now winning.
Wow.
Which is very interesting.
It must be something very concrete though, because if white gets one or two more moves, it should be fine.
Yeah, I don't know why that would. Maybe we are now in time to put the pawn on a4 and that's enough, but that still isn't at all clear to me. Yeah, I wonder if this is a rare case of the chat lying to us.
Getting us overexcited. Yeah, I mean, I don't think black really wants to play f5 or anything here.
Yeah, so how we get after queen c2, he played rook c1, takes rook d8, rook d1, so very straightforward. e5 f3. Yeah. Like if you allow king f2, king e2, you have nothing at all. So it has to be very, very immediate.
Yeah, we're getting confirmation that it's just been a very steady, small advantage for black. The last few moves, nothing serious to write home about. But yeah, I guess e5 is quite committal, right, Peter? Because suddenly it's not clear all the kind of pure knight versus bishop endgames are. And
yeah, you're giving up some control by playing this, but I guess the pin along the g file is so annoying that you can more or less safely predict that he will not lose control over the d5 square long term. Yeah, he's played a5, king f1 blitzed out. We cannot play e4 just yet. Like if we could go for this position and just sort of manifest our king on e5, this would have been maybe a decent attempt, because we're also somewhat isolating the pawn on g3, so maybe we can actually find the legendary 2 weaknesses to play against.
But e4 is dropping.
If you imagine, obviously these are really horrible moves, but if you imagine something like this, this can legitimately just be indefensible by this point, because maybe you just eventually get torn apart trying to hold your queen side while also having to care about the pawn on g3. But obviously, somewhere around here, white will play knight f2 and just pick this pawn up. And we're being told e4 is still the best choice somehow, which means that there is some kind of a tactical justification we're missing. E4 takes knight f2. It cannot really be rook f8, king e2. That looks completely wrong, so it has to be takes. What are we missing?
So bishop f6, I guess b3?
Pretty much always, yeah. I think bishop f6 pretty much always gets met by b3.
I'm wondering about some kind of race, if black just kind of plays king f7, knight f2.
Bishop b2, yeah?
Yeah, bishop b2. Or bishop e7, perhaps, just to...
Yeah, choosing... Yeah, I don't know which square to choose.
And there's something like this. Yeah.
That is a very good point, actually. That is a very good point. And also, one thing you have to say is that this might be sort of the last moment you can do something like this, because if you allow king e2, or if you play bishop f6 and white is now in time to play e3 for himself, like takes, rook d4, knight f2.
Yeah.
You might never have a chance to go back to those types of positions. Maybe you're a little bit better here, but this does look like this should be a draw. King e2, rook d2. Not very much.
Bishop g5, still some hope of getting into c2.
Yeah,
maybe.
but yeah, I kind of stopped here because after king d3, I no longer could see how we're making any progress. Maybe just king f7, king
just bring the king. Yeah, so it's still not.
Still a bit annoying actually. Still not that easy at all.
Okay, so as we wait for Levon to decide about e4 or not e4, it did look like Fabi, his game against Jordan has changed significantly since we were last there. I see white has sacrificed the exchange. White did pick off that free pawn.
Yeah, knight g4 did happen, and Jordan blitzed out bishop d5, bishop b4, which, once again, maybe this was the plan, but if it was the plan, I still don't like it. And Fabi here decided that he doesn't need to hold on to all the material he has and just allowed bishop d3. And this is the current position. c3, c4 played. Looks very, very dominant for white. I don't really know where the counterplay is supposed to come from. h3, we can, I think, reasonably safely meet with g3, because like imagining a world in which this queen gets to connect with the g2 square in any way is very difficult for me. f5 is already hanging. In fact, I'm a little bit curious why, for instance, this move wasn't played. Looks pretty strong. Maybe Fabi actually didn't like the fact that he cannot keep the rook on the board here. But it feels like it's winning anyway, right? Like some endgame like this.
It's a lot of pawns.
Yeah, like it is a lot of pawns, yeah.
I was going to say queen takes f2, queen takes f5, nearly rook takes g2, but it doesn't quite work. Queen a2, queen c2, you get back.
Oh yeah.
But
yeah, we're just a piece up.
Yeah.
But I guess maybe the point of c4 is that he's sort of indicating to Jordan that queen f5 is a threat, which still cannot be parried. Like whatever you do, I can still probably play it next move.
I've got to say, I really love his decision to play queen e2. I mean, I'm a bit more materialistic. I would have tried to stay a pawn up with no risk.
Why not queen a4? Yeah, why not queen a4?
Queen a4 as well.
Bishop d3, I don't know, rook f2, and then try to collect all of them.
But also, why not queen a2, for example?
Oh, queen a2, yeah.
Just to stop bishop d3 entirely.
Yeah.
Maybe
honestly, I really don't know why not. Yeah.
Maybe just king h7, rook g8, and some ghost of a counterattack, but it's hard to believe.
Yeah.
But I mean, just the fact that he gave up the material so quickly and was happy to kind of go into such a material imbalance. Okay, he's dominating, but it's still very instructive to me.
Yeah, I suspect if we feed this to the machine, it will say both are winning.
Yeah.
Like my suspicion is this position is winning and also this position is borderline winning. But here Black has some hopes. And in this position, without the bishop on e4, it really does feel a lot more glum. Like, I understand glum is not an actual chess evaluation, but maybe it should be.
Yeah.
Because, like, I think you hate life a lot more here as Black.
Yeah.
And
especially an active player like Jordan.
Yeah. And yeah, it looks like Fabi will be proven right because, yeah, two pawns for the exchange. F5 sort of perennially weak, probably gets picked up pretty soon. And yeah, just very difficult to see where any kind of counterplay will come from. And, you know, on the subject of king walks, like we can even maybe spend some time.
We
don't have to, but like, yeah, just moving it towards, I don't know, the c2 square or somewhere. In particular, after h3, g3, we could legitimately, I think, invest some time in moving it away from the quote-unquote danger zone. But yeah, nicely done by Fabi. In the meantime, one more game, I think, disappeared off our screen just now.
It was Wesley against Erigaisi, I think. Oh, no, not Wesley against Erigaisi.
Wesley against Wesley, yeah.
Wesley against
Wesley
Rapport.
actually found a way to deal with the problems we were discussing. And if our viewers remember what we were talking about, we kept on trying to lure the rook away from the 8th and then taking on b6. And Wesley obviously realized that, and he found this move knight d7, which creates a very strong threat of a a7, a6, and then just taking on e5. And after rook a6, he just very quietly goes knight b8, saying that, you know, this tactic no longer works. I mean, you can sort of discuss it because the pawn e6 has survived, but it's not really going very far. I guess you just go like rook d7, rook b8, bishop f8, f6, bishop f8, and it probably is completely fine for Black.
Although 94, 95.
Yeah, although, yeah, honestly, I was saying all those words and then thinking, like, if the knight lands on c5, how happy are you?
Yeah.
So some kind of a gamble was available to Richard in this position, but I guess he decided that it wasn't worth it. And then they just repeated because, once again, a6 is a massive threat. And if you don't want this exchange sacrifice, you probably just don't have a way to avoid it. So
yeah, it looks like a well-played game. I mean, there's still a lot to, I guess, that can be analyzed in the opening and the early middle games phase, but it looks like Wesley did a good job of neutralizing towards the end. It looks like things are heating up elsewhere.
Yeah, Levon actually has gone for all this. He now has to take on d1, I guess. And then I think it's extremely likely to see exactly the line that we were showing, because you are going to have to give up on e4, and you are going to have to show something for it. So weirdly, you can even maybe do this, right? Because originally I thought this is unplayable, but you can maybe even do this. Because I simply want king c4, king b3.
Yeah.
And if you go knight d2, I can get a very similar position anyway. I go bishop f6, b3. I go bishop b2.
You do give the option of knight b1. I'm not sure if this is relevant or not.
Probably is, yeah. And then king e2, king d3. Yeah, best probably not to give that option at all. So we start by bishop f6. Now, in order for white to be able to move the knight, you have to play b3. And then we go king f7. Chad was also suggesting bishop b7 might be more precise than bishop b2. I don't quite know why, but I'm prepared to believe that. It's very similar. King e6, knight e4, king d5. And despite white being a pawn up, this is, like, I would be panicking, like a full-blown panic here with white, because if this falls, you are in a world of pain, and it looks like it does fall. So you have to, maybe you have to go for something like this, right? just to try to shoulder the king away and then start your own counterplay as quickly as possible.
Yeah. Active defense. Yeah, I think this is what White needs to do. I don't know if Black can finesse it somehow with h5, bishop d6 at the right time, but yeah, it does look like Levon. At least he's asking questions. The game, Peter, between Pragg and Vincent has changed a lot since we were last there.
Dramatically, yeah. There were weirdly the entire weight of the game somehow got shifted to the queen side, not the king side as we expected. After knight e5, Pragg played knight g3 as we sort of expected. a6, bishop b2, b5, b3, and then we got this structure where White still has the two bishops, but there are some things happening on the queen side which require attention. Obviously, Black would very much like to land the rook on b4, which Pragg here is obviously trying not to allow. Knight fd7. I'm curious why not rook b8 here.
Good question. Maybe just something like bishop d2.
I will give up that exchange.
Queen
very,
c2,
very
and
heavily.
you just
like I'm leaving it there. I'm leaving it there any day of the week. Like I'm not touching this piece with my hands anymore.
You're too cultured, Peter. That is too classy.
Yeah, it just stays there. The moment I actually get there, it just stays there. So I think maybe the point is it might be a pawn sacrifice.
Ooh, allowing knight g4.
But I don't know, knight g4, queen b4. Yeah, I don't know. So, like, without going too deep in that particular moment, because we have a position on the board which we can discuss, it's curious to me that rook b8 wasn't played here, because after knight fd7, bishop d2, it feels like you might never get as good an opportunity to do the same. He played queen h4, rook ec1, rook a b8, takes, king g1. So he finally gets another chance. But now I suspect after rook b4, some bad things will start happening on the king.
All looks a bit scary already.
f4. Can't we take on c4 though?
Knight f5. And take on b4.
And then the rook close. Yeah, okay, yeah. This is not where this exchange sacrifice works out. Yeah, for sure. So he ended up deciding to go queen d4 check, takes. And for a brief moment, it looks like maybe you are achieving something as Black, because knight c5 is coming in, d3 is coming in. But f3, f4 is extremely annoying. If you have to play knight g6, I guess you're in a lot of trouble after knight f5. Hang on, rook b2 though. Yeah, how do we...
Ooh,
maybe just bishop takes a5, honestly.
c5 wasn't quite working there. I was trying to get c5, bishop takes e2, c6 to work, but after c5, maybe just knight takes
yeah, but it still feels like there has to be a solution of some sort, because White has a lot of very strong ideas. Both d6 and d4 are kind of desperately weak to the eventual knight f5, and either bishop, maybe even just very simply just takes, bishop f1, and then we want to play knight f5, knight d6. I don't know. He played d3, fe, d2, eg, and now after rook c8, because obviously, like, if you allow c4, c5 here, you lose. So rook c8, knight e2, takes, rook c4, bishop c4, knight d4. This is trouble for Vincent.
Yeah,
it's not immediately lost, but it's definitely trouble, because the a4 pawn survives. This is the important part. The important part is that you cannot trade a5 for a4. Because after bishop d5, bishop a5, both of your squares that you would like to use are covered by the knight on d4, and this just queens the d pawn. So Vincent played king f8, I'm guessing with the intention of playing king e8 here. But then you will have to defend some endgame like this, yeah?
Yeah.
Which, if I had to guess,
feels winning.
Probably lost, yeah. Even though the opposite color bishops do give you some additional hope, because you can go for some really kind of passive blockading positions in the knowledge that knight c7 check probably leads to an immediate draw. So like you go for some kind of a setup like this. And you ask White to break it open somehow.
Yeah, I think Vincent had something very similar against Magnus quite recently. if I'm not mistaken, it might have been exactly this opposite color bishop and knight, and also the A and D pawns. Someone might be able to check that for us, but yeah, very unpleasant.
Yeah, and the chat says it's not lost. Yeah, and honestly, the evaluation really doesn't indicate that this is so much. I wonder if maybe along the way something that was even harsher was missed, but nothing immediately jumped out at me as I was sort of playing through the moves that they played. It's obviously a very nice, very safe advantage for Prague, but yeah, winning it will be a task and a half.
Yeah.
In the meantime, this will be draw because you can get the king to a4, black will play a6. And if you try to play a4 and then a5, black will meet a4 with a5. So the queenside, effectively the queenside doesn't exist here. You can play e3, f4, and it will just get ignored. Basically, black just doesn't react to e3, f4. Like you can go back. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
FG is not a winning attempt. Might not be a losing attempt, but it's not a winning attempt.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, I'm wondering if I don't even take on g5 here, because it gives white a kind of a way in.
I think you can always wait on g6 and h6 if you do take.
Yeah, but I think we're okay. Yeah, we have the two squares exactly.
Although, it suddenly becomes a matter of tempi.
How?
If we've already flicked in a4, a5 from earlier somehow,
okay,
then after g5,
no, I have king h5, right?
e4, and
you're right. I've lost.
So
I have successfully lost this endgame.
But okay, this requires some help with a4, a5.
Hooray for me, yeah. And f5 instead of g5, instead of fg5. Yeah, f5 looks very, very pretty, but does absolutely nothing because now sort of both sides are completely closed. We ignore it. Like the white king never gets anywhere. In fact, after f5, king f8, I would start playing for a win with black because I want to bring the king over to c6 and then play a6 and b5. And I want to know if maybe I'm better now. Probably not, but at least I would like to check.
Yeah.
Gukesh plays a4. Is a5 already a threat?
Very good question. I don't know if white can ever create a passed pawn on his own on the king side. Is that so?
Yeah, this is also my question. Like if I go king f8.
Yeah. I say that with doubt, but a5, king e7, and
hang on, let me. Yeah, we cannot. We still cannot take, right? We're still not quick enough.
Looks very far away.
Yeah. So a5, we go king e7, we go a b, king c3, king d7, king b3, king c6, king a4,
king c7 or king b7.
And now the question, and now this becomes the question, right? Is there anything on the other side of the board? Fg, king c6. I think we're playing to lose with white, right?
You might well be.
I think we're trying to lose.
That's crazy.
I don't know if we've succeeded yet, but it feels to me like we're trying to lose. Probably we didn't succeed yet because we can just go e4 and then go back, right? And always meet king 6 with king e4.
Okay. Opposition. Nice.
Oh, no, hang on a second.
B5,
yeah, but then we have g6, g5.
G6, g5. And who's better? King. Yeah, it's just a draw, I think. Yeah, king b7.
Is it?
Oh, wait.
No. How is this a draw?
King a7?
No, maybe we start with king a7, right?
Or king
we
a7.
Go king a7,
that's...
king a5, king b7, b6, c4. No, but this actually becomes interesting, right? Because you can go after this guy, but then
there might be a stalemate.
You will lose your entire center. You'll probably lose if you do that.
Yeah, king takes h4, king f4 stalemate.
Let's show that. Yeah, let's show that. That is. I mean, along the way, black might be winning, but it's much better just to who cares if you're winning if you can do this.
Or king f3.
Yeah, this is just like it has to be played here. Anyway, this is weirdly because normally when I show a line like this, I also say that this is 22 moves in the future will never happen. This is somewhat relevant Because king f8, a5 is already on the board.
Wow.
Uh,
I mean, we're guaranteed at least most of that line, Peter.
Yeah,
King e7 looks forced. Or king
king
e8.
e7. I mean, you can still go king c3, but eventually you'll get there, right?
I mean, eventually White's running out of waiting moves.
Mm-hmm.
Or kind of pawn pushes. Wow. Okay. Will there be some twists and turns ahead? There's 6 moves to go, which means time trouble.
Yeah, I think it's still a reasonably clear draw if White doesn't go completely mental, but
you got to pull the brake
at some point.
right time.
At some point you have to just admit that you can't win every single game of chess you play.
Yeah. And meanwhile, as we approach the time scramble in some games, it looks like not too much has changed. Jordan has played c5 out of desperation, I guess, but maybe rook b6 is an idea.
Yeah, trying to play rook b6, I suppose. Yeah, maybe it's time to start cashing something in, like let's go knight f5 now.
That also looks good.
Yeah, DC actually is Fabi's choice, which also looks like a very, very kind of a dispiriting move to be facing here. Like, give me more of your pawns. Now d8 is hanging, so I guess you play bishop b7, trying to maybe get it to c5, but even rook b7 is like very, very painful.
Yeah.
All of this looks like it's just pain.
Queen e6. Oof. I mean, White can even play just controlling moves like queen d4 at some point too.
Yeah. Yeah, it feels like by this point there might be some solutions which just win on the spot. But if you don't find them, you have a lot of very nice controlling moves which should win long term. Yeah, it's looking bleak. Bishop b7 on the board in the meantime, yeah.
Yeah, we need that evaluation glum now. It's very, very glum.
Yeah, glum is good. Yeah, and also talking about glum, this is on the board. Engine says draw, but yeah, it's a kind of a draw where you'll have to play well. 92 also blitzed out by Arjun. Yeah, I think he will actually have to go for this position with the king on c4 because nothing else really looks remotely close in terms of giving drawing chances. Once again, the line goes king c5, king e2, king b4, you go king d3. And you kind of do need to play king c4 here. Because if you let black play king b4, you will have to solve issues with the a-pawn so quickly that your counterplay pretty much sort of never materializes. At least this is how it feels to me.
Yeah, this just looks winning. The a-pawn just always beats the knight, right? So
yeah, I think so, yeah. So king a4, I guess you go king c4, and then the big question becomes, is this fast enough or not, right? So we can maybe try to give some kind of a sample line. King a3, we go e4, king b, maybe a5 actually, because with the king on b2, a5 will be very well met by king b5, maybe.
Yeah.
So we go a5 first.
Maybe still king b5.
Yeah. Well, this is maybe good enough. Yeah, and knight
a5.
And then black switches to this plan. Right?
Yeah.
But unfortunately for us, there's a fork.
King d3.
King d3. Have we lost?
Probably you can.
Yeah, probably not. Yeah,
probably you can give away the bishop at some point. Bishop g5.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, just go after the.
No idea who's better now.
Yeah. Nobody, I think.
Yeah, it's just a draw. Sure.
Probably nobody is better.
I don't know. G5, h5, take on g3.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, this would be a logical conclusion, actually, from the current position.
Absolutely, yeah. We're calling it now. This is the final position of the game. No, we're somewhat joking here. So this is one position. Prague now, I guess they reached. No, they haven't. I was about to say the pause here has been long enough that it feels like maybe it's move 40, but it's nowhere near move 40. And Prague is looking for the best way to ask questions here. Is there any point in trying to prevent black from taking on d5 comfortably? Like, is there
knight b5, for example?
Knight b5, knight f5. There are all those moves, but I don't know what they do. Like
Knight
b5. Also, you kind of have to maybe worry about bishop b3 a little bit.
Yeah, knight c3, knight f6.
Yeah, in the end, he decides not to bother, just goes bishop d2, as is sort of expected. Yeah, and it feels like every single position in the Masters has more or less defined itself. So let's take a look at the challengers for a second.
Sorry, Peter. Just before we leave this board, just quickly, is knight c5 and knight b3?
You want, yeah.
I'm just trying to force it immediately.
This is very critical. I mean, I guess I can. Can I? I'm not sure, because weirdly, the knight is so completely dominated by the bishop on d5 that maybe we can actually go for this. Because we get to c7 in time.
Just in time, yeah.
Yeah, or c5 actually, maybe even simpler. And black is completely fine here.
And
this is maybe a very critical moment, because if that holds, that sort of makes a draw immediately. Knight c5. Knight f5 exists though. Like if white wants to avoid this setup, maybe I can play knight f5.
Knight e3 is coming if g6. That's annoying.
Yeah, knight e3 and then play a5. So we don't actually get to collect everything.
Again, I guess the question then becomes: is the a pawn worth giving up the g pawn for?
I'm not sure.
That type of thing.
Yeah, I feel like this might be more dangerous.
King takes d6.
Yeah, king d6 though. Yeah, maybe not.
I guess. Yeah, some work to be done for Vincent to calculate this.
In the meantime, people wanted the Erwin Lemy versus Mustafa Yilmaz game. This looks kind of bad for white. The question is whether maybe Rook G1 forces you to win some kind of a somewhat technical endgame, but which might not be very easy to win.
But 3 versus 1 on the king side, it feels like it should be.
Well, yeah, but
winnable.
The big question is whether like something like Rook B7 generates enough immediate counterplay somehow, like Rook E5, Rook G4, B4 or something. But it looks horrible. Even this looks horrible because like Rook G4, I go Rook G8, and if you play Rook B4, you just get mated. Yeah. No, I think this has gone kind of very, very off the rails for Erwin, when like I legitimately think those endgames are his best chance.
Yeah, queen takes b5, queen e4.
But yeah, but if that is your best chance, then your position really isn't very good. Like things like this probably just get you mated. Like queen d5, queen h3, and the game ends seemingly here.
Yes.
So yeah, it's just kind of once again our favorite word. Situation is somewhat grim here. You can go rook d6, but once again, like even let's say queen c2, queen b5, rook e2, like
something's gonna land, right?
Yeah, it just feels like eventually one piece becomes active, and once one piece becomes active, everything just collapses. Elina is still better, but looks like white got away with something here, right? Because white did lose the e4 pawn, but a lot of stuff got traded away. It still looks like black is maybe one move away from being completely dominant, but maybe something like rook e1 will hold. I'm going off of the evaluation because when I saw this for the first time 3 seconds ago, I thought black is winning. I will play, I don't know, b5, and then I will play f5, and white will never have any moves. But then I realized we still have some back rank issues here as black. So specifically after the move rook e1.
Maybe f5 anyway.
f5 we go gf, you have to take with the knight, and I get to play knight e5. And this is such a massive improvement.
Yeah.
This is such a massive improvement compared to, like, I still lose the pawn on h3.
Yeah.
But it feels like this position we just don't lose anymore with white, like something like rook c1, rook c7 or something. And even the bishop is so good that
even if you want to be really kind of really cynical, take on f6, rook e4 maybe.
Yeah, this doesn't force a draw, right? Because I have b5, rook b3.
Rook b4, rook b3. Okay, you're right.
This would have been a forced draw if not for the fact that this exists. Yeah, that was also my first thought. But
yeah.
How did we get here? At knight a5, he did play g5. Elina played bishop e5 and not bishop d4. Takes, knight f3, a very nice little tactical shot. Rook takes e4, but now we get this position. Is there maybe actually an argument that rook d3 was a little bit imprecise, but rook e1 happens against pretty much any of the moves I would like to make here, so maybe not. But still, like, if white goes king g2 here and gives black a move, first of all, this blunder is a full piece.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is actually kind of bad news for Elena, because it means that it's much harder to make a mistake. Like, you really don't have very much choice with white here.
I mean, knight e5 is like the backup plan, but that costs a couple of pawns.
Yeah, it costs more important pawns. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like you lose this one. There is now some forks being threatened.
King
You still
G2
have a
maybe
generate. Yeah, just f6, and I think this one actually is lost.
Yeah, it's not fun.
Because if you go in this direction, I will take on h3, and if you go in this direction, like I will put the rook on b3, I will play king f7, knight e6, and you know, eventually this will collapse. But this is a kind of an unfortunate situation where life just forces your opponent to make the best move in the position because everything else loses. And yeah, 5GF already also on the board. It feels like Max probably will get away with one today. And this entire line happened via a slightly different move order. It happened in the Ervin's game. Rook b7 was chosen instead of rook d6, but still rook e2, rook b5, queen c2, and
he has to play queen h5, I guess.
Yeah, I think you have to, but it looks lost now.
Yeah.
I don't know exactly what wins immediately, but something should win immediately.
I mean, minimum you go like g6, for example, and
queen h3,
then rook d8, or I don't.
Yeah, something like this, exactly. Just include one more piece in the attack, yeah. And then, yeah, the big difference is, of course, that after queen e4, queen f3, we will simply take and give a mate from the back rank.
There's no way of trying to survive this one, I think.
I mean, you can go rook b4 and pretend and like hope that maybe somehow this ends up being mate on the other side of the board. But you probably actually even lose this, right? Like
queen c4.
It looks like maybe not. Yeah, maybe not. Maybe you don't.
Maybe you win. I don't.
King f6.
Nah, you probably don't win. Queen h4.
Queen h4. Whoa.
Okay, that's too much to calculate.
Yeah, we actually still get mated. Yeah.
Oh, just.
We still get mated. Yeah, well, let's not get carried away.
Yeah.
It feels like if you don't play queen h5, you just get mated very, very easily. You can't really afford to give up the pawn on h2 with check. And queen h5 does look like something absolutely has to be winning there and then, but whether it's what we're showing or something else is less clear.
Yeah, maybe rook d8 immediately. Just f7, you can always hide in. At least in some of these variations, you have a safer hiding place on h7.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, just go like this. Yeah. h2 is back to being hanging, and queen e4 is back to being an absolutely deadly threat. And yeah, I like this. I actually like this a lot more because the king on h8 seems to be completely untouchable. And this became very sharp somehow. We were saying it's some kind of a Zugzwang, but
whoa.
Yeah. White actually went for broke and will now lose because we left it somewhere here. And yeah, Abhimanyu, I don't know, knight b7, is c5 a threat or something? I don't really understand why we were committed to breaking the structure open, but he played e4, got met with takes rook f8, which still doesn't look like we've lost, but it's already a bit awkward because let's say bishop g3, queen e6, you have to play queen g1, you don't have good squares. So he took on c4 and played bishop b5. Maybe he missed knight c5. Maybe this what happened.
Yeah, and now is very clever.
And now he played bishop g7, and Velimir is not going to miss that. He already played rook g7, d takes c5, d5, d4, very nice touch, deflecting the queen away from the g3 square. And the choice for white now is either allow d3, and then you're kind of losing positionally long term, or take on d4 and probably just get mated on the king side because some kind of rook h7 will eventually happen, like king h1, queen h4, king g1, just queen g3.
Queen g3, yeah.
Just keep the queen in touch with the rook on e1 so that you can never play rook g2, and then rook h7 is just ends the game. So I guess you have to play something like queen g3, g3, and I don't know, rook f2, but it looks lost.
Yeah.
Also, probably rook f7 is even stronger, not to even allow rook f2.
Is queen h3 queen h3, black doesn't even need to trade off the queens, right? Queen 8, maybe even queen e5 or.
Yeah.
I mean, the rook.
I suspect the endgame is also good, but
yeah. But at least the c pawn is a bit weak, and if the queens come off, rook c1 might be coming. And
yeah, queen h3 definitely is the best choice. Yeah, you need to at least deflect and distract black from the most immediate threats. But yeah, exactly. Like queen e5 just looks like such a crushing move here. H5 is never available. The doubling on the F file is still going to be a huge problem, and D3 is still coming in. Yeah, queen H3 played. I'm pretty sure he just goes queen E5 here without a second hesitation. Like you can play queen G3, and then we go rook F4, rook F1, rook F7, and eventually we get to play D3, and everything starts collapsing.
Yeah,
looks bad for the American youngster. Erwin eventually played king G1.
Okay.
I assume we just take. Like there is really no reason not to just take on H2.
At least now White has a move.
Yeah, but White is still completely tied up. Nothing can go anywhere. You can play rook B7. We'll go, I don't know, rook H4 or something, and start giving checks. And our checks are just so much more important.
Queen G2.
Yeah, but yeah, you'll have to wait a little bit before you win the game, but you still win the game.
Yeah. Taking on F7 probably won't work out very well. Yeah, I mean, it's with a king like this, literally without any clothes, and the pawn down, and you will never. Yeah,
you like black has the mating attack and the material advantage. So, Max decided not to play 95. We can do it now, I guess. It's still, I think it's closer to a draw than it is to Elina winning. Still, obviously, a very, very creditable showing. She gave a very massive scare to her 2600 player.
Yeah, I would be slightly worried for black, actually, just momentum-wise after 95. If you still have to make the draw somehow.
I guess we can, like, if we want to make...
Take on c4.
No, yeah, that doesn't actually make an immediate draw either. Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, the way the game has gone in all of these endgames with like a bishop against knight, you do want to make sure you're not giving white any kind of stupid hopes. I guess we just take. If you take with the bishop, I put the knight on d5. This is a very, very sturdy setup, and then we go like king f7, g6, h5. We don't really have threats, but we're also extremely solid.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine black losing this one.
Yeah. All right, let's update the Masters situation. Fabi did have to trade some pieces. Is he still completely winning? Yeah, the engine says yes.
Bishop d4, maybe just...
Bishop d4, even bishop d6, I think.
D6, yeah.
Just bishop d6 and take on f5 next move. It looks like black can still pretend for a while, but...
Yeah, there's never any way towards the white king. Just too many ways to shut the door.
Yeah, you want to play knight f5, but that allows queen takes c5 check specifically, and the queens come off. You might even still be winning there, but I don't think you ever do that, because that is how black gets some additional hopes. Bishop d4 also looks very strong, but I guess maybe after queen e6, once again, you have to trade queens.
King f2, just control.
Yeah, I like this. I like this. Yeah. Full control. Yeah.
Knight takes f5 coming next. Yeah.
Yeah, he chose bishop d6, but I don't think it matters a great deal.
Yeah, impressive game from Fabi. Got to say, once he was given that chance, which we're still a bit confused about. Jordan going very passive. But...
Yeah, basically two extremely important kind of turning points in the game. And honestly, I think, if this game becomes the headliner of the round and it gets covered in like game of the day collections, people will be sort of stamping a diagram here and saying there's a pawn on g4, and 1 moment later it will not be there. But to my eyes, really, the most important moment in the game came here. I really feel like the decision not to play this much livelier structure is very, very difficult to explain.
Yeah.
Honestly, I just don't understand what he didn't like about this. It just feels like it's a dream open Spanish.
Yeah, I was wondering maybe f4 for white, but
but we go d4. We go d4, and like it's such a mess. You could very easily be better here with black, like very easily.
Definitely, and again, it's Jordan. I mean, it's his style. It's his. It's just what he wants. But yeah, confusing moment, and looks like he'll be punished.
Yeah, very very likely that he doesn't save the game from here. You still have to show some precision after queen e6, I think, because even though you have like the 4 pawns for the exchange, like some position like this, unless the pawns just sort of queen immediately, which they might, but I'm not sure. Actually, they do, yeah, because you don't have any move. Like, if I had time here to play, I don't know, rook e1, a1, and king e8, this could become a very, very interesting race. But the problem is d7 is a threat, and after rook d1, you don't have squares.
But Peter, rook c1, because d7 I meet with rook d1.
Yeah. So rook somewhere, c1 or a1, and then d7 can be, this I missed.
And then king e8.
King e3.
King e3 should
king
still be
e8.
Enough. King d4 must be winning.
King d4. But honestly, this is a bit exciting. Yeah, like king d7, and I start giving checks from behind.
King d5, knight d4, maybe.
You're in time to establish this. Yeah, this probably wins. But it becomes a bit touch and go. And this is a thing about these endgames where a single rook is fighting against a single light piece. They sometimes are less clear than you would assume, just counting the pawns and seeing the strong passers the light piece side has. Jordan's still thinking. Yeah, Jordan's still thinking. He has 8 minutes, so it's very understandable that he wants to check all of his options before committing. But yeah, it looks like you shouldn't be able to save this. In the meantime, Prague has this position. I mean, it's a nice position to have, but I don't know if you actually win it. Like knight b8, c6, and we assume all the positions with the knights off, even if the pawn reaches a7, are just a draw. Like, just to show to our viewers some position like this. Let's say bishop takes. I will just even force it to get to a7. And then I play, I don't know, f6, g6, maybe even f6 and just nothing else.
Yeah, that's
just
the safer way.
Just f6 and keep the bishop on this diagonal. There's no way for the white king to get anywhere near the a8 square. And I don't think there's a way in on the king side either. So I have a feeling this holds. Obviously, I'm not the best person to quote on this topic, but I have a feeling this holds.
Yeah. I once had a similar endgame, except I was 3 pawns up. I had a7, b6, and d6. I was black, but basically the same setup, and I still couldn't win because the bishop on the long diagonal. Yeah, but there were no pawns on the other side, so it was easy to. It was a fortress essentially.
Yeah. So it feels like Vincent has very, very decent drawing chances, because it's actually quite difficult after knight b8 to even avoid this, because knight c6 will start, attacking your setup, and how do you? I don't think you can avoid the trade of knights without losing some of your material, at least not easily.
And knight f5 maybe.
But I guess all of those attempts start with knight f5, g6, and then something.
Knight e3.
But knight e3, but I don't know what that does.
Just trying to hold off black long enough.
Bishop e6, I guess.
But now there's no threat, so king e2, I don't know.
Like h4 or king e2 or something. And with the bishop on e6 being kind of controlled by the knight on e3, I'm less sure about allowing a6 here. It feels like you might have to play knight f5, but the game can still be kept alive here. And a very interesting moment, which was actually pointed out to us by our all-seeing chat. If you play king c4, the move I was kind of championing very, very hard.
Bishop g5.
Bishop g5 is extremely annoying. Because it feels like we are being forced to play knight f1, but we are very, very unhappy about the idea of playing knight f1, obviously. Like, we are desperately unhappy about that. So we have to do something else. And that means that we might have to allow king b4.
Oof. And okay,
and those positions look lost. Those positions look like they shouldn't hold.
He has reached move 40 though, so he can have a bit of a think, a bit of a calculate. Yeah, I mean, it's so ugly to allow that black pawn to start running.
Yeah, and once again, the engine says draw, but
like even after king c4? Or?
Well, I mean, in the current position, no. I'm sort of operating by the bar on my live board, which very strongly suggests that the engine actually holds this. But yeah, it's very, very panicky. Like, I wonder if the way to hold this is to go something like, I don't know which move order I'm choosing, but I just want to show the general idea. We want to go knight c4, king b4, king d4, a5, e4, a4, and just be ready to give it up. Yeah. And then go king d5, e6, f7, and just go after the...
Yeah, it's the wrong h pawn. I don't know if that's relevant.
It's also the wrong h pawn, but also it feels like we have maybe just enough activity to get to the pawns just in time. So we have to accept that this will cost a piece. I think if we try to like put something in front of it and block it, I think then we lose.
Yeah.
So we have to go for an active plan of defense, and I think this is how an active plan of defense looks like here. And from the black side, I would maybe even make an argument that after knight c4, I want to go king b5, king c6. And I want maybe to get my king over to e6. And then I want to start threatening to push the pawn. Maybe. I don't know. It's at least something to consider.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm also
just
wondering...
not letting the king reach d5. Which means...
Oh, sorry.
It's kind of a circular logic, which means that maybe we start with king d4. Just to make sure we reach d5.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah,
the knight will park itself on c4.
Yeah, very, very similar idea. I just don't know if it's a draw though. Like maybe we'll lose. Maybe we'll lose.
King c4.
The king will be 5. Yeah, I think here we actually lose because we are just not in time to attack anything. I think it's very understandable that he's been thinking for like half an hour here.
I would still be tempted to king c4 somehow, just bishop g5. Do I have to play knight f1? Maybe. Yeah, knight f1. I mean, it's a race, right? Like
I have actually undersold it. He's been thinking for 40 minutes.
40?
40,
wow.
Yeah, 40, yeah.
Time flies. Wow, I didn't even know we've been talking for 40 minutes.
This has been a very, very long tank.
So knight f1, a5, e4, king a3, e5, a4, oof, e6, king b2.
I think we're one short, right?
Yeah, knight e3 maybe?
Yeah, but what does it do?
Yeah, that's true.
The question is, what does it do? Yeah.
Knight d1, knight c3, I was hoping, but...
yeah.
But I think it feels like I'm going to be zugzwanged somehow.
I think we lose this eventually to some kind of a zug, yeah?
Yeah.
Probably. I'm not entirely sure. Probably.
Feels... I mean, this looks like a textbook endgame of bishop dominating the knight somehow, but... Bishop e7.
Let's just include h5 to fix it on g3. Although maybe like giving you this perpetual is maybe unwise. Oh, hang on, it's not a perpetual, so
knight d3, king b1 is maybe.
Also, I wonder if eventually I can just play a2. Like, are we sure a2 is not winning? b3, d6? Yeah, it's not. Yeah, it's not.
I'm really not sure. Also, we might even see some queen endings after bishop b7 and taking on b4. But
yeah. No, this is still very intricate, actually. Yeah. Very, very intricate. In the meantime, two things happened on other boards. Fabi did get the king to d4, so we assume he wins now, I guess. Because really, that setup with the knight on d4 and the king on d5 seems unavoidable. Yeah. And also seems like it should win quite comfortably because you just push these three guys and, it's a bit too much. And Prague, honestly, somewhat shockingly, put the knight on e7 and not on e3. This I don't understand, unless he is planning to go knight g8 here. But then he gets met by king e6, and that does nothing at all.
Maybe knight d5 rather than knight.
Oh yeah, knight d5, of course. Yeah, of course, yeah. But still, I think the same argument applies, no? No, now we have knight e7, a6.
Yeah.
Okay,
Well,
okay. Hang on a
A6.
second. So knight d5. What is Vincent planning against this? Maybe he just takes.
Knight
Knight
e6.
e6, king e6, and d7, knight e6 is, I think, nothing.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to take on h7. And then I assume knight c4 makes it. Hang on.
Knight f8.
I've lost to knight f8. Okay. Okay.
That's tricks.
There is definitely some tricks still, yeah.
Actually, knight f8 is a really annoying threat, right?
Very, yeah. We might have to play king d7.
Okay, and knight f6, you're still going king e6. Yeah. Wow. But what is black's next move?
How quickly do we get to the d7 pawn here?
Yeah.
Can I be in time with this?
Do you ever get to the d7 pawn?
I mean, knight d8, bishop
knight d8.
c6, yes,
Okay.
but like, this is a legitimate question. Is this a queen or no? No. This allowing bishop a4, bishop c2 is never a queen. So I have to actually try this.
But then the
knight gets to f8, yeah.
Or f8, yeah. Showing off.
A little bit, yeah. A little bit.
No, that's neat though. That's very clever.
Yeah. And all of this is, I think, very likely appearing on the board quite soon. Knight d5, knight a5 played.
At least those first few moves.
Yeah. Arjun, after Satiris corrected me about the 40 minutes. It's about half an hour. It wasn't as much as I suspected. But he did land on the move king c4, which is a massive risk in my understanding.
Yeah.
He must think he has calculated this to the end. Like, if you go king c4, and yeah, of course, Levon immediately blitzes out bishop g5. Nothing else makes any sense. Yeah, and knight f1. He really is committing to this line.
Yeah, king c4 is the move you want to play.
Quite striking. Yeah, I would be so scared.
He must have. I mean, something similar to what we showed, but he must have calculated that and double check, triple check, just to make sure tempo by tempo.
It's also a very, very linear type calculation. So it's actually possible to calculate, I don't know, 25 moves in advance here, because the branches seems extremely direct. Like, black pushes this, you push this. There's really not very much else going on.
Yeah.
But like, positions like this just look so scary.
Yeah.
Maybe. Hang on a second. Is he intending to do this?
King c3.
Aha. Okay, that might be a solution.
What's your next?
Just never letting the king come out.
What's your next move if I play
knight d2? I think.
Knight d2.
Clever.
Bishop c1.
Bishop c1 though. Yeah, bishop c1. But now maybe I go e6.
Then I go back,
and you go back. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe, hang on. I have tricks here.
King c2.
Because if you do this, I have knight e3, and maybe I win.
Keeping me in my box. Yeah,
maybe I win. And actually, Levon blitzing out king a5 here, I think, is a very serious indication that they both agree that something holds after king a3.
I think you might be right. King c3 there looked very precise. Otherwise, it's just, otherwise it's really on the edge. And now it's similar to the line you mentioned earlier with bringing the black king back, and the a pawn will be a distraction long term rather than a race. It's a very interesting approach. I quite like king a5 actually.
Yeah, it's the right thing to do here, because in the other line you couldn't actually break free. And the point, I suppose, is that if you play king c5, I will play bishop b7 check, and after king c4 we go king b6, and king c6, king b4 looks kind of horrible because this now runs extremely quickly, I guess.
Yeah. Too quickly. So it's white left with e4. I mean, I guess you need to get the knight out somehow. h2, f3 is not ideal, but not many other ways.
Yeah, I mean, what else? What else can you do? It's as you say, it's you would prefer something else, but after e4 king b6, for instance, I don't think you can continue pushing because it just makes it a larger target for the black king to eventually pick up. So you go knight h2, I don't know, a5, knight f3, bishop e7, I suppose, yeah. And now maybe you go e5, e5, a4, knight d4, a3, king b3, and you hope to land some kind of knight f5. And you hope that this is a draw.
Which it might well be.
Which it might well be, yeah. Like, I'm worried a little bit about g6, but...
g6, yeah.
Because, like, if I somehow get the king to d5 here without losing my king side, I might win. It's really not impossible to imagine black winning that. This is still quite intricate.
Yeah, actually, the king shouldn't be the one. I mean, neither piece really wants to be passive defending the a pawn, I guess.
Yeah, and Fabi did win his game. Jordan waited for the pawn to appear on c5 and resigned, sort of as we expected.
Yeah, king d7, king d5 is the
king d7, king d5, and you only have one check, and then the pawn lands on c6. So not very much hope for Jordan here. So what do we have left? We have 2 games in the Masters and 3 games in the Candidates still going. These 2 endgames, the bishop versus knight and the opposite color bishop, ending in Prague versus Keymer, which we currently, I think, believe to be a draw, but it still isn't entirely clear.
Yeah, it's still fascinating. I mean, it's easy to go wrong as black.
Yeah.
I mean, already it's a big decision to make. King e6, we think is.
Yeah, I wonder if I guess he's considering king d8 because like everything else loses on the spot, I think. So king d8, let's say knight h7, knight c4, bishop, I don't know, b4 or c5, b4 probably. And you still can't really win the pawn on d6 immediately because, yeah, in particular with the knight too far away from the d8 square, you can never do any of this. So I would be tempted to actually keep the more flexible setup where the knight is on a5 and we haven't committed to go into either c6 or c4.
Yeah. But king e6, knight takes h7, I mean, already this...
Yeah, just go back, yeah. I think this is sort of a... Although we have no threats, right? So I can actually spend the tempo on like h4 here. Because knight c4, I will very happy to give a check now.
Yeah, maybe black wants...
And you'll have to go back to d8, and yeah, I think this might be lost.
Maybe black
you might not be in time to...
yeah, it's a race suddenly. Maybe bishop c6 just to stop any knight.
h4, bishop c6.
Around here?
Yeah, But then, once again, I just want to somehow find a way to make this into a race. g4.
Knight c4.
h5. GH, and I don't actually, because you have queen king e6 here. And the king gets there. Nothing else gets there, but the king gets there.
And if you start with h6 instead of knight f6?
The king still gets there, right?
6. Wow.
I mean, we have a draw with white, but
yeah,
like I can play d7 and just win that bishop later. But
yeah, I mean,
no, this is sort of surprisingly study-like in all of these lines.
Yeah, and that's why the players will be burning time. And again, it's quite linear, like you say.
In the challengers, Ivic is now just completely winning. It feels like black is 2 pawns up, but I think it's actually material is level, but
quality is not level.
Yeah, it feels like the black pieces are slightly more, participate in the game slightly more here. Yeah, just completely and utterly lost for white. And this one we haven't been covering too too in depth. The plan I was talking about, pushing the pawn to a5 and landing rook on c7, clearly hasn't worked out. White, I guess, is still maybe pushing a little bit, but Adhiban defending quite well, I guess. And the good thing for Adhiban here is that he can offer a rook trade pretty much at any point, because with the king already on c6, the pawn on a5 is just such a major target that at pretty much no point can White safely accept a rook trade, because this will happen and then you will struggle to equalize. And Elin Roberts is, I mean, it's not very much at all, but you still have this plan, right?
Yeah, it's an effective plan if you get 3 tempi, but...
but I guess the problem is you get checked from d8, and if you continue going... hang on, this is playable. Because there's 94 in the end,
Although even...
Are we better?
Even
exactly, like, are we better here or not? Maybe we are, because rook d6 and it doesn't really go very far.
Bring the king back to d5.
I don't know. King g5, h5. Who knows? Like, let's not get overexcited about this completely random variation.
Unlikely.
Yeah.
But actually, it's relevant if king d5.
It is relevant, because my initial reaction was it can be stopped on c4 by rook c8. But actually, we continue marching because c5 is covered. So maybe the way to stop it will be to play rook c8 in advance, to have bishop b4 here. But after rook c8, I can maybe make some kind of a move. I don't know. 93. 93, I've blundered a piece. So I guess rook c8 just holds. Just stopping the one plan that you need to care about with white.
96. Black can still try.
But then we don't really want anything.
Rook f5,
h4 or whatever.
I'm not sure exactly what's coming next. Knight f4 and pretend to come in again, but...
No, black is extremely safe. Like, white can never attack a single of black's pieces, which is a very comfortable situation to find yourself in. So, she can definitely look for a plan, but I don't think there is.
I like what she's done since she kind of lost a bit of control. I like what she's done since.
Absolutely. All the pawns on light squares against the dark square bishop, just very correct. Rook on h5 controlling both b5 and h7, which are the only two things white can even try to target. The more I see her play, the more I am very, very impressed with her. I think she's a very exciting talent. But all in all, I think we have fairly defined positions everywhere. So let's take probably our final break of the day and come back with the conclusion of the round. See you then.
first of all, I think white goes queen f4. Here the move is still queen f5, right?
You are following my games, you will see. I play a lot of games.
Finally, guys, so much work for just one pawn. It's so much happiness.
There we go.
Peter, what's her name or his name?
Joyce.
Joyce.
And weirdly, it's a boy because yeah, we're pretentious. Yeah, I almost actually. I mean, how children friendly is this show? Because the noun I was going to use after pretentious was actually twats, and we named him after James Joyce, and only later realized it's actually a girl's name.
I do have an auntie Joyce, so he's in good company.
Anyway, not much. Actually, some things have happened.
Mm-hmm.
In the games we're covering. In particular, Vincent, after a reasonably prolonged thought, chose king d8 over king e6, which apparently is still completely fine. But yeah, I don't know. This feels like it's surprisingly tricky to equalize this by force. Like I'm still convinced this will be a draw, but with correct play, but it's somewhat tricky. Maybe the secret is after knight h7 we go knight c4 and we don't even touch the king anymore. We go knight e5. And what I missed originally is that we are creating a very annoying threat wherever the bishop goes, either b4 or c5. Mm-hmm. We're creating this very annoying threat of the fork on d3, and also maybe knight g4 check in some positions.
And so the idea is if king e3, you just
but
d7.
I honestly I just don't believe in this. Yeah, like there's no way we can take on h2 here.
Mm-hmm.
So king d7, I don't know, king d4.
But now knight c6.
Knight c6 now. So is it any better with the bishop on c5? Like there is no fork on c6, but I also don't have this path for the king.
Mm-hmm.
So we still go king d7.
Can't go in either direction. King f4, king knight d3, king d4, knight anywhere, f3.
Yeah, so this is also blundering a bishop. Yeah, maybe this is how we hold. Yeah, we just go knight c4, knight e5, and then with the knight on e5, being very firmly in control with the d7 square, we want to play king d7, king e6. And we also are asking white what to do about all the forks that we're generating. Is bishop d4 a move? I guess we could just go back. And there's really nothing smarter than bishop c5. Knight h7 played in the meantime, so we are headed in some kind of a direction like this.
Okay, I was going to say maybe white could try and just kind of sit, play bishop c5 or bishop d4, knight c4, and then just improve, but there was no way forward for the king. So taking a pawn is...
Yeah, like some kind of a position like this, your king is very, very caged. So knight takes h7 does feel like a distraction, but you also do want to be a pawn up somewhere. Like you have to have some. I mean, the way to play slowly would be to play something like g4 here, right, and hope that you somehow get out. But
that was my hope.
Like I don't think you do. Like h4 here. I wanted to suggest g5, but actually creating this target on h6 maybe is not that great. So we just we play bishop c6 and we wait.
h5 maybe.
Yeah, it was definitely worth considering because, yeah, with the king on d8, you're not really generating very much in a way of counterplay for black. But now after knight takes h7, it does feel like knight c4, knight e5 is the way to go. Knight c4 already played by Vincent. Yeah, it looks like Vincent is defending this quite well. And in the meantime, in the other endgame, Levon invested in one tempo in playing h6, h5. We did mention at some point that trying to fix the pawn on g3 is definitely a worthwhile pursuit in general terms.
Yeah, you're one square closer to promotion in some races. It's always nice to have h5.
Yeah, and also just making sure it's on a dark square so that we can attack it with the bishop in some positions is not nothing. But what we're giving up is we're giving up a lot of activity for the white pieces. So you have to start calculating some positions like this, where yes, the pawn is now kind of free to roam, but we do have some play. But I guess it's just not very much. Even e6, king e8, I'm not that unhappy.
Yeah, it's like super passive on the kind of appearance front, but
for a bit,
the a pawn is
for a bit it will be quite passive.
Yeah, but it's deceptive.
It's quite deceptive. So yeah, knight e4, king d7 played. Yeah, this is still a very, very misplayable endgame.
Yeah, I'm wondering if White can force things with e6. So.
Yeah, I think I go to e8 anyway, right?
Yeah, there's no way to get through to your pawns.
Yeah, this is a very stable setup somehow.
Yeah, nice c6. I wanted to say just to kind of stop the a pawn running and cage.
Yeah, but this is where the previous topic comes into play. Yeah, because maybe just go g4, hg, and put the king on d5 and claim that this construction holds.
You could also make an argument for running the other way, king b3, king a4, and I don't see how black is making progress.
Yeah, like I have to if for me to attack the pawn on e6, I have to spend like 4 tempi. So how does that come out? I have bishop c7 here, but okay, let's just.
Okay.
Am I trying to win or am I trying to lose? I guess I'm actually still sort of trying to win, but I don't think I will. Right?
Just running back. Yeah.
Yeah, we just get back to f1 and it's a draw. This seems really reasonably comfortable actually, because we are just in time to get to f1. Then maybe this is what we do actually. e6, obviously the big point is that king d6 allows us to just collect everything with checks. There is king c7, but I'm not a believer in this being stronger than anything else. I don't know.
5 bishop f6.
G6 now, yeah.
G6, or I don't know if we start with a5. Probably g6 first, yeah. And bishop b7 check is maybe annoying, forcing the king to decide.
Yeah, this setup, specifically with the bishop on this diagonal in these pawns, is just so difficult to find any square on the board that attacks this setup. It's quite impressive. Such a sturdy little setup. Still feels like it's a draw, because like in very many of these cases we're going to be trying to win some 2 versus 2 endgames, which obviously provide white with a lot of leeway, but yeah, okay. So Arjun thinking here, he still has plenty of time. Levon has oodles, but even Arjun, after his very long think on move 42, I think still has more than almost half an hour. And in the challengers, there was one more game which just disappeared, which was I guess Adiban's game. Adiban's game was drawn.
Lomchenko, yeah.
I'm guessing, and we have the 2 endgames. Mishra is still sort of okay now.
Just
I'm guessing
swap queens and rook b7 looks.
Even that probably is just completely winning. Yeah, I'm trying to find a way to give mate, which should be possible as well.
Why give mate when you can grind it out? And
exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think this is a very, very solid solution, and just queen your pawns.
Yeah, e6.
You take this check,
taking king f8, and
you go. I mean, even g2 followed by c3, c2 is
that's
kind of plenty good enough. Yeah, you can also definitely go for something like queen f4 check, queen g3, and now something like queen g2,
king h3.
Yeah, I don't know, rook f2. This will eventually be made, I'm pretty sure.
e6.
I always have rook f8 there in the end, right? So like it's fun check.
Yeah. Sorry,
I'm not. As long as I keep my rook on the f file, it's just one check. So like the rook has to go somewhere. I play queen e2. I'm pretty sure I do get to your king quite comfortably here. So yeah, it's a matter of taste. All of these things should win very, very easily for Velimir. And Elena is still kind of shuffling. She runs 0 risks, as we described, so why not shuffle? But I guess now with the king on g4, she is dreaming of like getting the knight to f5 and then playing rook h4 check and winning the pawn on h3, but White will probably have something to say about that. I would assume.
Some potential mating constructions. Yeah. Put the knight on f5 and then h6.
And then h6, yeah, and then get everything, yeah.
Yeah. But
no, she's doing the right thing, playing on with no risk, but doesn't look like it should be enough.
I like bishop b4 here for White just to dominate the knight.
Yeah. Because the rook endings will be very safely drawn here, I'm pretty sure. Like knight d6, we just snap on d6 and go f4 and start pretending we have a threat of f5 to trade more pawns on the... Although...
Rook c8.
Yeah, rook c8, king d4.
Yeah, maybe it's not immediately.
Rook c7. No, I think this is a draw. I think this is a draw.
Yeah, it should be, of course.
Yeah, like in order to continue playing for a win here, you have to at some point start giving up your entire king side, and that is never as much fun. Vidic went for some sort of style points here with the move queen f2, which is very similar to what you were suggesting, but probably one tempo faster. Because the king will be on g3 and not f3 if you take on f2. And if you don't take on f2, you lose the h4 pawn with check, which also doesn't look very, very attractive. Resignation probably is not very far away.
Yeah,
you would have to assume that this is about to be wrapped up. So let's go back to the Masters. Keymer did find knight e5, which is not unexpected. I'm pretty sure this is why he played king d8. He realized how strong this setup is with knight on e5. Because yeah, like if only White could play knight f6 here.
Yeah, one tempo.
Yeah, we would be, I think, in tremendous amounts of trouble with black. But the fact that the bishop is hanging prevents that from happening.
Yeah, centralized knights, Peter. What can you say? Just
yes,
White's knight is always one move too.
Very, very important here. Yeah, it's actually kind of difficult to even figure out how you ask a question. There was a question in chat why, like I was making an argument for king d7 being our next move, for instance, after king e3. And there was a question in chat, why aren't we afraid of knight f8 check? We're not afraid of knight f8 check because after king e8, there is no follow-up. We're not threatening to take, at least not yet, but d7 is also not a threat, and like we will just kind of improve. I don't know, I will play maybe. What is my next move after h4 here?
It's definitely not knight c6, which I was about to suggest. d7 mate.
It's not mate. I have the d8.
Oh, it's not mate.
I still don't think it's a good idea to subject ourselves to this.
It's definitely not a good idea.
Yeah. So actually, this is trickier than I thought. Once again, it's such a weird endgame.
What's White's next move if I play bishop c6 or c8? Maybe c8, just so I have knight c6.
I don't know. Yeah, good point. Good point. Well made.
King e4, maybe.
Knight h7 now. Maybe claim that we won some tempi. I don't know.
Knight. Yeah, maybe. Like you said,
although
it's still
now I guess we can maybe do something like knight g4, king f4, and f6 knight f8 though. So stupid. This is so. Knight e5 maybe. Maybe this is still fine somehow. I don't know.
Knight h7. Oh no, knight e3 is now.
Yeah, this is so stupid. Yeah, but like from all of these random lines being thrown around, I think you get a stronger and stronger impression that even if you don't play in the most exact fashion, you still probably are holding because the material is very limited and black has a very decent control over the d passer. Why not knight g4 check after king e3? Yeah, this is maybe the one kind of a relevant question because we don't care about the h2 pawn nearly enough to subject ourselves to this position. And then after bishop c6, I mean, the knight isn't caught, but it will never have any moves. And I don't know if we actually lose or not, but I would never, ever like want to find out. Like we go knight f1, White, for instance, goes g5. And this is the setup. We just have to play king c8 and wait for the rest of the game. And maybe there is no way to attack this knight. Maybe there is no way for the white king to get to the f7 pawn. It's possible. But there is no way I'm sticking around to find out. Like if maybe I'll lose after knight g4. and then knight e5, and then the king comes for the knight. Like, I'm not curious enough.
Yeah, I don't think any experienced player would want to sideline their own piece like this.
Yeah, like I'm just not curious enough to do this to myself. Yeah, Vincent's still thinking.
King e3.
Yeah, king e3 played. Yeah, and we like king d7, right? We like king d7 the most. There might be other moves, but I think we like king d7 the most.
Is it knight f8, king c6? Is that a move? I'm not sure why I want to put it there. I just had a feeling maybe king b5 is a threat in some positions. Knight c4 check is a threat. It's possible to go in this direction as well. Yeah, like what's the next? We're threatening knight c4. Knight c4 is the at least there's a threat on like putting the king on e8.
Yeah,
but
okay. Also playable. Any chance you could play f5? I really I don't want to give very defined targets, and g6 will become a target. So like white, for instance, goes h4 here, and then tries somehow to organize his pieces to go king f4, king g5. And then I would become worried, because some of those positions will become lost. Even let's say you win the d6 pawn, but you lose the g6 pawn. You will lose some of them with the white king active on the g5 square. I don't know if white gets there, but I would prefer not to, move the base of the chain and to create a target like this, because white almost never gets to the f7 pawn. I can't really imagine situations where white gets to the f7 pawn. I can definitely imagine situations where the g6 pawn becomes very vulnerable. So I don't know, maybe it still holds, but I would personally pretty much never make that move.
Yeah, it's nice to have the option as well of playing f6 just to control some dark squares. I think there was one variation we saw earlier where that was quite relevant. So f5 is not ideal. Yeah, I mean, Vincent will be calculating moves like king d7, the forcing moves, which actually create threats. And
in the other one, e6, king c7 is on the board. Levon, I guess, agrees with us about king e8, knight c6 positions. And this one did seem like it was trickier. So the threat here for what he wants to do here is to play g6 and then to play king d6. And if white allows that, white probably loses, because then bishop f6, king takes e6, and we just go after the king side. So you have to do something about it sort of now. We were trying to play... Yeah, we didn't actually solve this.
Yeah.
We didn't solve this.
I was trying to see if king d5 worked, a5, knight c6, but maybe black can run there. Also a5, knight c6, bishop b4 at the minimum.
I can start by something else, right? Because you will probably run out of moves. I can play maybe g6 here. Knight c6, bishop f6. Hang on. Then you can probably make a draw like this. Yeah.
That's clever. Yeah.
Then you can make a draw like this. I like king d5 then. Yeah. Because a5, knight c6. Like, I have no belief in this, right? This.
Maybe king c5. And
actually, maybe I should have more belief in this than I currently do. King c5, a2, knight d5 check, king c8.
King c8, yeah, not d8.
Yeah, king c8. It doesn't seem like it's fast enough, because I will have, like, for a second there, you can be, tricked into believing that something like this works, but it kind of never does.
Yeah.
Maybe king c6, a1, e7, with a very nice kind of nifty trick that.
Yeah.
But yeah, obviously there are smarter checks available. There are always smarter checks available, and black eventually wins. Yeah.
Okay, he's played king d5, so this could be quite important.
So, yeah, what's the response to a5 then? So it's very curious. Maybe he goes knight f5, a4, king c4. No, but then bishop f6 is very strong again. Yeah. King b4, g6. And now we need to find some kind of a clever way to get some stuff off the board on the king side. Do we include g4 somewhere?
For example, now, maybe?
Yeah, for instance, now, yeah.
And if I take g6, yeah.
But honestly, I would be a bit scared even about this, like king d6.
Take on a4.
Yeah, take on a4, take on a6. I guess we're around, yeah. We're probably in time.
Should be, but it's definitely a lot of counting. And maybe I can take on g4, knight h2, knight f1.
Ah, yeah, we're in time.
Fortress.
Yeah. Very nice. But yeah, even these positions, they legitimately can be lost sometimes. I guess not this one. I guess we're really overselling this one because I can go like king c4, bishop a7, just king d3, give this up, like king e2, where we're not losing this. There's also knight h4 check. Yeah, and this is the issue for Levon here, is that he's doing everything right, but the material is so limited that as long as White sort of keeps his head and plays carefully, you can combine counterplay against the a-pawn with attempts to get stuff off the queen side. In the line that we were showing, one question I had about g4 is, can we ignore it for a move?
g6, knight e3.
Yeah, is this faster or exactly the same?
Take h5.
Yeah,
and g4
with the h pawn. Yeah, this is just immediate. Yeah, just an immediate draw. Yeah. Looks like Arjun will get out of this alive. Yeah, and Chat is telling us g4, at least in some position, is the top engine line. Not surprising, because it just makes sense to kind of devalue the potential majority Levon will have on the king side, because h and g against g will be winning in some cases. Two g pawns versus g are pretty much never winning, as long as White keeps the last one.
Yeah. And this is where engine evaluations are deceptive. I did see earlier in the chat where it was like, oh, it's 0.0, it's a draw, but it's definitely White fighting. And as we saw there, it's very close. It's always one or two moves. That's risking nothing. But any action elsewhere? It does look like...
Not really. Like, Mishra kind of refusing to resign here is perfectly fine, but also not going to save him the game. I think maybe the cleanest is surprisingly c3 and c2.
Okay.
And there's just no stopping rook b1. And after king d1, I can be showy, a little bit showy even.
That's very, very showy.
Yeah, I guess you play rook c1, rook b1, king d2, and you claim that you also have...
Unfortunately, c5, c4,
c3. But this comes in a little bit too quickly, yeah. This comes in too fast.
Yeah, he'll find it plenty of time.
Yeah, I mean, everything else also wins. Yeah, like you can also play g2. Like, I guess the idea is to play rook f1, c3, king e2, but like this is also not a draw. It just takes a bit longer, but this is also not a draw.
King d3.
Yeah, but like just take on e5.
Ah, okay. Yeah, rook e1.
Put it on e1 and then do whatever you please.
Yes.
So it really is a matter of taste by this point.
And wow, okay.
No news in Alina's game, so yeah. Knight b5 check. And
what is that? So
the engine is like
it's confused,
oscillating. Yeah, it's confused by this. Yeah. I
So
guess the idea is just to play knight c3, right?
I was also wondering maybe knight d6 sometimes.
Yeah. No, but we know this doesn't work, right? We know you can't.
This is the same position.
Yeah, we know this
roundabout.
It's somehow five moves longer than the previous one, but it's the same position. So I guess the point is knight c3, and he's asking Levon, how do you shift this? Yes, the answer is we burn a tempo on g6, maybe.
So bishop f6, knight e4 is the idea.
Bishop f6, king d6, bishop c3.
This was my
trick. I was about to blunder everything, yeah, because this covers, yeah. Knight e4 though, yeah. Maybe king c7 now.
King c5.
Even king c5, maybe.
Yeah.
This looks drawish.
Yeah, suddenly White's knight's actually quite well placed.
Yeah. Not what we expected, but maybe still completely fine.
King d8, I guess, and yeah, it goes on, but should be a draw.
Yeah, Chat says king d8 is stronger.
Okay.
Yeah, because we want bishop f6 here.
Yeah, knight a4 is
forcing.
just too...
Yeah, like this is actually like this becomes a bit iffy.
Yeah,
feels like
knight somewhere c5,
knight
b6.
b6. Yeah, I wanted to go for some bishop b3, bishop c3, bishop b1, but
yeah, why not? It looks possible.
My issue is, I just want to ask you like a general question. Do we win this with black? And I just keep the knight there.
That's a good question. Also, if the black pawn ever gets to g3, you can give up the white knight for the a pawn, right, and hide the king on f4.
Oh yeah, the famous the famous Giri Shankland position.
Yeah, I mean, black won't play g3, but
yeah,
you can try.
Yeah, and for those of our viewers who may not have been there when that happened, the setup David is talking about is if this happens, I don't know how to set it up. Let me figure out how to set it up.
Let's be helpful somehow.
Yeah, like knight b3, a4,
knight c3, bishop c3,
b2,
maybe,
or whatever. Yeah,
yeah.
Pretty much everyone knows that this is a draw with the king on h1. What confused Sam in that very, very famous incident is that this is still a draw.
Yeah,
because you can stay on these three squares, and there's absolutely nothing I can do about it.
Yeah, I've had that myself against Sicilian once. I thought I was winning 20 moves in advance and then ended up in this endgame. But okay, king d8 has been played, knight c3, bishop b4. So he has forced the knight to a bad square. And he's got his bishop round to e1 potentially.
Yeah, I think white just goes g4 voluntarily.
Yeah.
One thing to discuss maybe is whether we actually want to meet it with h4 to have some plans for this.
It does feel like white is...
yeah, but like...
he's missed a few ways. Bishop d2.
I don't know if I have to. Like, I can just go knight b6, right?
King f6. I'm very afraid for white, I've got to say.
Grind like a world champion.
Knight c5. Just in
we
time.
Probably hold, right? We probably hold just about. But yeah, it's not fun. You have to play very precisely.
Yeah. Maybe king g6 in that last variation, but yeah, that was, a bit earlier. But
yeah, bishop e1 wasn't bad, but basically you have that option at any point, Nick, and white always replies with g4. Like this is sort of what we've been discussing for a while, that we're giving up this pawn very happily as long as we're giving it up by doubling the black pair on the g file, and then they basically count as one.
Yeah.
Knight g5 chosen by Prague there. Kind of an interesting try, actually. I think what he wants is this position. Not takes a knight f7, which I think is a very easy draw after king e7, king f6. This is just a very, very elementary draw. I think he wants king e5. And then let's say knight c4, check. King f6.
Oh, not f6 check. Sorry.
Yeah, and f6 check exists, but like, are we absolutely dead certain this is a draw?
I'm not.
It might be. Like it actually might be. Like we go king e6 here, and I think if we get to f7, it's a draw, and if you play king f6, you probably fail to progress past a certain point, right? I can stop them on this diagonal and force you to go to g5, and then I play king f7. So what happens here is white eventually has to do something like this, and then we go king f7, and the moment one of these guys gets to this diagonal, we go bishop d1. And this is a draw, and this is a draw in a very specific fashion as well. You get to this position, and now after g5, I mean, bishop c3 is probably a bit more precise. The point is you have to play. I think if you don't play king e6 here, you lose, right? But you make a draw with king e6, g6, king f5.
Yeah, I've seen something very similar from.
Yeah, like if you allow the king to get here, obviously you will lose. But by stopping the king from achieving the g5 square and keeping the bishop on this diagonal, you eventually will force g7, h6, and yeah, this is just a very, very straightforward technical draw.
I'm wondering if you also draw if you leave the king on f7 and just play bishop d3.
Yeah, maybe with G and H pawns, maybe that is also
G and H, yeah.
Yeah, you can also probably just do this.
Or bishop
because
C2,
the king never gets to h6. Yeah, that's a faster way, yeah, of course. Because if they're here and here, then and your bishop is on a long diagonal, then eventually the king might be able to sneak around. But here, there's just no way to go around this block.
Yeah, so maybe maybe this is on the cards potentially.
Yeah, then I think knight c4 check is just a very comfortable draw because your choices with white will be either this position, which as I mentioned, like as long as you don't play king e6 knight d8 check, which you probably don't play, you shouldn't be losing. Actually, with the king on f4, it's a bit trickier, right? King e7, knight e5 check. Because I think I get the king to g5. Is it still a draw? Probably is. Yeah, like king f6, knight e7, king g7, king g5, and I just plant it on b1 and chill.
Yeah, I can't see this.
We never lose this. Yeah, we never lose this.
Yeah, I mean, in the current position, if he's not sure about going into that endgame 2 pawns down and getting the knights off, then maybe f6 as well.
Knight h7, I assume, is the plan. Yeah, we had something like this. Yeah,
knight c4, knight d6. I guess there's knight f8, which might be a more important pawn to pick off.
Well, this looks a bit. Yeah.
I was hoping knight d6.
Yeah,
but knight f8, it's not over.
Yeah, I mean, this is probably a draw, though, right?
Okay.
Your knight is kind of poor, and you have to play knight h4. And if you have to play knight h4, you're not winning this, I guess.
Yeah.
But there must be cleaner ways to make it. Yeah, I think knight c4, knight d6 has to be a draw. You just need to like double, triple check all of this, but it should be like 2 against 2. You don't lose very many 2 against 2 endgames in reality.
Yeah, especially with opposite color bishops potentially on the cards.
Yeah, and the other one is progressing sort of along the lines of what we expected. Yeah, knight d7. Yeah, this is knight d7. He goes king f5. Not king g5, so that knight c5 is not a move, yeah?
That's very important, actually. Wait,
and now a4 is a threat?
How do we draw now?
Oof. I don't know, knight b6.
King g4. Bishop somewhere, f8, e7, I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's probably f8, yeah. Yeah, it becomes a race, but probably becomes a race that you lose, right? Because trying to actually queen the e pawn, because like you can no longer win this bishop because then the h pawn is a queen. You have to try and queen this pawn somehow, and with a knight on this square, it just doesn't seem realistic. Maybe you've lost by this point. Yeah. So how do we make a draw here? Engine says g4 check after king f5.
Wow.
And that makes a ton of sense. Just force hg because king g4 actually loses to knight c5.
Yeah.
So we're forcing hg, and then what?
Still not clear at all.
Yeah, like knight b6 seems to be the only move, really. Because I mean, allowing a4 doesn't seem like it will.
It shouldn't end well. And king f4?
Yeah, well, like, why is this a draw? Knight e5, apparently. Hg, knight e5, and after a4, we're blundering some kind of a...
Something amazing.
Some kind of a what? Like, why is this a draw exactly?
This is not... I mean, this is not clear.
No,
knight c6,
no, I mean...
e7?
Yeah, I think you lose this. Like, knight c6, I go bishop f8, e7, we take, we go...
Unless king c4, the king deals with... It looks losing just superficially.
But maybe it isn't. Yeah, maybe it isn't. Maybe you just go king c4 and you're in time with this, yeah.
Yeah.
Just in time to put it back on h5.
But this is really hanging by a thread, this whole variation.
Yeah. And also there was a mention in chat of king f6 being a mistake, which implies that black had something stronger. I don't know what that would be, though.
But surely it's a mistake that can be corrected after king f6, knight e7, just king
you can go
to
back.
e7.
You can go back.
Unless knight e5 there is annoying, but wow, something stronger than king f6. It just looks so natural. Maybe bishop e1.
No, actually, I this being almost, you know, the it's already is like we're running past 5 hours of the broadcast, and I at this point I start cheating. So weirdly, king e7 is considered a mistake, and the engine for some reason like prefers bishop e1. But I think honestly they all flow into the same position. I think you are expected to get some version of this. And you're somehow, I don't think you're supposed to win this, but this is the best try.
I mean, unless the engine's saying +4, +5,
no,
then it means
it's like
a draw.
it's like it's 1.5 and not dropping.
Yeah, so it's a draw either way. It's just Levon trying to find the most testing route for his opponent, and
yeah,
that's understandable that he's gone for king f6. This king f5 does look very, very strong. And yeah, I mean, I think
people having access to much stronger engines are saying that it's +5 at depth 35.
Wow,
which could be true, but
instead of king f6,
let's see if maybe Sese today is taking a day off, because Sese sometimes switches to somebody else's games once Magnus has done playing his, but not today.
It's those electricity prices. They need to save them.
Absolutely, yeah.
I mean, maybe bishop e1 at some point was very strong, but it's understandable.
Okay, I will actually this once. I will do something I generally don't like doing, because I think people posting like long computer outputs in chat is not always very helpful. But in this particular case, can you give me like a first line where it was +5? Borovic and Hund. Because I really wonder how you make any progress, because it looks touch and go, but it looks the kind of touch and go that white holds.
Yeah. Especially these lines we've been looking at with g4.
Yeah, like in particular, if your best chance is actually to allow g4 and take on g4, those pretty much always looked kind of drawn.
Unless it's something crazy with bishop e1, g4, h4, as we were mentioning. Black happens to win by 1 tempo, then +5 sounds a bit fantastical.
Yeah, it would really be honestly kind of surprising to me by this point. I doesn't really feel like white should be losing this.
Yeah, I'm also wondering in the game position after king f6, is this purely only move territory now? Does white have to play knight d7, knight e5, and that whole line? Because it feels to me like
here actually are there some Zugzwangs apparently, because now after king f6 it says knight d7 is a draw, and if you play g4 hg you have already lost, because and the line it gives is knight a4, we go bishop f8, knight b6, bishop b7, which is somehow, I guess, winning a very important tempo. And now I guess after knight a4 we will be in time to start running. Yeah, like I have no idea why it is so important to have the bishop specifically on e7 and not f8, and not I can understand why not before, because we don't have to worry about the connection between the bishop and the e-pawn being interrupted with the knight c5 ideas. But
it must be the knight landing on d7, and the bishop, it has to be on e7 so it's not hit, and also so it doesn't get cut, like you say, by c5. But this is that's another level of finesse.
Let me see if I can maybe allow. Does this work? Hang on a second.
He's played g4, Peter, so that means he is losing to this this crazy Zugzwang.
Can you repost the same message, because I think I kind of cooled. Nightbot was kind of censoring the very, very long line, and I think I told Nightbot not to do that, so it probably gets posted now. Can you post it again, please?
Yeah, we need help here.
We definitely need help here. It's not a position you can play perfectly if you're human.
Yeah, g4. I mean, just to talk through the variation that's landed on the board now, I'm also wondering what happens after h takes g4, knight d7 check, and king f5. So similar to what we were talking about earlier. I'll let you do the copy paste job.
Got censored again. Yeah, I gave permission specifically to Borovitins, and he decided not to repost it in the 60 seconds that he had. So we're kind of going round in circles here. Anyway,
too slow on the trigger. He needs to get ready to paste it.
I can sort of see, yeah.
How about in that millisecond that he posts it before it gets banned, Peter? You run it through in your mind, don't we?
No, hang on. Let me try this again. So you have 60 seconds again. I'm pretty sure you can just press the up button, find your previous message, and post it again. So, and instead of a crying out loud, and now he got timed out again for 10 minutes. Yeah, this is just heartbreaking. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to get you into any trouble.
We give up.
Are you allowing links and not long messages?
Okay.
Yeah, Nightbot is very, very harsh today.
We need someone more tech savvy than us to get those moves to us.
I'm confused, says Laws. I can read the line in chat. Yeah, you can read it, but it puts asterisks instead of some moves. I guess you can probably figure out what the moves are. So instead of king f6, it goes bishop c3. For some reason, it goes knight g8 and knight b6 back, bishop e1, g4 hg, king here. I guess king e4 for some reason, bishop f6, king d5, king c7, knight a4, bishop e7.
Wow,
so then we somehow lose a tempo to put it on f8. And here white actually gets into trouble, because if you play king e5, you allow this, and if you play knight b2, you allow this. Okay, now we are establishing at least some sense to what the engine is doing here. But yeah, as Mount Milk says, such an obvious line. Exactly. Like there's no way you work. Like you can actually sort of get it move by move simply by making non-committal decisions and replying to whatever Arjun does against you.
Yeah,
I think a very, very strong grandmaster might actually make this sequence of moves by accident, but not by calculating it to the end, but simply by making good decisions, move after move after move, and sort of reassessing after every single one. But yeah, realizing that your winning chances here are basically connected, I think, more or less specifically with this particular Zugzwang, where we're not going in this direction with our king. We're actually going in this direction.
Yeah.
Again. We're completely abandoning the very, very logical idea of trying to tear white apart on both flanks. And we're saying I will win simply by using my one outside passer.
Yeah,
it is just extremely non-obvious.
Yeah, that dummy run of pretending to go kingside and then switching back to queenside, that is, after you've won the g-pawn, that's impressive. But you mentioned earlier that g4 instantly was maybe losing because he has played g4 rather than knight d7 check. Is there a difference? That line we were discussing a moment ago. So in the game, he has played g4 rather than knight d7 check after king f6. And we might need chat's help again, but is there a small difference? Because you mentioned that this might not be the right move order. Earlier, we were discussing knight d7 first, and then knight e5, and then only g4 later.
I think we go not
f5 because that would transpose.
Yeah.
Do we go back? Maybe it's the same variation.
Hang on a second. What? Why? I don't. On my screen, it goes king g5 here, but why isn't this a draw? Computer, please start making more sense. And it doesn't go knight c5. This is the problem. Like it goes to knight b6, and after knight b6, maybe I can figure out why you're losing. I mean, why not knight c5? It's just so very confusing.
I don't understand chess.
Yeah. No, I think this is
king g6.
Whoa.
Maybe triangulation, not f6 this time. Just process of elimination. This
is very, very good, David. Yeah. And suddenly it's sort of white to move, and we are probably now threatening to take? No, we're not, but white doesn't have a good move.
Literally no good move.
Yeah. Because, like, we're still losing this if we do this, because this is a check. But after g3, I guess we can make one more waiting move of some sort of bishop a3 or something.
Yeah, I'm being told by Sotiris, our producer, that I start to liven up. Now the game is dragging on a bit into the 6th hour.
Yeah, I will be relying on you more and more. As the I legitimately feel that I'm completely useless whenever we cover any kind of an endgame. Well, I mean, not entirely useless. I can provide, like, you know, my role is to be the NN in the chess manuals. You know, the person who plays against the master and makes all the very instructive mistakes.
That's a key role, Peter. That's a key.
It is a very important role. Yeah, I retract the useless statement. I'm not useless, but that is my use, basically.
So that must be why g4 is a mistake, because you've already given the pawn.
So the difference
pretty much run out of moves.
The difference is after knight d7, king f5, g4, you have to take. And now we were being told knight e5 is a draw
e5.
somehow.
Yeah.
Very specifically knight e5 with the idea of meeting. Like, what happens if I go g3 here? I'm still confused.
Knight c6, maybe f6.
I think what happens is I take
knight takes a5. Knight takes a5 as well.
Knight takes a5 even. Or this. I think this might also be a draw, right? Just run.
Yeah, you're just in time.
I'm just in time once again, yeah.
But black can never put a pawn on g3 anyway.
Yeah. So what happens if black plays g6? Is the pawn ending drawn now?
Knight c6.
No, it's not. Yeah, if the king gets to g3, it's never drawn.
It can never be a draw.
It's never drawn. Yeah, just to show to our viewers, I do get to protect my g2 pawn, but I lose nonetheless. I actually, I'm not even in time to protect it. But even if black goes king h2 here, black still wins very, very easily. You just lose a tempo somewhere and then go g3.
Wow. So
g6, then. How do we make a draw here?
Also a good question.
Yeah. Yeah. Not a bad one.
I don't see it immediately.
Unless... No, not at all.
Knight c6.
Okay.
King f6, e7.
Okay. And now we're in time, you're saying.
King c4. Oh no, wait. King c4. The bishop moves.
Are we maybe actually in time now with this?
I'll leave you to count this one.
No, we're not. It's still the same endgame. Yeah.
We need the king. We need the opposition, right, to block.
Yeah. We need already to be on e3 in this position. Yeah.
So if we go back a couple of moves, so instead of knight takes b4, king c4, bishop e1 or bishop somewhere.
Maybe this is just a draw somehow.
Because black can't make progress without taking e7.
Because eventually you will probably have to play g3, and then I will actually just give up the knight and run towards f1. Maybe this is just a kind of a draw-ish setup.
It's a weird standoff where it just plays king a4, king b5, right?
Yeah, we just keep it here. But once again, like I would be so unsure about even like bishop takes e7 positions in some cases. And if the king goes to d7, yeah, that's also a good question. Like king e8 here, king b5, king d7,
king a4.
Yeah,
take on.
But maybe now we take one of those guys.
Yeah. Although even this
is just like, or maybe this is a draw.
Yeah,
like
takes
you like if you actually have to play through this with white, you are scared so much. Like you're panicking.
Yeah. I mean, Erigaisi must be panicking inside. He's played g4, but
Nick says knight a5 has to be an easy draw. Well, I mean, draw maybe easy draw, not so sure.
Yeah, that's one word for it.
Yeah, like bishops. Like I just want to like cut this knight and go towards the g2 pawn. Yeah, I mean, maybe you're in time. Maybe once again some sort of miraculous knight d2 knight f1 timed just right. Like actually, yeah, I think this is what we do. We're
C2.
actually just in time here with this once again. Amazing.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Amazing.
Actually, knight h2 is always a useful resource as well.
Yeah.
Just to force that g3 as we talked about. But again, it's one tempo everywhere. And okay, we'll come back to this, I guess, after Levon.
Yeah, Levon hasn't even taken on g4 yet, so he is clearly considering something like h4, trying to keep the structure slightly more fluid, but
it's that king g6 move, I think, just visually might be the tricky part. Okay, he has taken on g4, just as we...
okay, yeah. Hg, knight d7, check. So the winning move here is specifically king g5.
Yeah.
Very, very specifically king g5. Good luck with that.
So it's king g5, not f5, because in one variation, the knight lands on e7 with a check.
Yeah, I think that must be it. Yeah, that the fact that this is a check actually plays a major role. Yeah.
Yeah, so king g5.
Why would he?
Knight e5 doesn't work anymore.
There's a very sort of a discussion that is very dear to my heart. Obviously, like whenever Twitch chat discusses somebody taking his shirt off, it's
has someone done that in the venue? I mean, surely
no, but like it's specifically a very kind of a niche Twitch legend. King e7 might win as well, says the person who has the very strong computer running.
But king e7 might win because it comes back to the same idea, right?
Yeah. No, but like now you have to give up on g4, right?
Yeah.
Because we've established you cannot do this. So after king e7, knight e5, you actually have to give us the g pawn. So you play something like bishop c3, I guess, yeah? And if knight g4, you play a4, king c4, bishop somewhere.
Bishop d2 or
b2 or d2 or somewhere. And then you go. Bishop d2, not bishop c3, apparently. Okay.
Yeah, so there's no king c4 with tempo. Makes sense.
Shots being fired in chat here. People are asking me, would you find king g5 here in the peak of your powers 10-15 years ago? Yeah. Putting me firmly in my place right there.
Brutal. Someone should ban that. Time out for 10 minutes.
No. I'm very on board. Like once again, there are some limited uses to me, and being made fun of is definitely one of them. I'm very on board with this always.
I'll pluck up the courage to do that Sunday. Bishop d2, yeah.
Yeah, bishop d2, and then like we've played knight e5 to take on g4, but then this runs very quickly once again, and I guess you lose.
Yeah. Okay, so king g5 maybe not the only move, but it would be super impressive if he finds...
Yeah, if he finds this particular idea, yeah, he's gone king e7. He's human after all. Yeah, on my screen, on the Chess24 engine, it now says draw. I don't know if it is. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Like,
knight b6.
Knight b6, okay, now he can go back to winning with king f6, as we know.
Yeah.
But he has already said no to it once, so...
Unless it's a really sadistic ploy just to...
No, I don't think so.
Push Erigaisi slightly lower on the clock. No, the king g5, king g6 is... I mean, I think I would struggle even with an hour on my clock.
Yeah, I mean...
Even at my peak.
You might stumble upon it. Like, some kind of an inspiration might hit you, and you might realize that you have a quiet move there after king g5, knight c5. Yeah, just... Oh, but like the thing that really strikes me here is that, like, really after g3, I think it's probably bishop a3.
Yeah,
because we know that king f. Unless we can now go back to Now this isn't much improved.
Now the
g3 is a weakness. Yeah. Okay. Then it's a lot more human, because if you had to make this extremely abstract move and then continue passing for one more move with bishop a3, that would really be almost impossible to find, I would suggest.
Yeah. Bishop a3 also, maybe there's a problem of knight b7, a4, knight c5, knight c5?
Yeah, but I think I actually also considered it, yeah, I guess it's just a draw, right?
This
it's
queen
still
endgame.
A check. Yeah, it's still a check. and it's not even very dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if it wasn't the check, like if the king was on h6 here, in practical terms, I would suggest it's just winning, right? Because you even if it's a table-based draw, you just never make it.
Yeah,
but because it's a check, you make a draw very comfortably.
Mm-hmm.
What's happening in the Prague Keymer game? Yeah, let's switch away from this for a second. Keymer spent quite some time here and decided not to try to make a forest draw here and made a kind of an abstract move, bishop a8, which I don't really understand. I guess he's just saying you have no way to improve here.
Mm-hmm.
I guess this is his argument that
might be true.
I don't believe you can make your position stronger and I can just pass. But I'm wondering about that.
Say I pass again, just for argument's sake, bishop b7.
Yeah. Huh. Yeah.
It's awkward.
We have this setup where nothing goes anywhere, yeah?
Yeah, there's always knight forks.
Nothing goes anywhere anymore.
I mean, this is very clever in its way. Bishop a8, bishop b7, asking what the opponent wants. Yeah, bishop c5 doesn't help in terms of squares. Bishop a8 anyway.
King to h3 and no, you never have time to. First of all, how do you even get it to h3 without allowing the knight trade? Because g2 is not available, and king g1, you immediately get checked from f3.
I like the creativity though, the king much.
Yeah.
As soon as the white king gets to h2, h3, then bishop c8 and just.
Yeah, and like the problems start at the very beginning because this already drops to before bishops. So yeah.
Still not losing, luckily, but yeah, it's not.
Yeah, the position is probably good enough for this to still be a comfortable draw, not even maybe a difficult draw. Yeah,
it's taking f7.
Take on f7, go knight e5, knight g6.
Yeah.
All right, we will go back to this if something dramatic happens, but for now, let's continue watching the study in progress.
Bishop e1. So this looks very similar to that Zugzwang line, the long variation that was posted in the Twitch chat.
Yeah, I think, once again, judging by what the engine says on my screen, the way to win this now is to actually set up that Zugzwang with the king on c7. You no longer really have, as long as you don't see king g5, king g6, you can't really make progress on the king side, but you pretty much always can return to that plan of putting the bishop on b4, playing king d8, playing king c7, driving the knight to a4, and then just passing the bishop on f8 or e7. I don't know if it makes a huge difference whether it's on f8 or on e7. Suspect it's better on f8 so that the knight doesn't hit it.
Either way, it does feel like he's going to force himself to find that plan at king d8 and king c7.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, Erigaisi down to what, around 10 minutes? I'm sure if the clock's correct now.
Yeah, but that's for 3 moves, right? He'll get this is a proper 7-hour tournament.
Yeah.
So this is for 3 moves.
The 3 moves could be vital here, Peter, if he gets Zugzwanged within those 3. Or...
Absolutely. He's gone king e5, which doesn't really spoil anything, but also doesn't improve his situation because he will get checked from. Frankly, either direction is fine, probably, and we'll have to go back.
I guess Black could also start with king d8 potentially. I'm not sure whether you want to.
Also fine, yeah. Also completely fine.
Yeah. Yeah, I have a feeling Levon might clinch this somehow. It just feels, in practical terms, too difficult to defend. Now it's not really a race anymore. It's not really pure calculation, so it's even trickier.
Yeah, chat says engine swing again, which I thought was criticizing Levon's play, but apparently, judging by the next message being king e8, apparently king e5 is a mistake, and king e8 now wins faster than everything else. But once again, good luck playing king e8 here.
Yeah.
Like, why would you even consider that?
There's at least 3, maybe more logical moves, or at least more obvious moves than king e8. I bet a lot of money he doesn't play it, but okay, king e5. Okay, let's go for that Zugzwang that we mentioned. Maybe.
Yeah. So I think the way to get there is still fairly comfortable. You can do it by either direction, like you do it this way, I guess.
Now king d8.
Yeah, just put it on d8 and Like, I mean, king d5 is a bit helpful because it allows us to play king c7 without having to calculate knight d5 check, but it's difficult to make moves. Like, I'm always kind of wondering if king f5 might just be a draw, but I mean, the engine obviously doesn't think so, but like, I'd be kind of scared.
King c6. King b. Oh, yeah. Something I've got to calculate. Maybe I was a bit lazy. Maybe I should have gone towards the white e pawn.
Yeah, I think probably the way to win this would be maybe to actually spend a tempo on g3 here.
Banking on the fact the white knight can never give itself up for the a pawn.
Yeah, and still, like, you have to calculate all of these things. Like, how sure are you in game that this is winning?
King d6, king f7, king e5. I don't know.
Yeah, that would be my default setting as well. Yeah, just allow e7 and go after the g2 pawn.
But again, we've got to calculate. We're just trusting our instincts here, which won't guide us very far.
This is a very, very kind of a stupid piece, but still, like, knight c3 here. Have we maybe thrown it already, or who knows? Because you can't actually make any progress because of knight e2 check. Yeah, no, I mean it's just the such an intricate position.
King d4 maybe.
Yeah.
If the knight goes for g3, then a4.
This apparently is potentially a mistake.
I think we'll hear that a lot in the next few moves. Looks logical to me. King d8 next move against most things. If king f5, then
no, king f5, g6 apparently is immediately lost for whatever reason. That is also very non-obvious to me, but yeah, you have to go back.
And he has.
Yeah,
g6, what a move. King f5. Maybe we can quickly show that.
Yeah, so if king f5, we go g6, check, king takes, let's say, g4, and we go
bishop f2. Or
bishop f2, I think. And
anywhere really, but bishop f2 especially.
Yeah, and then we're, I guess, just in time somehow. Yeah, I have guests here, so I have to.
That's okay.
He gets very demanding when he's in the room. Come on.
He is a very dark colored dog.
Yeah.
Dark skin.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, the eyes are just completely invisible because, like, no matter what you do with the hair, the eyes are just not there.
So, are you a big James Joyce fan?
In theory, like theoretically, I am. In practice, I find it very, very challenging. Like, I need to return to it. I think I've, and also, like, depending on who you talk to, people have very kind of polarizing opinions on this, because I thought I was making it slightly easier on myself by beginning with Finnegan's Wake, and Finnegan's Wake I just couldn't parse at all, and I sort of gave up pretty early and never returned to it. I think it still sits on my bedside table like 10 years later. So yeah, we are very, very theoretical fans of James Joyce.
But the name just sprung to mind then.
Yeah, the story of us naming this dog is a kind of a long and very kind of windy road.
A bit like this Endgame.
Yeah, a bit like, yeah, exactly, a bit like this Endgame. Yeah, it's basically like he had a name as a pup before we got him. The people who we got it off, the people who had him for the first 2.5 months of his life, they gave him a name.
Okay.
But that is a pup name which you are sort of supposed to change. And then he was briefly named Fidel until I vetoed that.
Okay.
And then he spent some time just being, a poodle, poodle come here. And then he was briefly named Pushkin which would have been actually a pretty good name, but we felt like it might be a little bit too sacrilegious to name a dog Pushkin.
Okay.
And once we got onto that kind of literary track, we eventually settled on Joyce.
Fair enough. And only then realized it was a woman's woman's name.
Yeah. And then it was actually, we didn't even realize, it was pointed out to me at some point. Like somebody asked me what is the dog's name, and I said Joyce, and the person said, so it's a girl. And I had this kind of a sinking sensation that, you know, things have not gone according to plan there. In the meantime, we were wrong about what Keymer means about this endgame.
Yeah, I think there's a key detail, right? After king f4, for example, knight takes d6, king e5. Now he has knight to f5.
He has knight to 5, yeah.
So with the pawn on h4, yeah, it's very different. Okay, that's clever. Waiting for h4 and only then going for this.
How happy are we with this?
Oh, wait.
Are we very happy or moderately happy? I guess we're actually kind of okay with this, right? Because we have knight h6.
Okay, yeah.
We have knight h6. We're still sort of okay.
Panicked for a second. I'm sure he's seen this.
Yeah.
Just
and chat says, Fyodor Dostoevsky was right there.
Oh.
And in fact, it was right there and we missed it, yeah.
That'll be the next part.
Yeah. Fyodor Dostoevsky. I will tell my family about the missed opportunity. Anyway, knight c4 check played. So we are getting some version of what we were discussing. I mean, this probably is still a reasonably, and yeah, actually, another thing that is better with bishop on a8 is you can safely go king e6 here, and the king doesn't even get to g5 because we are no longer blundering a fork.
Yeah, maybe knight h6 gets the king to g5, but
yeah, but it's like it's still
it's
a draw
manageable.
though. Yeah, it's still a draw. Yeah, and the point here, like, if we are to discuss this endgame, like a question for you. If black is forced for some reason, like, I don't know, you lost a bet and you are forced to play king h7 here.
Yeah.
Do we lose?
Probably. I mean, you've lost if you're taking bets on this type of position in general.
Yeah.
You lost in life.
That is true, but like in slight seriousness, like, have we lost already, or is it still somehow manageable?
So knight f8 is always going to be a threat, so king g8, I guess, will be forced.
Well, not yet, right?
Is it not?
With a pawn on g5, it will become a threat. But with a pawn on g3, like, I think I can still play king h6 and not die, right?
Yeah.
Because I have the h5 square.
But now knight e... Yeah, I can't force you. Okay, so not yet. Not with the king.
Yeah, and people are saying it loses to g5 and king f8 and knight f8, but obviously, like, once the pawn reaches g5, I will play king g8, and how do you shake me from, you know, this final stand?
Can I kind of try and get around to e7 somehow?
No, people were right. Yeah, actually, I should be playing king g8 faster, because in this position, I probably lose to h5, which is very nasty.
Oh, I should have been seeing that.
Yeah, and h5, g5, knight e6. Actually, I think I only lost because I put the bishop on b1, right? If I play bishop d3, the same thing probably doesn't
but
win,
knight
right? Because I have bishop
yeah.
The margins are, and actually all of this is on the board, so it's somewhat relevant. All of this is on the board.
Yeah, unfortunately, Vincent won't be taking any bets.
Put the king on d4. No, okay, this is a very easy draw now. Yeah, we were only really discussing it with the king on f4. With the king on d4, it really is not a problem, because the king just, like, goes here.
That's very weird not to even try the king to f4.
Yeah, are we missing something? Like, is f6 a very easy draw or something? I don't think so.
f6,
maybe f6 followed by g5 check or something. Maybe this is what he didn't want to allow, but
king f5?
I mean, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess we take, but we've lost,
d6,
right?
GH4.
GH4, yeah.
Just about.
Just about, yeah. But
Even here, you got to calculate you can stop the h pawn. King takes h4.
Yeah, but the bishop is on a8. Yeah, like we go here, right? King e7, king g6. Bishop f3 just in time.
But maybe, maybe you don't take on f6. I don't know.
So gh.
Yeah.
King g7, h5, king e7. No, we're not in time. We're not in time.
One tempo again.
Yeah.
But okay, I think king f4 would have been a better practical try. This looks... I mean, I don't think you're ever going to create anything at all here. Just puts the king on f6.
Yeah, and the obviously my incredibly stupid argument about losing a bet, like it's completely irrelevant because obviously every sane person in the world goes king f7 here, and the king never actually gets to be put on f6.
Yeah,
you cannot give a check to the king on g7 in a way that the knight is also protected. So whichever square you choose, you will get attacked by the king. Then I will have to go somewhere, and then the king goes back to g7. So neither king h6 nor king f6 basically ever happen, which is a very large, stumbling block for our winning plans here. In the meantime, things have progressed here in Levon's game, and this is now apparently a draw.
And
amazing.
Why?
Amazing stuff.
So a4?
King g8 apparently was a very, very large mistake because you have to do it in such a way that we don't allow this particular setup. Because knight on d5 dominates the king on d8 to such an extent that we can actually afford to defend passively.
D4.
Yeah, we just go towards c3.
Mm-hmm.
I can just go here and chill on these squares. And this basically you're never fast enough anymore.
I think we see on the camera Levon realizing that it's slipped away.
Yeah, Levon, I think, he saw knight d5 and he realized immediately that he's let things go, but
he played a great endgame, I've got to say, to even create these chances, going back with the king, which was counterintuitive. That was very, very clever, very sneaky. But yeah, the details, I think anyone could easily mess up.
Yeah, it's a very, very difficult endgame to play anywhere near perfectly, and no real blame attaches. But he obviously is sitting there being, extremely, extremely upset because there was potentially a very instructive victory against a very strong player with the black pieces, something that you treasure as a top player whenever you get to press against players of this caliber with the black. But now I don't even see, like, the only way, as we discussed, like the only way to even pretend would be to play like bishop d6 and then go for this. Actually, with the knight on, we had this with the knight on c6, and that was difficult. With knight on g5, you don't even have access to the f6 square.
You have to play like just g5 and bring the king around to g6, f5, and hope that you can win some race.
Yeah, it's just a draw. Because like you have to do all this, and then but this is always going to be a pretty clear draw. I think like the knight is always fast enough here. Like king g3, knight f6, it's not even difficult.
Yeah, agreed. No more chances. I think we'll see Levon just agree to it, really.
Yeah, I think I guess he pushes the pawn to a4 and then checks for a bit. Like we definitely get to some kind of a position like this in the game, and then he will sit there and think for a bit more. But I don't know if he actually goes through with this entire plan, because it really doesn't look like it's winning. At no point does it really give an impression of being winning.
Unless you can put a pawn on g3 in that variation, and
I mean you can have them whichever way you like. Like
say
you want them
g3,
and
king f5 now, maybe take king e4.
Here I will have to think, which is something I'm very loath to do. Maybe it's too late.
Okay,
no, I think I go after this guy, right? I go knight g8, king e3, knight f6.
Okay, yeah.
I go after this guy, and then I'm in time.
Yes.
Again.
Just in time.
And also, like, very luckily for me, it's pretty much unmissable because all the other routes towards these pawns don't seem to be anywhere near fast enough. So yeah, it's findable simply because everything else does look like you're. Actually, you even maybe save it this way. Weirdly. No, because G4 exists.
Yeah.
G4 exists and 2 will always win. Yeah, you have to do it immediately. You have to go knight G.
Okay, it's worth a try.
It's worth a try, but it's not going to. Like the moves are only moves to such an extent that it's very difficult to miss, I think.
And okay, Pragg has gone back with his knight to H2. I don't think this is.
No, this is going to.
scary.
No, actually, now, from a practical standpoint, do you play G5 here?
With a bit of calculation, potentially, but I don't really see any need to.
Yeah, there's just no need to. In particular, because unfortunately, this is a bigger problem than I originally anticipated, because this pawn ending is lost.
Bishop E6?
Bishop E6 might still hold. Yeah, this is a very important square. I kind of forgot this square existed. Yeah, this might be still a draw, actually. Yeah, King of 3, Bishop C8. I have those 2 squares. And if you play G4 check, I go...
Either square should be fine, right?
Yeah, like maybe even this and just put the... Yeah, I will be able to do this in
Bishop
time.
on C8 as well, just...
Yeah. So in order to make the game shorter, maybe you actually make this calculation. Just so that you don't give your opponent an opportunity to play for another 50 moves.
That's the modern way, right? The youngsters, that's what they...
No, hang on a second. No. Is it still... Because this exists, yeah? King G5, H6, King G6, still a draw, yeah?
Bishop C8 still coming.
Still a draw. It's still the same draw, yeah?
Wow.
Okay.
So even with a few late night blunders.
Yeah.
Yeah, the margin of error is much greater now, of course.
It is very, very large, yeah. But yeah, I think most people these days will actually take a chance to calculate something like this just so that you just end the game. And there is what's the word? There are practical points to it. I mean, I'm pretty sure all of us have some examples of people, having some kind of an endgame which should be a reasonably comfortable technical draw, and somewhere along the way you have a chance to make it by force, and then you pass it by, and eventually you lose, and it kind of sticks in your mind. And for some reason, it feels extremely unfair to Vidit, specifically Vidit. But the example that I have in my mind, which is like the best ever, I think, example of this sort, is a game between Wesley and Vidit from, I think, the Tbilisi World Cup in 2017. I don't know how to set up the position properly. I can download the PGN, but yeah, I think the easiest, now that we have this conversation, maybe I can do this off stream. A4 played in the meantime in the other game. I will actually find this game because now that I brought this up, why not?
A4 was accompanied by a draw-off, actually, so
okay.
Guess we don't have to dig any deeper while you look for that game. Yeah, A4, King D4 we were guessing, and a draw was very likely. King E4 I don't think was played in the game. That's just the players setting up the kings.
Yeah, that was clearly just people putting stuff.
Yeah, it does annoy me when
proper places.
It does annoy me when game scores come out with King E4, King E5 as the last moves in some games, because it changes everything. But this game, yeah, Levon looking a bit down. He's discussing it with Erigaisi. Maybe Arjun's pointed out that King G5, King G6.
Yeah, it's difficult to judge from this angle whether they have actually found the one study that we did see. But, and also whether they realized that without allowing this particular setup, there was still that Zugzwang with the bishop on f8. So hang on a second.
Yeah, it does look like they're pondering on the key position where he did miss this King G5, King G6. Oh, actually...
actually the king is on G6 on the screen. G6. Yeah, so yeah, one of them is pointing this out. I don't know who, whether Levon saw it later or whether Arjun knew this existed and was kind of waiting to see if Levon shows it.
Yeah. Levon also retreating the bishop to f8, showing that he knows that he had to just wait and there would be some Zugzwang. Yeah, so it looks like he did indeed see it, just unfortunately not finding the right execution at the board, maybe thinking he had another opportunity later. But yeah, this knight d5 from Arjun, very classy way to hold the game.
Yeah, and just to sort of close the Gestalt, this is the game between Wesley and Vidit from the not 2017, it's actually 2019 World Cup in Hanti, and obviously Black shouldn't lose this. And the game continued. King f6. Wesley played h4, I guess, trying to at least put the pawn on h5 for the future. And Vidit played rook c6, king g2. I was playing in that tournament, so that was sort of happening before my eyes. And he didn't play rook c4 here. Yeah, he didn't play rook c4 here, which ends the game on the spot because you're threatening rook a4. So white probably goes g5 check. You take, you play king g6, rook a6, king g5, and you agree a draw here. Like there is nothing else to discuss in this game. Instead, Vidit played g5, king g3. He took on h4, and he got this position, which I assume is still a draw, frankly. But it's a draw you now have to make.
Yeah.
And you will have to make it for the next 50 moves. Again, somebody who will ask you very careful questions, continue asking you those very, very careful, annoying questions. And eventually, draw was not actually made in that game. And examples like this are, I think, I don't really want to single out Vidit. It's just somehow this one, because I was sort of standing next to it while it was going on, it very much stuck in my mind. Even if the position still is, you're reasonably sure you're not going to lose it. First of all, you might. And secondly, just end the game there and then. You don't have to satisfy your curiosity about those technical draws.
Yeah, so with that vein of thought, we are expecting g5 from Vincent.
Didn't happen. He didn't do it. He didn't do it. And another one of those stupid theoretical questions is this a draw? Probably is.
Should be.
Definitely is if it's a rook against rook. Knight against bishop, I would be slightly more reluctant to do it. But I think, like, if you think about it logically, like I keep this shape, right? And the way to make progress is to try and play g6 eventually. Like I can just do this. So this doesn't really give you anything. And eventually you play g6. And as long as I don't allow king g5, right, as long as I play king f6 or maybe even king h6 here, force you to give g5 check and then go back to g7, it shouldn't be a very difficult draw even, I assume.
Yeah, I think you assume correctly.
King f3 is a very, once again, like go g5, h5, put the king on h6, chill.
Yeah, it's not even a matter of timing, really. Don't really see what white has to hope for. King g3, knight f3, knight e5.
Yeah, but first of all, I do make an immediate draw with bishop d7, bishop e8. No, actually, I don't.
Knight d4.
But
bishop c8.
Yeah, we stay on this diagonal.
Yeah.
And eventually, I don't know, I park the bishop on d1 and make a draw this way.
Yeah, I mean, he could well go for this, or I wouldn't be surprised if he just waits. Clearly this
also not doing anything at all is not a mistake. Just put the bishop, put the king on g7, put the bishop on b1, as we were discussing. I don't think there are really any realistic losing chances at all if you do that, but it will continue for a while. They haven't actually even reached move 60 yet.
Will be here all night till round 4.
Probably not, but
I wouldn't mind his.
Probably not. Yeah, I'm enjoying it. Like the idea, in particular, now that we've cajoled our son to actually take the dog out for the nightly walk. I can, my conscience is clear.
How is Joyce going to learn about endgames though? If he leaves,
he is napping, but I assume he learns by osmosis by listening to me talk about technical endgames.
How about the game with Eline Roberts?
Yeah, that one. She's still trying something. I don't know if it's very realistic to get anywhere. Yeah, she's gone. Whoa. Okay.
96. Okay. 94 is the idea, maybe, after rook takes h7.
But we're not really... This is actually sort of clever, because king g4, rook d3, we are threatening not only the bishop, but also kind of mating.
Yeah, you don't want to play bishop e1, knight f6 either.
Yeah. Chat suggests to me that, speaking of your dog, you should really read Crime and Punishment. I think we may have unleashed something we can never now put back in the bottle, you know. Like,
this is going to be a theme of the rest of the tournament.
The genie is out. Yeah, we're now going to get all kinds of puns or plays on words, as Nanny Og would say.
Yeah, that one was punderful. Anyway, apparently we're being told that Aline Robes did allow at least a threefold repetition, but Max was the one who played on. So he could have claimed.
Yeah, he could have played rook b6 check here, and that would have been the third one. And instead he played h4, and she played 96. She's on 3 minutes. Once again, this is still only the second time control. They will get an additional 15 minutes once they reach move 60. Also, like, if this tactic works, she runs zero risk now. I have a feeling like this is very, very clever, because you cannot not take on h7. If you play rook b6, I think you very likely just lose.
Yeah.
Maybe not lose, but like this is now very, very risky again. Because rook d3 is a threat, knight e4 is a threat. If you play bishop b5, I can go knight c4, rook f6, king e4, and we're definitely making significant headway towards our, dream situation where we get to the b2 pawn. And if you do take on h7 after knight e4 check, if you go forward, you actually have to start shedding stuff. Like you have to play f5 and hope that some kind of an endgame like this is a draw, which it might be, or it might not be. Like you could very, very easily lose this and you never ever win.
Yeah.
Or you go below and I take on c3 and I give you probably even an additional check from d2. Although, I mean, rook c5 is perfectly good enough to make sure we never lose, but rook c5 is basically a draw after rook b7. I was wondering if rook d2 check was a way to pretend we're playing for a win, but
even there, is it such an easy draw after rook c5, rook b7, king f5, for example?
Oh yeah, king f5. Yeah, I missed king f5.
And white is a bit stuck.
Rook b6. I guess we still make it, right? But
okay, yeah.
Actually, are we? Yeah,
take g6.
Yeah, but now maybe we can maybe even run, and this will be somehow in time.
Also, rook b6 there, surely.
Yeah. I guess we do save it, but we're never winning it. Yeah. And knight d6 is a very nice spot by Aline, because you. Even though honestly, like I don't understand what the winning chances are after rook h5 either. Like if I'm entirely honest with myself, I don't quite understand why white is claiming you can be better.
Yeah,
like rook h5 with the idea of knight h6, knight f5.
To even take the risk is bizarre, actually, to play h4.
Yeah, I think, and this is weird, like I don't really want to criticize Max. He's probably not going to lose the game, very likely not going to lose the game. But I wonder what in this game made him feel he is so much stronger than her that he was going to win this endgame against her. They didn't give him this position out of, vacuum. There were also the previous 55 moves.
Yeah.
During which he was like for the vast majority of this game, he was kind of busted. So like why is he so certain that there is, enough of a skill edge to be playing for a win in an endgame where you're clearly not that much better, like you're putting it very mildly.
Yeah, that's where rating is coming to play, right?
Yeah, no, I'm
so
obviously
people.
I'm saying this slightly in jest, but still, it's a somewhat valid point.
I mean, if he didn't know the rating of his opponent, he would have taken the draw there instantly.
Yeah, exactly. Like, yes, I understand he is 300 points ahead, but you've also just played the game against this person.
Yeah,
it has to, influence your opinion about their play at least a little bit, right?
Yeah,
there's not been a lot of outplaying going on in this direction in this game, I would say.
Exactly. Arguably she's outplayed him twice from that dominant position earlier, and even in the same game slightly, perhaps. Okay, rook takes h7 on the board, knight e4.
Yeah, it will be a draw. I think maybe the cleanest way is actually just to force you to take on c3 with the king on e4 and just go rook b7 here. It will be a draw.
Yeah,
it's not like he's running very many risks, but
yeah, rook b3, rook b6, and f5.
Yeah, it's just once we stop the king from coming to both g5 and f5, I think the questions sort of disappear.
Is there any question about a race if rook b, for example, rook b3, rook b6, king d7?
And just try to do. But I don't think we're winning this particular one, right?
King c7,
king d4, king c7. I take, you take, and we start.
It's a question, at least.
It is a question. Yeah. It's a valid question. Yeah,
I'd rather take
point,
black.
Good point. I wrote it off a little bit too soon.
Oh, well, she hasn't played knight e4. She's gone king f5. That's very ambitious.
Okay.
Hoping
still
for
fine, but yeah, this is
e4.
a bit. Yeah. I'm guessing bishop e5.
Is her idea rook d3 check and then knight c4?
Yeah. This is still perfectly safe. Yeah, rook d3. We force the king back to the second, any square really, and we go knight c4. And if it drops back, we even have knight takes b2.
Yeah,
still very, very solid. Yeah.
Although there is rook f7 check after knight c4.
Yeah, and then I think we go here.
Knight takes b2 is coming.
I don't think there is much. Rook e7, but if all else fails, I'll just play king f5 back and take on b2.
If you're feeling ambitious, maybe rook d2 and start bringing the king.
Yeah.
That
as well. Yeah.
Okay, so we're still expecting a draw. Well, in both the remaining games.
Yeah, this one, Keymer actually went for this endgame, which is still perfectly fine. There is no real difference. I think, as long as you don't blunder knight f7 check somewhere, you're going to be quite safe.
But both king g7 and bishop e6 look.
There are two moves here which don't lose, but they both are. I think, knight f5 check, king f6 now, and then we go back.
Yeah.
Is this losing? It might be, yeah.
King f3 or
king f3, and it's unnecessary. Maybe it's still fine, but it's unnecessary.
Bishop a4, maybe come around that way, like you said earlier.
Yeah, but then you actually have to start needing to calculate, because this I think we've actually lost. Because bishop e2, I go
h6, and bishop takes g4 just in time.
Just in time once again. Yeah, okay. So even this is a draw. But you have so much leeway here. It's amazing.
We keep saying better not to risk it, but you can.
But
you get away with it.
Even this is a draw, because if the knight has to leave the e3 square, we will have the bishop d3, bishop e2 counterplay forever. Knight d5 check, king f6 back, take on g4. Meanwhile, in the other game, 2.5 minutes against a minute and a half there for Elina, 4 moves to make.
Okay, maybe we should.
Are we worried about
h5?
I guess not very much, right? Because we can do
knight d4 or rook d3.
I guess both, but I think this is probably a bit cleaner.
That's what we're playing for as well.
Hang on, king f3.
Knight c3.
Yeah, I missed rook f7 check, which I assume you also did.
Yes.
I don't know if we're losing. But I definitely missed rook f7 check.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
And if we go back, just one more move, sorry, instead of rook d3.
This now might be a problem.
Yeah.
Maybe king f6 makes a draw, but you never do this to yourself. So h5, we probably just go rook d3 check, king f2, and we take, but this is kind of annoying now. A little bit.
Still a draw, but you got to make
No, I think, actually, this is not difficult because we get the king to c2.
Yeah. Make a few.
Yeah, if the white king is on b1, you definitely lose some of them.
Yeah.
But luckily for us, we just we make an immediate draw by active counterplay, just king c2, rook d6, rook d3, rook b3 or something. Yeah. He's played king f3.
Yeah, I agree. Max, maybe not the cleanest either. Just
check, king e2, rook h3.
Yes, I'm struggling to figure out who's playing for the win here. It feels like Max still shouldn't be in it.
Maybe nobody. Yeah, maybe just like king d2, c2, but can even take on f4. We're not really running very many risks.
Rook d3 played.
Yeah. One thing that worries me in this endgame by this point is I have a reasonably decent history of jinxing people. So after my impassioned speech about lack of skill edge, I feel like, I will never be forgiven if something happens from here. But
I mean, the commentator's curse is one thing, but it's to make such a statement. Yeah, you're right. It's double-edged sword.
Now that she hasn't played knight e4 check, I feel like I may have an occasion to reevaluate my life choices.
Rook d7.
Rook d7, I think king e6 is probably the cleanest. I suspect this is still a draw, but it's a bit weird. It gets a bit weird because now rook b5, rook c3 is a problem. Yeah, but we can play bishop b5, king g4, rook b5. And you don't want this with black because now the bishop is much stronger than the knight. Yeah, she's played king e6 very, very nicely done. Yeah, very. Still playing quite calmly.
Yeah,
not making any stupid mistakes.
Rook g7. Rook king
we just put it back on f5. Yeah, I don't think much has changed. If rook d8, I suspect knight c4 is not bad, but also just taking on h4 is fine.
Taking h4.
I just didn't like the idea of the white king getting slightly active, but we can actually give it enough checks to, that the quote unquote winning attempt will be involving abandoning the pawn on f4, which I don't think is a very valid winning attempt. Rook g7 played. Yeah, just play king f5.
Yeah, there's no need to even consider a different move.
Yeah, we don't need to be very adventurous here. In the meantime, the other very technical endgame is still being shuffled around, but unlikely to somehow produce a sensation.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll be watching this one.
Okay, so king f5. They've just made move 60. Bit more time.
Okay, then it's a bit of a choice we have to make here because this will be, I'm pretty sure in a moment, this will be the last game running because I don't think Prague will really try to milk the extra pawn in that other endgame for too long. It really doesn't look like you're ever winning that endgame. And this one could potentially go on for another half an hour, which is half an hour.
Who needs dinner anyway? It's I've always thought it's an overrated meal.
Yeah. No, I mean, I've completely given up on dinner, but for you, it's 2 hours earlier. So.
Wow. Okay. It's very late for you then already.
Yeah, I'm definitely not eating anything serious past 10 p.m. Like I'm chunky enough as is.
Oh, Peter. I mean, it's on the player's mind as well, right? These types of things. It's at least from my experience when I'm trying to grind out these long end games, every time my opponent makes a comment afterwards about dinner, or the arbiters make a comment about dinner, and it's like clockwork. So it's the main conversation topic.
Well, I mean, it's there.
Yeah,
it's there.
But okay, Max, I don't really see any other way to play for a win. I mean, I say play for a win to play on other than rook d7, which he has done. So it looks like we might be repeating. Could we get dinner a bit earlier? D7, king e6, we're expecting.
Yeah, rook d7 has already been played, so it would be slightly against character for Max to not take that previous repetition, which was extremely logical, and suddenly take this one, but who knows?
Yeah, I guess there wasn't too much choice. Bishop e5, knight c4 was very straightforward.
Yeah. I don't think you had much of a productive choice here. Bishop e5, knight c4. If anyone is suddenly playing for a win there, it's definitely not you. With the pawn on b2 actually falling.
Bishop b4 doesn't feel too promising either.
Yeah, feels irrelevant. So yeah, the way to play here is to choose a move like rook d8 or rook c7 and just give up on h4 and play from there. Don't really understand why white is supposed to be better in any of those positions, but it's not for me to understand really by this point.
I guess it's those dream scenarios where you kind of get pawns on opposite wings and the bishop is better than the knight.
Yeah.
That's a far-fetched dream at
Rook
the moment.
h7 played. It actually was on h7 as well at some point, so this is after king f5, which I assume will get blitzed out.
Second
to
time
get
as
the
well.
second one of those. Is there anything smarter?
Knight
like knight c4 is playable, frankly, because I think we win some stuff on the queen side. Knight b2 is a threat. Knight a3 is also a threat.
Yeah.
So it actually is very playable if we want to.
Yeah, and it feels so strange for Max just even allowing. What's his idea here? Rook b7, no.
Yeah, okay.
Knight takes b2 is immediate draw.
Rook b6, king f7, and
yeah.
Rook f6 check though. Maybe this is the point. Yeah.
King e7, then you want to take on b2 there.
No, but even king is like this, and like you can pretend you're playing for a win here, but you're really not.
Yeah.
Like, why is it you who's playing for a win?
Who's playing
not black? I still don't understand.
Yeah, knight c4 looks very straightforward. What else can I try? King f5.
Well, I think those are the two choices. King f5 is a repetition, so you're always somewhat tempted to continue offering sort of the same draw that you were offering earlier. But I think in terms of making the game end faster, just playing knight c4 and actually starting to take apart the white queen side is maybe the cleaner solution. The only way not to lose the pawn on b2 here is to play king d1. And as I mentioned, like we can actually take this one as well. It's not forbidden.
Rook b7.
Yeah. But I mean, if all else fails, we can do this, right?
Yeah. And who's winning?
Yeah. Well, and actually ask for a clear draw to be shown, maybe even because a2 is a bit of a threat.
Yeah, maybe it's time for ba3, rook takes c3, h5.
Yeah, maybe it's time to actually pull on the parachute straps. Yeah. Maybe something like bishop g7, a2, b3 is a draw, but like who wants to find out? Do you actually want to find out?
This is asking for something.
Yeah, like if something like this suddenly ends up.
Oh, knight a3 as well there.
Oh yeah. Okay, so king e2, and yeah, none of my knight b2 things actually win because there's rook a5 in the end. Maybe it is a draw, but
unless you can play rook h2 here, where does white go? d3, I guess. Yeah.
d3
can't force you back to the back rank.
Yeah. I mean, still like nobody really is winning this game, but friendship is the real winner. Yeah,
that's not the motto of chess normally. But
the win was the friends we made along the way, as we have long established.
FIDE should hire you as their new motto, right? Gentleman Sumus is overrated.
Yes,
it's overused. Rook h7. Yeah, I mean this one is about to be over, surely.
Should be, yeah, but
is Pragg still going? Is he still grinding out that dead draw on endgame?
Is he? He is, yeah.
Don't see any progress.
Yeah, very impressive work ethic for like zero profit, but but yeah.
I've always thought the tiebreak in these tournaments should be the number of moves played, just to reward that work ethic. But yeah, this one is and to reward myself just for playing on in similar positions to this, boring those spectators to death. But
I think one of ours was more than 100 moves long, right?
Probably.
The one that ended with the queen against rook, I think, was very, very long, yeah.
Yeah.
That was ages ago. That was like 11 years ago or something.
2010, it was...
12 years ago.
12 and a half years ago in Amsterdam. Youth versus experience. Yeah, I found while I was cleaning out my place in England recently, I found the poster for that tournament, and I was looking at the names like Geary, Wesley So, Nakamura, and I was like, oh, where did I go wrong? You know, these guys shot off into the stratosphere. And
yeah, those were very nice tournaments, as like most Van Osterom tournaments tended to be. They were all very nicely organized and had a very good atmosphere.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, agreed. Great tournament. And this game, struggling to find anything to talk about in this position. Just bishop
e6. Let's go back to the one that at least has some life in it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Likewise for this position, but at least some.
Yeah, I really don't know what we're supposed to be saying that hasn't been said yet, but. Yeah, with an additional 15 minutes given to Elina here.
Yeah, so you mentioned, Peter, you played in Wijk, is it 5 times? Or?
I actually should probably check. I never made any, like, give me a sec.
Did you enjoy the long format, the 13 rounds, the marathon?
The thing is,
the long time control.
I think Wijk is very, very, like, I really like the town, and I like the, hang on, this is not what I wanted, 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
This is what I wanted. Tournament. Does this work? No, okay, 1 sec.
Maybe our chat can do the research for us, how many times Peter played.
I'm trying to be clever instead of just being straightforward, and it's stupid. So I played in 99, and then there was a break, and then I played 04, 05, 07, 08, and 18. So that's 5 in total.
Wow, across 20 years almost.
Yeah.
Okay. And you were saying about the town is nice, but
still, it's a very, very long tournament, and I suspect, because I have no personal experience of this, that it's quite enjoyable if you're doing well.
Mm-hmm.
But I generally did not do all that well. That, as I said, like the one tournament where I was doing well for sort of the longest possible time, it ended in acrimony when I got blown up in at the very, very end of it. And yeah.
Yeah, I've been wondering about sending an email to the organizers for years, trying to get another invite. I've only ever played in the B and C groups. What was that? 12, 13 years ago. But yeah, everyone's too young and too strong these days in both the Masters and Challengers.
Yeah, it's the field gets more and more impressive by the year.
Yeah, my first tournament there, it was the C group, and that was Anish Giri's first time, I think, in one of the top sections. And I was like, who's this, 12-year-old kid? And then did he come first or second behind Wesley So? He was impressive either way. But I've got a bad track record. Both times I've been in Wijk, I fell ill. Once at the beginning of the tournament, once at the end. And yeah, it's cold. It's January. It's 7-hour games. It wasn't fun.
Yeah, obviously, like if the tournament is going well for you, the sort of the standing of the tournament in the chess world and the prestige associated with actually doing very well in it is such that when this is like a realistic prospect for you, you still feel very involved. You still feel, I think that these guys have finally drawn their game.
Yes.
This looks like a handshake, unsurprisingly. And yeah, Prague had definite chances in that game. I assume you would need to like run through the sequence around move 20, 25, 30 through a strong machine, because past the first time control, it already felt like clearly has a free roll, but it's probably not a free roll he actually cashes in. He will have to the opportunity to torture his opponent for a while, but I don't think he wins, and that was borne out by the game. But somewhere earlier there must have been an opportunity for him maybe to get more.
Yeah.
But all in all, still continues a sequence of very, very solid games by Prague. Decent game in round 1 where he was surprised in a Grunfeld and handled it quite well. Then arguably he maybe could have played even for a win at some point with black against Levon yesterday, but chose instead to play very solidly and just made the draw with 0 problems and posed significant problems to Vincent today.
Yeah, just looks like very mature play, and I guess you can only push as hard as your opponent allows you. But great defense from Vincent, and King F5 on the board in this game.
Yeah, let's see what Max has figured out while he was waiting. I assume he was sort of expecting King F5 because it was, after all, exactly the position that they've already had on move, whichever move that was, 58.
62
so
now.
one thing we will say is that he cannot play Rook D7 here, because then Elena can just call for arbiters and write down King E6 on the score sheet and end the game by herself. She doesn't really need to get involved with anything else. So whatever he feels is his best winning chance here has to be a new move. King D2.
It's not too many options. King D2, maybe.
Yeah, King D2, but like, why are you?
Knight E4, do you ever win that? Are you risking?
Yeah, also, like, why are you better here? Would be, I think, also a perfectly legal question. Like, why is it that black is supposed to be fighting for equality in this position? Like, why? What's the claim? But I guess it doesn't allow an immediate draw. It's like the good thing to say about the move King G2 is that it avoids. It doesn't let black immediately collect something on the queen side.
Yeah, same for King F2. I mean, it doesn't allow an immediate draw, but King takes F4. And
yeah, King F2.
At the minimum, King takes F4. Maybe that's.
Or you could maybe go for something even fancier. Like, how do you feel about doing this? And if Bishop B5 happens, we just actually go in for the mate.
I sense one of those. I can't remember the name, but King on F3, Knight on G3, Rook on G2 mates.
Yeah, like, please show me how you don't get mated here, sir. You probably don't. Like, regrettably, I think there might not be any mate here.
Are we sure? Knight G3.
I mean, I'm not sure we're winning this. Like, I suspect this might be a draw. Is my point.
Possibly. Although this is
but like, once again, like, how much are you prepared to invest on the altar of not agreeing a draw in a position where you're not better?
On the altar of the endgame grind. I agree. I think Rook D7 probably will and should be played.
Is it okay to borrow a sip of your opponent's drink? Is the question in chat. Over the years, I think I've asked for other people's chocolates because I have no shame.
Even that is, that's brave. Was it at least someone you knew well? Or
No, of course, not random opponents, but like if you're playing a person you're reasonably friendly with, and they brought a bar of chocolate and you haven't, and it's a long game. I have on occasion just kind of pointed at it and kind of said, and yeah, you generally get some chocolate that way. But that's where Joyce is learning to beg, says B970. Yeah, that's clearly the genes are shining through.
How about if a random player in the tournament came up to you and asked for some of your chocolate? Would you share?
I'm okay with it. Yeah,
okay.
I would like to think I'm not that greedy about food.
Oh, that's where we differ. I'm protective. Even lucky pens. Like if someone asked for a pen, I'm like superstitious.
I'm not. Yeah, those types of superstitions, sure. Like I'm specifically not very superstitious about food.
Okay.
Yeah, like sharing clothes is a different thing. Like I'm probably not lending any of the shirts that are working in that particular tournament. Like that is a much bigger, barrier. But yeah, like a bar of chocolate I brought to the game, that is very shareable. And thanks very much for the raid to the German chess.com channel. Welcome to our, I assume, German viewers. We will not be speaking German here because we don't actually speak it. Do you?
Ein bisschen, yeah.
Okay.
No, I mean, I studied until A level, but I haven't spoken for about 12 years. So we can try, but it would be a stretch. We need Jan back with us for that stuff.
Yeah.
But
we used to do a Dutch segment on this show.
That would have been appropriate right now, Peter, with staring at two Dutch players.
Yeah. I think the last time we did it with Jan, prior to this one, we had a Dutch segment where Jan would just give news of all the Dutch players in the tournament in Dutch. It was extremely popular.
I'm fully expecting a kind of a replay now from you. Just
no.
Show what it sounded like.
I'm not going there.
Next time. I mean, in hour 9, if this game drags on, then we'll then we'll have to resort to Dutch. But
yeah. And apparently it was in Troll Dutch, which I wasn't aware of. I thought there was just Jan speaking Dutch as well as he's able, but apparently not. I did not catch the intricacies of the language there.
That's his default setting, Troll Dutch, I guess.
Probably Dutch viewers were like, please speak English, Jan, so we can understand. Yeah. I honestly, I think his Dutch is perfectly decent. As to the best of my knowledge, like if I were put on a stand and asked to, quantify his knowledge of the Dutch language, I would say he is.
Yeah. So you speak Russian, English, how many other languages?
Nothing else really.
None. Okay.
Nothing else really. No.
That's more than most, at least more than me. Oof.
Well, you speak. I assume all of the sort of professional players older than a certain age speak, not speak, but like can read bits and pieces of most of like main European languages, right? In particular, the menus, of course. Like this is what is absolutely required, and this is a skill that I think many of us have acquired over the years, because you do want to know what you're ordering.
That's true. That's kind of the 101 of becoming a chess professional. Traveling.
Yeah.
Bohemian.
So yeah, I speak restaurant German. I speak restaurant French, even maybe, which is tricky.
I'm currently learning restaurant Norwegian, so that's on Duolingo. 45-day streak. It's hard work.
Yeah. How long have you been in the country for? Like
2 years now, so I'm running out of excuses. But us English, we're lazy with foreign languages. We expect everyone else to kind of speak on our terms, which isn't great necessarily for learning foreign languages, but I'm trying my best. Yeah, Norwegian, that's the next on the list, but it's not as similar to German as it should be. I can't roll my R's, I can't pronounce half the words. People look at me as if I'm speaking like some alien language. They always switch to English immediately when I try and talk.
It's a bit mean, but my most favorite story on kind of this or adjacent topics was a story. The problem is I can't remember exactly where it was, but I think it was actually in Tromsø during the 2014 Olympiad. Vladimir Potkin, of course, right?
Yes.
Many of our viewers will not know who that is, but Vladimir Potkin is a very, very nice, very red-haired guy from my home country who used to help Jan Nepomniachtchi and was generally over the years a second to a number of illustrious players. I think at some point he also was
European champion,
helping Livon and Karakin over the years as well, prior to like before recent events. And in Tromsø, he was part of the coaching delegation for the Russian team. And at some point, he had a run-in with a maid in the hotel where basically she wanted to clean the room, and he wanted her to clean the room maybe half an hour later when we were all gone for like lunch and then the game. So he said something to her in what he assumed was English, accompanying it by, expansive hand gestures and just generally, being very effusive and he thought very sort of understandable. And to which she looked at him kind of strangely, and she said something which became instant legend in Russian chess circles. She said, "I don't speak whatever it is you speak."
Oh, poor guy. He was trying.
Yeah. And it was said in English, which makes it even funnier because he was absolutely trying to speak English. So the phrase "I don't speak whatever it is you speak" became like instant legend, which is still very quotable in certain circles.
I'm going to steal that one next time. Oh, wow. Oh, poor Vladimir. Oh, yeah, this position, king f5.
Yeah, maybe rook e7?
Rook e7. I mean, minimum, again, there's knight c4.
Yeah, and then I wanted to go...
stop the checks.
Rook b7.
Mm-hmm.
And claim I've achieved something.
Okay, maybe you have. Knight takes a3, I guess you're going to...
Yeah, I mean, knight a3 is still a draw. I mean, my issue is, like, this is probably... like, and then I wanted to go with the bishop to some good square, but I don't know if good square is actually... like, I don't know, bishop
maybe
g7.
Yeah,
bishop g7.
Okay.
And there is a bit of an issue here, because if you take on f4, you have actually lost this stupid knight on c4 now. Mm-hmm. So you have to play a bit smarter. But I still think this has to be a draw somehow. Like, it's very, very difficult to imagine this not being, like, I don't know, knight c2 or whatever. And then we take on f4, and like, we want a3, we want to take on h4. Like, difficult for me to imagine us actually losing this with black, but maybe this is the best we've seen so far. Rook e7 specifically to... Actually, are we stopping knight e4? You can still go knight e4 even here, right? Knight e4, force it to come square. He's gone bishop b4. Okay, finally we have some movement at least.
Mm-hmm.
He's gone bishop b4, which is, I don't know why we've been completely ignoring this move. It's not a bad move at all.
Yeah, I think we mentioned it with the rook on g7 earlier, but not on h7, which clearly is an improvement for white. And okay, he wants to grab on b5, I guess, at some point.
Yeah, this is a good move. Yeah, this is a good move.
Yeah. Where do we go though? e4, c4?
I think we go to c4, and then after rook b7, I think we give checks. No.
Do we play king e4 maybe?
Yeah, we play king e4 here for sure. Yeah, we play king e4, and then if you take on b5, we give this check. King, I don't know, somewhere.
A bit risky for white, actually. Knight e3.
Could be, yeah, could be.
Knight e3, are you getting mated? No.
We are probably coming close to getting mated, yeah. Maybe not actually getting mated. Knight e3, we go king c1, king d3, we still have b3, and somewhat undeservedly, I have a feeling we're still making a draw here with white, but...
it's not a draw you want to make.
No, I mean...
in the way, at least.
So knight c4, what could we be missing? Like, if you force me to take on a4 with the king, I don't think this improves anything. Like, you can force me into this position, but I think I'm very happy with it as black.
Yeah, rook takes
things
h4,
like
h2.
More things are hanging on the white side of the board than there are on the black side of the board. So rook b7, we go king e4. Is there a way to avoid being completely driven into... Like, you can go king f2, I guess. But even if I do this, right, like, if anyone is better, it's black, but
b2
probably not by
well.
very much, but like king e2, rook f5, and then I will take on b2 next.
Yeah, I think
but yeah, looks... I think as long as he goes knight c4, rook b7, I assume rook b7 because I really don't see any other moves in this position. Rook b7, king e4, I think she should be completely safe.
Yeah. Are the clock times correct that they both have around 5 minutes left?
Yeah, that seems likely. Yeah,
definitely feels like knight c4, and Max should be pulling the brakes there. Really, I would be afraid for white, to be honest. If you keep trying too hard.
Impressive commitment to playing it out to the very, very end by Max. I was a bit disparaging earlier, but he's doing a good job of finding moves which actually keep the game afloat. He's still not better in any of these lines, but you have to commend the spirit a little bit at least. But still very much hoping it doesn't, pay out for him, because it would be a very heartbreaking loss for Elina if she were to lose this.
Yeah,
knight c4 played, so we will find out if we're missing something important in this position, which I really would be kind of shocked if we are. Apart from rook b7, I don't quite see what you can play. Like, b2 is hanging, f4 is hanging. Like, what could be the move?
Okay, rook b7 on the board.
It
looks like.
Yeah.
And
And this is an important turning point, where I think King E4 is far and away the strongest move in the position.
Yeah. It's very findable as well. You calculate Rook H2 check first, King D3, and suddenly it's very unclear. And
and also, I think everything we've seen from her in this game shows that she understands the concepts of like being extremely active.
Yeah,
pushing your opponent back and generating threats. So I think on 4 minutes, this has to be a move you make.
Yeah, agreed. You could make an argument for taking on F4 as well. Or
I don't think you're losing. Like, even if you quote unquote give white a full tempo here and do this, I don't think you're losing this position either.
Yeah, and likewise with rook takes h4, rook b5, and then king e4. But rook takes h4 maybe does allow king d3.
Yeah, I really don't like the idea of letting this king roam free, even though, once again, I suspect we're not losing this.
Black's going to be a pawn up.
Why check?
Yeah. So king e4, very logical and strong. Yeah, Max. I mean, I was talking about him actually yesterday with some teammates. I was playing in the Norwegian league, and one of my teammates used an idea that Max has used. I think maybe even suggested in one of his chessball courses, and I've been so impressed by him. Maybe one of the most improved players in the last couple of years. Very dangerous.
Yeah, today is maybe not the best showcase of his chess that we've ever seen. King e4 on the board, well played.
Nice,
well played, Alina. Yeah.
But round one, for example, was impressive.
that was spectacular. Even though you have to say that he did need a bit of help from his opponent, but still, it's so pleasant to win a game like this with a move like rook e1 e7. It's just such a nice feeling.
Well worth playing through. Anyone who wasn't watching.
For those of you who haven't seen it, I can actually bring it up. I have access to all of these things. Where are you? Oh, that's the Masters.
There's a checkmate there somewhere.
Yeah, there it is. There it is. It was an exciting game from start to finish because Black kind of gambled in the opening there with knight e7, knight g6, and Max did go in sort of straight out of the opening, trying to flat out refute it. It was a kind of a very impressive single-minded approach to the early game. I think he was, at least, like, I never really checked properly, but the evaluation on our screens were extremely complimentary to white here. I think after knight f3 gc, bishop takes h6 is maybe a little bit overexcited. At least that was the impression I had from, once again, reading the screen. But the draw that Black has here is not that easy. Bishop d7 is actually not a mistake, but after bishop c3, you do, like, this is not difficult to see. Even though actually even in this position, I think the engine suggests
bishop takes f2,
that bishop takes f2 in some edition. Like, I think it goes bishop f2 first, and then if you take with the rook, you can suddenly take on c3. Weirdly, knight g5 sort of works even here. I don't remember exactly how it goes, but there was some kind of a line like this on my screen, which was borderline working for white. I think rook f1, and the queen doesn't actually get back to g7, but that's a bit too weird. But what wouldn't be weird is to play g6 here, and this no longer works for white, because the queen will come back eventually. Even in some positions like this, you still eventually come back. Like, and here, very importantly, we control the e1 square, so there's never any mate. But g6 wasn't played. Instead, Pehach played queen h6, and this has to be a very, very sort of warm and fuzzy feeling, making a move like this on the board in a classical game.
Actually, Peter, after queen f7, is rook e7 still the win?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I hadn't seen that before. I just realized it must be, right?
Yeah. It's exactly the same. Yeah.
Queen e7, knight
g5. In a way, this is even prettier.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, so impressive stuff there from Max. And in the game we're watching, okay, he has allowed rook h2.
Yeah. Is there actual? I think after King E1, we're not really running very many risks, are we?
Maybe not.
Because Knight E3, Bishop C5, we're just in time to.
But why would you do this to yourself? Rook takes B2 minimum, and you still have to worry about some checkmates.
I don't know. I really
draw at best.
Yeah,
right?
like it doesn't feel like we're playing for a win here. Like Rook C5, Knight E3, and I mean things could actually go quite badly wrong here. Like for instance, in this position, I no longer see an immediate draw. Like maybe Bishop D2
must
Bishop
be.
D2 probably holds. Yeah.
But even this, you allow Knight C2, Knight A3 if you want to. If black wants.
Okay.
How about also after King E1, after Rook H2 check, King E1? How about King E3 maybe? Oh, but Bishop C5 still.
Yeah, Bishop C5 always exists. Yeah.
King F3, King D1 now. I don't know.
Just run. Yeah.
What's the threat? Rook H1 is mate. Yeah.
Oh, you. Sorry,
I'm trying to be tricky.
Yeah. King G1, yeah, and then like
still
once again,
King B1.
You actually have to be a bit careful here. No, you have a 5. Yeah, you have a 5. Because like my first idea was to go Rook G5, and you probably lost.
Okay, still some tricks.
Then you probably lost. King E1 on the board, 2 minutes against 3. So he's not even ahead on the clock if our clocks are correct. So, I mean, the immediate King of 3 is also not bad, right? With the same ideas.
Yeah, I guess that forces
King D1.
Okay.
That absolutely forces King D1. Then we take this with check. We take this. We go back and. Yeah, I mean.
King D1 feels super risky.
There's just zero risk for black. Yeah, I mean King B1 I can take like on H4 for now, and once again, sort of ask you
pawn up in a minute.
How easy? No, I mean you still have a Rook H5. We can ask some questions even weirdly. Wow. Not very many questions, but some questions.
But with 2 minutes left,
yeah, like we go here, we play. Maybe even we play Rook F4.
Yeah.
Or not, or play G5.
I'd be slightly interested about taking on B4 and G5.
Yeah, or just, exactly. From a purely technical standpoint, like something like this. And maybe this is still okay, but it's kind of touch and go now.
Very touch and go.
It's kind of touch and go now. Yeah, like...
Wow.
This is, I didn't realize just how strong King of 3 was. Yeah, King of 3... At that point, you are really like reevaluating your life choices because your winning chances are precisely 0 and
strictly King D1 now after King F3.
Yeah, strictly only move. I also have this option, which makes you play B3, but maybe unfortunately, I think it's very efficient, right?
King B1 as well.
I don't know. King B1 exists. Sorry, I am losing my mind a little bit.
Running to the corner.
King B1, and you have B3 in the end there, but it's still okay.
Yeah, A takes B3, King B2, probably, to be safe.
This you might lose with black, actually, maybe. Yep. This you don't need. Yeah, this is a little bit too adventurous. Hello, Doggo.
Probably still a draw after Rook H4, but still, you don't want to think.
Hello, Doggo.
Hello, Joyce.
Yes.
Okay. We're waiting for a checkmate threat.
I forgot. Yeah, I forgot to do the thing.
The background.
Joyce. Goalless?
It still looks like a shadow. Just
a little bit, yeah. Only you can see the teeth occasionally in the tongue, yeah. Goalless? Yeah, doesn't like barking. Okay, only really reliably barks if you offer him cheese.
Oh. Nothing better than cheese. She's taken on B2 though.
Yeah, she's taken on B2, which is still completely fine.
It's fine, but maybe less testing than...
Yeah, like this is not a winning attempt. King F3 was a little bit of a winning attempt. This isn't, but...
Yeah, so I don't really see any direct threats.
This broadcast has officially gone to the dogs. Yeah, which is a very fair comment.
Yeah,
you can still actually play yourself into some difficulty maybe with white. Like if you go Rook E5 check, suddenly after King F3, like this fork is a threat. You have to somehow deal with it.
You have to move the rook.
Yeah. So what would be your first choice of the
rook g5 originally.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
knight
This is what I thought. And now I do this, and I do this. And, you know, I've become a bit interested. You know, like it's probably still a draw, but I've become a little bit interested.
Also, last move, Peter, wasn't knight c4 immediately just winning?
Here.
Threatening rook h1 again.
Oh, yeah, knight d3, yeah.
And rook
we've
d3,
actually
knight
managed
e3.
to lose this, yeah. I think the solution is to maybe play along the e file, like rook e6 or somewhere.
Mm-hmm. And knight c4, king d1.
Rook e5 played, and black is much better according to my screen.
Okay, does she have to take the pawn? Is king f3 tricky at all with similar ideas?
No, we were playing king f3.
Oh, we were playing, sorry.
We were playing king f3, yeah.
Oh, okay, because king f4, yeah, there's many ways to immediately
king f3 is winning.
Wow.
-4.
Okay, what a turn up for the books. And the fact that she's stopped as well means...
Yeah, like, she has a minute. She might miss it. It's not immediately obvious how strong it is.
She's leaning in.
But by this point, you kind of root for her to play king f3 and win the game all over again.
Yeah.
So how do you win after rook e6?
Knight. Maybe just knight d3, knight takes b4, and a3, a2.
Yeah. We're just queening the a pawn. Maybe. Are we?
Maybe.
Are we?
Rook. Oh wait, king c1. There was rook h1 check.
Yeah, but
and yeah, rook a6 first.
Yeah, rook a6 first, of course. Yeah, rook a6 first. A2, king c1. Can I get to c3 in time? King. Yeah, she hasn't played it. She played king takes f2, and now white probably escapes. It's a pity.
But we have to find the win here somewhere.
Yeah, so king e3, b5, king d3,
b6,
b6, king c3,
rook a3,
king b4, rook takes a2, and I lost it. Well, actually, I haven't. No. I don't know if I won it. I probably didn't win it, but I didn't lose it, right?
Wait, we have to count here. But h5 will come at the right time in the draw.
Yeah, this probably is. I think this is just a very easy draw, right? Just do this.
Yeah.
Okay. King f4 played. She is still completely safe, but unfortunately, like let me just check. So king.
Let's find the win. King f3. Okay, don't tell me yet. Rook e6. King f3. Rook e6. Knight c4. King d1 looks okay.
Okay.
Is it very difficult? If it's very difficult, my brain's not ready for that.
No, it's not. But it's like we were on the right track. But the trick here is not to be a hero, but just to catch the b pawn.
And white is just...
Yeah, we just get here, and white eventually runs out of moves to play. And this apparently is enough.
Black can always wait with like rook f2, rook h2. If
This is -4. The engine doesn't even take on before. Like if you do this, the engine goes rook takes g6 and tries to survive that, but you don't survive that.
Black's a pawn is alive.
Yeah.
Oh,
and now, it's back to being a draw. Black, of course, runs absolutely zero. Like you can play king f3 and then go knight d3 check and take on h4. You are going to be playing some kind of an endgame and a pawn up. White is still going to be kind of suffering for all the risks that have been taken over the last few moves, but much closer to a draw than to anything else, of course.
Yes, I mean it's risks for the last 3 hours from Max, and he must be really regressing. Okay, knight d3 check.
King d1 played. Yeah, you can take on h4 now. You can include king e3 first.
Yeah,
it actually is even here. If this is the only way to make a clean draw, it sort of hinges specifically on the fact that you have rook g5 here, and then rook g4, rook takes a4.
Yeah,
I think if you give black one tempo here to play rook g4, you probably don't make a draw.
Even that is not so simple, right, Peter? Rook g5, rook h6, for example. Rook king f3, take the g5.
Yeah, you still have to work for it a little bit, for sure. Yeah.
Okay, it should be a draw. Actually, you probably go behind and
it's
quite well known.
You still have to work for it, but no, I guess we're just like there should be a lot of leeway here just to like prepare to run. I'm not gonna try to stop the g pawn. I'm just going to use the distance I have. Yeah, he's gone for all of this.
Although g3 I can play rook h4 there, cut you. Oh, sorry, in that final position.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a race. I don't know. G3, king b3, rook h4, king h2, or king.
Oh, yeah, I may have actually lost this. Yeah, I think this might be lost now.
Because with your king on the third rank, I'm promoting.
Yeah, it needs to be further. It needs to be further for sure. And for our viewers, like the point is, you continue cutting, and once it gets to the 6th, there's only one move winning, but it's not a difficult one. Actually, maybe not even the one move winning. Yeah, you
king
can
f2
wait.
is.
Yeah, you can wait and wait for you to play 7 and then collect it. Yeah, we have this rook ending on the board with a minute and a half against a minute. Yeah, rook g5 played. Yeah,
you could
also he will end up saving the game, I guess. But
so rook d4 check, rook d6. White goes.
I guess it's the same because
rook a5.
We go rook a5.
Yeah, not rook g4, rook a6,
and then we go back.
Yeah. I think rook h6. But maybe just king c2 first would be more accurate, force the black king to spend
actually,
time.
yeah. Why not win some time by starting with this?
Yeah, and then you'll probably be getting there, making the draw on extra tempo. Okay, rook d4 check.
Nicely done. Still like a very, very solid game by Aline, of course, but yeah, a bit regrettable because had she found king f3 there and this entire sequence, which really, like, the problem is after rook e6, provided Max finds rook e6, on a minute, understanding that this rook ending is winning is not going to be at all easy. But that would have been, such a brilliant way of sort of demonstrating why hubris is a thing.
Yeah. And okay, Max. Okay, king c2, rook d6 on the board. Yeah, he'll play rook a5. Unfortunately,
I think this one is wrapping up now.
Yeah. Again, it was one tempo though. If Black had had time to play king f4, Black would have been winning most likely. If rook a5 wasn't available, if, for example, king c3, maybe king f4 and Black. Actually, maybe
the engine for some reason I think thinks that even this is somehow a draw.
Wow, really?
Weirdly, I think maybe something like this, and then I start giving you.
Okay.
I start giving you frontal checks. Yeah.
Yeah. Not quite quick enough with rook a5 because of king b4 as well.
Yeah, I'm just in time to attack it from.
Actually, the g pawn. Yeah.
Yeah. So there is some leeway, but what he's doing is, of course, cleaner.
Good enough. Yeah.
Yeah. King b2 might be the only clean draw here, but you also never make any other move. So.
Yeah. King d1.
Although, remarkably, this is a loss. So it still is actually a study.
Okay.
Because this on my screen is -4, and I don't think engines generally lie about things like that. Like if this is -4, it's probably -4. So
if you're going to go to b1, you might as well go to b2.
It still is the only real move you can make. I don't think you can really choose any other square in real life, but it's amazing that it's still a one-tempo game, basically.
Maybe we can see what kind of try and peer into the future. King b2, king f3, for example.
Take g5.
Still not.
Yeah, I would be worried here. I would be very worried here.
I mean,
so yeah, it goes rook a8, and it says we have enough time somehow.
Yeah, I guess Black's rook on c6 isn't ideal. I mean, it can't really cut like it did along the 4th rank. Also, White's several tempi up on that.
Yeah, I think it's just that we're just so much closer to where we need to be, but still, like if king b1 loses and this doesn't, this means this is still a one-tempo game, right? So like I don't know. It goes rook f6. I don't know if it's the only try. King b2, king f3 on the board, by the way. She is so on point.
Yeah.
Like instantly played king f3. No hesitation, no nothing.
Yeah, I mean, Max still has work to do. Rook f6.
Yeah, if you don't take, you lose. Because the current threat is very simply to play rook c4, rook c4, rook g4, and just start pushing. You have to take, and then you will have to play precisely after g5.
Going behind makes a lot of sense. Rook a8 and rook a7 somewhere.
A number of moves make a draw here. Like here you do have choices, but they all basically, I guess, come out to the exact same endgame where like rook a8, you can go rook f6 or you can go g4. Both are very similar. And the one thing to avoid is sort of exactly the position that we were describing earlier with the cut along the fourth.
And how does white avoid that? So rook f, I mean, again, it's counting rook f6, for example. King b3, rook f4. Am I not in time? A4, G4,
I guess we just like it gets to a6 in a situation where the rook is still alive, right?
Yeah, just in time.
Just in time. Somehow. Hang on, rook f6. Ah, no, I just go a7, right? Rook f7. Have I lost? Yeah, we've lost, right? So what's the draw here?
King b4, G2.
No, king b4, G2 will resigned.
Yeah.
So it's not a6. It's just. Hang on.
This is so easy to blunder, surely.
How is this a draw? Ah, so we go rook g8.
G8 first.
Yeah, we go rook g8 first.
Ah, yeah.
G2 a6. And yeah, like king f2, g1 as one move here would be winning.
Yeah.
But you still have to spend a tempo on something like rook f7 or rook f6.
Yeah, this is why white's king needs to be on
and
b3.
this is a kind of a very famous construction, which people some people may maybe have not seen, where it looks like we've won anyway because this loses, but white just starts giving checks. And the only way to avoid checks is to put the king on g1, and then we can play a8. So like this is how it goes. Or rook e8 check as well. Yeah. So.
Okay, so he's played rook g8 first.
Yeah. So yeah, king c3 already loses.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously king c3 is just an absolutely idiotic move, but it is absolutely a one-tempo game. a4 is a draw. King b3 is a draw. Everything else loses.
What's the difference between king c3 and king b3?
Well, you'll have to burn king b3.
Rook f4 immediately.
Yeah. And then we get exactly what we're discussing. G2, a5, king f2, a6, g1, and we haven't created a threat yet.
Yeah. So,
but it's impossible to play that move. So
yeah, I mean, if you're going to push your a1, you might as well start with a4.
Yeah. It's just absolutely impossible to make that move.
And he's played a4.
A4. Yeah, and then we try to run with the king, and if it gets stopped on the fourth, then we start pushing, and we are just in time somehow.
Yeah. So I'm expecting g3, and there king c3 still loses, I guess.
I guess, yeah, because rook f4, a5, rook a4.
Yeah, rook g5.
You have to give a check, I assume.
Yeah, maybe rook check first.
But this doesn't look that lost. I wonder if it's...
Yeah, maybe still this idea with the...
Yeah, we go... Yeah, this actually loses. Yeah, we go king e2, we go king... Like, we get to g1, you have to spend a tempo on rook f5. And now g2, king b3, and I guess maybe this move. And suddenly, this is such a huge threat.
Monster threat.
Yeah.
Because it would be quite easy to play king c3 in this position. Just it feels like a more flexible move. King b3.
Yeah.
It's not obvious the difference.
Yeah, 20 seconds against almost 2 minutes for Elina. She's also, I mean, her play is kind of easier here. She knows what she has to do, and Max is now. Yeah, I feel. I mean, he should not lose this, but yeah,
he's played a king move according to the camera. Is it king b3?
Yeah, only one move draws here.
Yeah.
Looks like. Hang on a second. This is far away from the pawn, no?
Wow, has he played king c3? I think he might have done. I'm just trying to guess on the camera while we wait for the move to come through. Oh,
no, king b3. Yeah.
King b3.
Satiri says it's king b3.
Yeah. Just in time.
And actually, after king b3, you can scare white a little bit in a different fashion as well. You can go rook f5, stopping a5, king b4. You can give this check, king b5, and go rook g4. And yeah, but now you're in time with rook c8, rook c1, unfortunately.
Okay, yeah. Stop the pawn.
Yeah,
well, at least give the rook.
And black will not be in time to to get there.
Maybe we can just
once again, even this, I think, probably is very much
one tempo.
Yeah, like a6, king g5, a7. Yeah, and if I can play king c7 here, I win.
Yeah,
but I can't.
If the king was only a knight, you know.
Yeah.
Okay, so g3. Maybe we can refresh to see whether.
Yeah, still hasn't happened on my. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, g2, but that should make things easy now for.
Yeah. Now we go king b4. Oh no, we go a5.
A5 definitely.
Or rook takes g2 even. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, rook takes g2. You got to calculate.
Yeah, a5 played, and yeah, from here I think it's just going to be very, very difficult for him to mess this up.
Yeah. Yeah. What's White's next move? If I can't be a bit sneaky here. Rook takes
g2, I guess.
Rook takes g2,
and then just run. Yeah.
Hoping for king b4, rook f4 check, and rook g4, of course, but unfortunately not.
It's also not easy to make a sensible pass, right? Because if you play king f2, this breaks your bridge, and I can play king b4 again.
Yeah, that's the problem. I was wondering about rook f7 or.
Yeah, rook f7 maybe.
Just to be a bit
but
sneaky.
I can actually, I think, play a6, right?
Rook a7, and then you start checking. Yeah.
And then I start giving checks. I think this is a draw, right? Because I will drive you to g1, and then I'll play rook f6. Is it a draw? Have I lost? Maybe I lost.
Oh, probably rook king b4 and rook g6.
Yeah, king b4 and then rook g6. Yeah. Hang on. Rook g7.
Rook c6.
Yeah, best. What? Oh, okay. I was a bit panicky there, but yeah, they will.
We're heading towards a draw now.
Yeah.
Yeah, missed opportunities, but she came so close. She played so well.
Yeah, I mean, she beat a 2600 fair and square yesterday. Came extremely close to beating another one with the black pieces today.
Yeah,
extremely impressive play by the young lady in the last couple of games. She lost in round 1, but could very easily be on +1 after round 3.
Yeah, and we see the handshake draw is confirmed. Oh, Peter, what a marathon! What a long day.
Yeah, even longer than yesterday. I thought yesterday was long, but today we've outdone ourselves. So yeah, a good introduction to the world of streaming of classical chess for you, David. But I enjoyed every moment. I've seen some comments in chat about me talking over you incessantly, which will continue happening because I'm an idiot, and after years and years of doing this,
never change, Peter, please.
I still talk over people. I apologize in advance, half-heartedly, but
no, I haven't noticed. Don't worry. It's been fun.
I'm trying to. There is a much beloved lyric from the Flight of the Conchords on this exact topic, but it's slightly not suitable for work. So
you can tell me off stream. I'm sure they can.
But
you can Google.
But how does it go? It goes. But all you lovely people should know I'm trying to correct this, and the word "people" is not actually the word "people" in the song.
Okay. I can guess.
Yeah. Sometimes my lyrics are sexist, but all you lovely people should know I'm trying to correct this. Flight of the Conchords is, of course, the treasured thing, which I will never tire of trying to quote and misquoting.
But yeah, so how many more rounds? 10 more rounds of classical
10 more
chess?
rounds of this, yeah. Get ready. Drink a lot of warm tea with honey and things, because there will be no voice by the time we're done.
Yeah, I'm already struggling after one round of classical. But, either way, Peter, it's been a pleasure, and thanks for
same here. And see you tomorrow, and see you guys tomorrow. I hope you've enjoyed. I hope you've enjoyed another very long day of chess at the Wijk, at the sea. See you tomorrow.
Bye, everyone.